781 Chapter 782 The Showdown between Luffy and Shanks. As soon as Mihawk's words came out, even the red hair pirates couldn't help but look at him. With Mihawk's character, once he is a swordsman who challenges the throne of the world's greatest swordsman, he will definitely face it without reservation. Not to mention Ying. Even if it is red-haired Shanks, Mihawk is unlikely to hold any hands in the duel. After all, with Mihawk's pride, keeping his hand in the duel of the world's largest swordsman is not only an insult to the challenger, but also an insult to himself and the name of the world's largest swordsman. No insult. At that time, it will definitely be a battle of life and death. It's just that Ying is Luffy's partner, right? Have you made such preparations just after entering the waters of the New World? And Luffy, what's going on? Why does he know I'm on this island? And the road sign history text is still in hand. Redhead Shanks frowned, but he hesitated for a while. For red-haired Shanks, he did not hesitate to give an arm and tried his best to stabilize the situation in the sea for more than 10 years. What he was waiting for was the growth of Luffy. Although the red-haired Shanks still thinks that Luffy has only been out to sea for a few months, even if he eats that fruit he shouldn't be able to reach that height so quickly, but this is undoubtedly a good opportunity. Now that Luffy has really reached that height, the opportunity that the captain has been waiting for has really come. And just when the always decisive and domineering red-haired Shanks had a rare look of hesitation on his face, Van Beckman, who was beside him, saw something and asked, "Mihawk, where did you get the news?" "About half a month ago, the guys from the Revolutionary Army found the news I told you," Mihawk replied. Immediately, Van Beckman's eyes widened involuntarily, and he said in shock, "We were just stationed here half a month ago, and we are ready to observe the situation at any time so that we can interfere." Redhead Shanks frowned and said, "In other words, are all the actions that we consider to be secret all under the surveillance of the Revolutionary Army? Could it be that it's really the Revolutionary Army who is controlling all this behind the scenes?" This thought resurfaced in Van Beckman's mind. "It doesn't have to be." Redhead Shanks pondered for a moment and said speculatively, "Don't forget that Luffy's father is that dangerous guy Durag. He knows the relationship between me and Luffy, so it's not surprising that he has been spying on us." After a pause, red-haired Shanks said with a smile on the corner of his mouth, "However, it seems that our plan to intercept the Whitebeard pirates will be cancelled. Since Luffy is coming to challenge, how can we avoid it?" 385 Tisk, whatever you want, just don't disturb me next, Mihawk said indifferently, and then sat cross-legged and closed his eyes, apparently preparing for the upcoming duel and clearing his mind of extra distractions. And almost a day later, the ship's bow was in the shape of a sheep's head, and the Melee, with the Straw Hat pirate flag hanging, slowly approached this deserted island. On the deck, everyone in the Straw Hat group looked solemn, as if they were all ready for battle. Luffy turned his head and glanced at his partner, then pressed his straw hat and said in a rare deep voice, "Guys, let's go." Immediately, Luffy took the lead and jumped down towards the coast and walked towards the center of the desert island with his partners. Soon, a group of pirates who seemed to be having a banquet appeared in front of the Straw Hats. The first one that caught Luffy's eyes was the red-haired Shanks, who was drinking alcohol without any image, and the rest they are also famous officials of the red-haired pirates known as the Iron Wall, and Mihawk the Hawkeye, who is sitting beside him with sharp eyes. "Yo, Luffy, long time no see." Redhead Shanks held up the wine bowl and greeted Luffy. Hearing this, Luffy couldn't help showing a bright and pure smile on his face as he said, "He, we finally meet, Shanks." And red-haired Shanks looked at Luffy's unusually familiar smile and vaguely seemed to see a familiar shadow emerging from behind Luffy. "Yeah, we finally meet again," Redhead Shanks said in a low voice, then led the cotters to the Straw Hats with two wine bowls in one hand and glanced at the partners behind Luffy, especially Sora and Ying. "Stop for a while." Immediately, red-haired Shanks handed one of the bowls of wine to Luffy and said with a smile, "Luffy, are you going to follow the promise and become a great pirate to return the straw hat?" "Ah," Luffy answered while taking the wine bowl, then took the straw hat on top of his head in his hand and stared deeply and said, "Although I don't think I'm a great pirate, but Shanks, I need the road sign history text in your hand." "Ha ha ha, is the road sign history text? That is the necessary step to reach the final island Ralph drew to become the One Piece," red-haired Shanks said with a big laugh. "Luffy, are you so eager to become One Piece?" Luffy shook his head and said, "What I'm looking forward to is the adventure in the voyage. Just for the sake of my buddies, I have to pick up the pace." Red-haired Shanks' expression condensed slightly, then smiled again and said, "Luffy, you should know the rules between pirates, right? Even you. I can't directly hand over the road sign history text in my hand. You can only get it by defeating me, and you have probably already done it. Are you ready?" Luffy put the straw hat on a bluestone next to it and said seriously, "Of course, I won't lose." Immediately, red-haired Shanks swung the wine bowl towards Luffy, and the two drank it all in one time go. Boom. The next moment, red hair Shanks and Luffy jumped into the air in unison, and the fists that collided released a wave of air, and then the two fought while moving the battlefield to the high mountain to the north. At this moment, Mihawk slowly opened his eyes with his eyes closed, his incomparably sharp eyes locked in Ying's direction, and asked coldly, "Ying, are you ready to challenge the throne of the world's greatest swordsman?" "Certainly." The more and more Ying came out in front of Mihawk with famous sword Sakura 10 in hand. 783 chapter. Full collision between pirates. Mihawk glanced at Ying, who had a normal princess cut hairstyle for the first time at this moment and wore a kendo costume that was more suitable for combat, but he noticed from Ying's body that it was sharper than when they met in the East China Sea. Breath. Ying, on the other hand, slowly pulled out famous sword Sakura 10 and said, "Mihawk, the throne of the world's greatest swordsman will be handed over to me for safekeeping from now on." Mihawk smiled lightly, and the whole person gradually began to exude an extremely vigorous fighting spirit. Said, "If you want to take it, then just come and take it. I have been sitting on the throne of the world's greatest swordsman waiting for your arrival, so I'm here." As Ying's voice fell, famous sword Sakura 10 shone towards Mihawk with a brilliance like a beautiful moon. Ding. The first collision between famous sword Sakura 10 and black sword Knight. The scattered slashes almost instantly flattened the tree crown within a radius of 1 mile. Ying looked directly at the pair of sharp eyes in front of Chi-Chi and said, "Mihawk, let's fight to the south." "As you wish." Mihawk agreed almost without hesitation, and then the two of them headed straight for the plain grass on the south side of the deserted island. There, it will be the battleground for the battle for the throne of the world's greatest swordsman. For a time, on this deserted island, huge battles broke out on both the north and south sides. Of course, compared to the vigorous battle in the north, where the fists of the two sides were constantly clashing, the duel of the swordsmen in the south was far more terrifying, and Ben Beckman, who stayed where he was, looked at the Straw Hats, who had subconsciously concerned expressions on their faces, couldn't help but smiled and said, "This is a battle between two pirate groups, not a pure captain confrontation. If you have time to worry about your partner, you might as well consider how to defeat your opponent." Seeing this, Sora pushed his glasses and stood up a little helplessly, answering, "Ben Beckman, the co-captain who is called red-haired Shanks on the left shoulder and right arm. I have heard it for a long time. If you need an opponent, let me, who is also the co-captain, come." Oh. Ben Beckman looked at the guy in front of him, who exuded a temperament somewhat similar to that of Lieutenant General Ion he had seen before, and his eyes couldn't help showing a bit of caution and interest. Generally speaking, similar to captains like Red Hair Shanks and Straw Hat Luffy, the real brain of the entire pirate group is often the deputy captain. That is to say, the Straw Hat pirates came to challenge the red-haired pirates. Is it probably the decision of this kid in front of him? But at this moment, Zoro stopped Sora and said, "Sora, wait, you are not good at fighting. Let me be this guy's opponent." "It's okay." Sora smiled, pushed Sauron's arm away, and said, "Often, not good at it is relative. Don't forget, I'm that man's child." Speaking of this, Sora's body suddenly burst out with a terrifying domineering arrogance, and that was enough to interfere with reality, and even made a small number of weak red-haired pirate cotters fall into dizziness in the state. More important, Ben Beckman's expression twitched as he looked at the black and red lightning entwined by the famous sword Deadwood in his empty hand. Overlord's color entanglement. When did this thing become a rotten street? Now, trouble. The pirate group formed by the little devils in front of me really has the combat power to challenge the level of the four emperors. For a time, as the battle between Ben Beckman and Sora began, the cotters of the Straw Hats and the Redheads almost started to fight each other. Jesus Cloth versus Usopp, Lucky Lu versus Sanji, Dago versus Sauron, Snake versus Raj, Bunk Punch versus his monkey versus Chopper. Almost every duel is a confrontation between the same fields that both sides are good at, and the intensity of the battle varies. Compared with the domineering air stabilization that really used the best tyrannical power to control Ben Beckman, the battle between Sanji, Zoro, and Reiju was a real even-handed match. The father and son of Jesus Bulletin and Usopp, the battle between them is more like recognizing relatives and carrying out various memory killings, and by the way, sniper teaching is carried out. In addition to this, the entire battle process is more like teaching, and there is also the battle between red-haired Shanks and Luffy. At this time, Luffy maintained the frantic slamming between the fourth gear that he had really mastered, and Shanks, who only used his fists, and continued to collide between fists and flesh amid the incomparable laughter. And while the fighting spirit of the two continued to rise, this also made the Liu Ying domineering, which Luffy hadn't fully grasped, become more and more smooth. It's just that red-haired Shanks has only one arm after all. Even if red-haired Shanks' fighting skills are at the top level of the sea, but under the constant pressure of red-haired Shanks on Luffy, red-haired Shanks couldn't hold back Luffy, who was starting to show show a state of accumulation. Luffy, it seems that you have indeed grown up, but it's too early to be at this level. Red-haired Shanks snorted loudly, but he also began to use the domineering arrogance that he was best at. The fist wrapped in black and red lightning broke through Luffy's defense with almost one punch and hit Luffy's stomach. Superior. Wow. Under the heavy blow of this red-haired Shanks, Luffy almost spit out a large mouthful of blood on the spot, and even his consciousness fell into a momentary blank, and the whole person flew backwards hundreds of times. Meters away. Boom. The place where Luffy fell is filled with smoke and dust, but soon, Luffy, who maintained the fourth gear state, stood up again, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said, "Is the Overlord's color entangled?" "Sure enough, you can only fully understand if you truly experience it with your body once." Immediately, in the slightly surprised eyes of red-haired Shanks, Luffy's clenched fists also began to wrap around faint black and red lightning. "Interesting, Luffy, as expected of you." Not only Shanks secretly uttered this admiration, but Ian, who was observing the deserted island in the mirror world, raised his slightly drooping eyelids, showing a look of interest, and also uttered the sigh, the corners of his mouth floating, said with a smile, "Sure enough, it is correct to guide Luffy to challenge Shanks directly. Shanks is definitely Luffy's best teacher, and there is no need to worry about the possibility of Luffy being killed by accident." More importantly, Yan clearly saw that Shanks was trying his best to develop Luffy's power, which also indirectly verified a certain speculation of Yan's past. Everything Shanks did was definitely to wait. Luffy 783 Chapter 784 Reproduction. Standing at the top of the pirate. "I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Luffy, come on." Redhead Shanks stared at Luffy in front of him, but his heart was also surging. "But it's still a little bit. Luffy, it's still a little bit worse at this level." Red-haired Shanks' eyes condensed, and the domineering soaring from the sky pressed towards Luffy almost like a storm, and Luffy also responded instinctively to Shanks with a domineering look, as if he was declaring his growth and determination to red-haired Shanks. Boom. Zit-zai-zai-zai. A large amount of lightning generated by the collision of Overlord colors is constantly intertwined and flickering. The next moment the figures of red-haired Shanks and Luffy fought together again. Only this time the red-haired Shanks, who had a deep understanding of how far Luffy had grown, chose to pull out the famous sword Griffin without hesitation, and used his domineering arrogance to fight Kendo. Luffy. This is the collision of the fist and the famous sword, the interweaving of the old era and the new era, and also the alternate inheritance of dreams. Under the deliberate guidance of red-haired Shanks, the potential accumulated by Luffy is being developed at an incredible speed. As the battle became more and more intense, Luffy gradually mastered the domineering of fourth block Flower Sakura and the entanglement of Overlord to the extent that even red-haired Shanks would not dare to be careless. Boom. Finally, the face of red-haired Shanks was heavily punched by Luffy, and the whole person was knocked nearly 100 meters into the air. But it made Luffy, who was almost suppressed by red-haired Shanks for a long time, a little stunned, and subconsciously looked at his fist and made a puzzled voice at "Ha ha ha ha," and red-haired Shanks, who was still lying on the ground, let out a hearty laugh and said, "Luffy, what's the matter with your puzzled expression? Even if you are a naval admiral, your current strength will not be inferior. Even if you are beaten, I don't need to be so shocked, right?" Luffy scratched the back of his head, then reacted. It seems that he should come over, and he hastily asked, "Hey, Shanks, are you alright?" Tisk. Red-haired Shanks stood up slowly and said helplessly, "I seem to be underestimated, Luffy. Even if your growth rate surprises me a bit, but just like this, it's still far from defeating me." Seeing red-haired Shanks' safe and sound expression, Luffy was relieved, but he resolutely assumed an offensive posture again and said, "Shanks, I will not give up. I absolutely have to get your approval, and then get the road sign history text. Even if I want to defeat you, I must do it. This is my important partner. Promises made." Red-haired Shanks raised his eyebrows obscurely, as if inadvertently asked, "Important partner? Who is it?" "That is." Luffy's voice suddenly stopped, then shook his head and said, "No, it's a secret, Shanks." "Is that so?" Redhead Shanks scratched his head in annoyance and continued, "That kind of thing is up to you, right? Luffy, you are also a captain yourself now, and I believe you have your own judgment." After a pause, red-haired Shanks' eyes gradually became solemn and asked, "I only have one question, Luffy. You came to me and decided to go to the final island Ralph drew. All this is your will, right?" "Of course," Luffy replied without hesitation. "I'm the man who wants to become One Piece." Ha 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 ha. 386. Redhead Shanks couldn't help laughing happily, and then his expression changed suddenly and said, "In this case, then Luffy, you have to be careful next, but don't die. Next you will face one of the most powerful forces in the sea. Its name is..." In an instant, with the red-haired Shanks as the center, an invisible wave suddenly erupted with the red-haired Shanks as the center. The territory of tyrants. The terrifying King Overlord's domineering arrogance immediately exploded. Boom! A huge roar sounded. At this moment the storm stopped, the dark clouds dissipated, and even the mountain range under the foot had a large-scale crack directly under the influence of the tyrant territory. For a time, all the people who were fighting on the entire deserted island couldn't help but move under the shock, and they all turned their attention to the tyrant who could not be ignored in the distance. As for Luffy, who was the first to stand in front of red-haired Shanks, the impact and oppression he felt was unprecedented. Luffy, the so-called dominant territory, its ability is to be able to get the allegiance of all things and even change the natural laws of the surrounding world. However, there are many monsters in this sea. Even if it is the tyrant's territory, it may not be able to protect one's partners, allow oneself to achieve their dreams, and be able to freely and unrestrainedly gallop on the sea. Redhead Shanks said word by word, but the sense of oppression from his body became more and more terrifying. If it were you, you should be able to understand and feel that feeling. So singing for freedom and fighting for dreams requires going one step further and take a step forward in the boundary of tyrants. See clearly, Luffy. This gesture is called standing at the top of the pirate. At this moment the red hair of red-haired Shanks stood up, but the exposed skin gradually became blood red, and a large number of black and red lightnings continued to center on red-haired Shanks in all directions. Spread. In the mirror world, Ion, who witnessed the transformation of red-haired Shanks, spoke with a more serious expression. This is it again. Suddenly, Bray, who was standing beside Ion, rolled his eyes but fell to the ground in a coma. Boom. Seeing this, Anila couldn't help but say something contemptuous. It's really useless. Can't it withstand just the slightest impact from a small piece of glass? Ian said with a warm expression. Xiaoai, don't be so harsh. There are inherent differences in talent and will between people, and the direction of what they are good at is also completely different. Bray has worked hard. Hearing this, Anilu no longer sneered at the comatose Bray. Instead, it seemed that he didn't know how to place his hands for a while. He shook his long hair slightly and replied in an unnatural tone. Well, it's, my god, I know. 784 Chapter 785 The Strongest and Sees the Strongest. At this moment the battles on the deserted island stopped briefly, and they all turned their attention to the mountain range on the north side. The terrifying movement made everyone feel that the next moment the deserted island was directly. It doesn't seem like a strange thing to be smashed to pieces. Hey, are you kidding me? Usopp muttered in a cold sweat. His face was full of shock, and the whole person seemed to faint at any time. At this moment the eyebrows were somewhat similar to Usopp's. A similar Jesus cloth stood in front of Usopp and said, Usopp, don't pass out in a coma. If you can't even bear this kind of shock, you're not qualified to be One Piece's partner. Hearing the words, Usopp immediately responded with a burst of energy. Yes, father. But then, Usopp's gaze towards the mountains on the north side was still somewhat distracted, and he was almost madly reminding Usopp to stay away from that direction. It seems that you have also sensed your domineering. Jesus looked at Usopp with satisfaction and then said with some emotion, the boss finally used that one again, which shows that Luffy is indeed much better than I thought. That, what is it? Usopp asked. You'll know this later. Jesus Cloth immediately turned around and pointed the sniper rifle in his hand towards Usopp and said, next, our battle continues. Come, and surpass me and become a brave sea warrior. Usopp. Immediately, as Jesus Bulletin's voice fell, both sides were locked onto each other almost immediately by the other's domineering arrogance, and the bullet fired by the sniper rifle and the projectile released by Usopp collided instantly. And this kind of scene happened almost on every small battlefield on the desert island. Although the red-haired Shanks felt quite terrifying at the moment, the battle between the two sides collided again with a stronger momentum after a brief pause. As for Mihawk and Ying on the south side, there was no hesitation from the beginning to the end, and the bottomless traces extended by the slashes spread all over the desert island on the south side. Boom! It was another close-range slashing collision. The aftermath of the flying almost tore the sky above it. Ying and Mihawk flew backwards in different directions at almost the same time, and then flipped in the air, landing. And this was also the first pause between Ying and Mihawk after their fierce battle for a long time. At this moment even Mihawk was gasping for breath, staring at Ying's direction sharply and solemnly, and said, it's really fun. Compared with the last fight, your sword skills are more mature, and you have begun to walk out of your own style, instead of being able to distinguish various kendo inheritances like in the past. Ying, who was also panting, was wearing a kendo uniform that was almost completely wet with sweat, and her face was covered in sweat with a few strands of hair, looking a little embarrassed and messy. But even so, Ying still did not show weakness. So you already feel your own aging? If so, then please hand over the title of the world's greatest swordsman. Mihawk. Ha ha ha. Mihawk couldn't help laughing and said, aging? No, I'm just excited to have such an opponent. opponent. The black knife knight in my hawk's hand pointed diagonally, and his expressionless face showed high fighting intent, and said, "You don't understand that feeling. Standing at the top of kendo has no suitable opponent, and you can no longer experience the joy of constantly realizing new insights on top of kendo. It's really lonely." After Shanks lost an arm and started to develop the domineering arrogance with all his heart and gave up the pursuit of kendo, I have been looking for a new opponent. The swordsmen of the sea are too weak. At one time I thought that Zhou Yan would be a good opponent, but unfortunately I found out that he was not pure swordsman. But you, Ying, you are indeed talented, not only in domineering but also in swordsmanship, and you are the best in the sea. Defeat me, Ying. Take the title of world's strongest from me. I've been waiting for a day and a long time. Facing my hawk, who had completely entered a state of fierce fighting spirit at this moment, Ying pressed one hand on the famous sword Sakura Ten, and his eyes gradually became sharp and firm, and responded, "As you wish, my hawk. If even you can't beat it, then it can only mean that I am only at that level, let alone go to a farther future and stand beside that man to face more. I like your title, my hawk. I must get your world's strongest title and prove to that man that I am qualified to help him more, not just a child." The next moment, Black Sword Knight and famous sword Sakura Ten collided again with a bang. With the two at the center, the surrounding land was instantly cracked, and a large amount of soil was directly thrown into the air. At this moment, between the two figures of black and white, the competition is not only sword skills, slashing, domineering, but even the will and belief of both sides. The strongest belief and the capture of the strongest belief. And this scene made Yan, who was watching in the mirror world, clench his fist slightly. This time, Yan came to this deserted island to confirm Luffy's condition, and the progress of the plan was only incidental, but more importantly, he knew that Ying was determined to duel with my hawk. So, despite the red hair, the movement on Shanks' side was bigger, but Yan's more attention was almost focused on my hawk and Ying, and Soul Chopping Blade kept the Dissolution God Killing Gun in advance status to deal with emergencies. However, this time, Yan couldn't help but reflect a little. His eyes drooped slightly, and he muttered, "Did I care less about Ying in the past? And I've always regarded her as a child too much." At this moment, Analu suddenly made a rare sound of excitement, even mixed with a few applause. "Okay, well done. I have to flatten the Straw Hat Boy like this." Ian heard the words and followed Analu's gaze, but found that Luffy, who was maintaining fourth gear, was being beaten by red-haired Shanks. He was rubbing almost all sides without fighting back. The level of power. But Ian glanced at Analu's excited pink face, and somehow felt that Analu seemed a little overexcited, didn't he? 785 Chapter 786 Stop Shanks. Soon, Analu noticed the slightly surprised look in Yan's eyes beside him, and he couldn't help being a little embarrassed as he explained, "I quite like this kind of fight. That redhead did a good job." Ion nodded and looked at Luffy again, only to see that under the power of Shanks, who was standing at the top of the pirate, the fourth block, Luffy was almost constantly violent, beat up. No matter how tenaciously Luffy counterattacks, all counterattacks are extremely weak and ineffective in front of Shanks, and then they are constantly bombarded, which looks extremely miserable. Isn't Analu beaten by Luffy once in the past? So, when I see a similar scene again, I get excited subconsciously, Ian thought to himself. And soon, under Shanks's outburst with almost no holding back, Luffy only endured less than 10 minutes, and the whole person was already somewhat unable to maintain the fourth block form, fell to the ground. The red hair rose into the sky, and there were cracks everywhere on the surface of the whole person. Shanks, who was constantly oozing blood, said in a cold tone, "Luffy, if you're just this level, then it's too early for you to reach the final island Ralph drew, and it's too early for you to return that straw hat to me." However, just as Shanks was about to turn around and leave, and many more, Luffy's weak voice rang out, and then dragged his exhausted body little by little to his feet. Shanks turned his head to look at Luffy again and asked, "Do you still have the strength to stand up? But you've already lost." Luffy. What surprised Shanks was that Luffy suddenly showed a bright and pure smile and said, "It's good, Shanks, you are really strong, so strong that you don't seem to be on the same level at all." Shanks was slightly stunned and replied, "Luffy, sooner or later you will surpass me, but it's too early. You just lie down and rest. I will look forward to our next encounter, and now I still have a few things to deal with." Immediately, Shanks was ready to completely end the battle between the two pirates, and then led his cotters to stop the Whitebeard pirates. After all, even though Luffy's growth rate far exceeded Shanks' expectations, he still seemed to be a little more tender. Not only did he not really grasp the power of the fruit, but he also failed to learn the Dominion territory in battle. Therefore, the situation in the sea must be maintained as much as possible. And now, it should be barely too late. Using the privileges of the Tianlong people to pass through the Red Soil continent on the Holy Land of Marijo, then you can arrive at the Navy headquarters was Marijoa in the Whitebeard Pirates. However, just when red-haired Shanks really started to walk away. Stop, Shanks. Luffy's weak voice sounded, but Shanks did not stop but spoke calmly with his back to Luffy. Luffy, this sea won't change purely because of people's will. It's okay to have to pay and take action. Luffy gritted his teeth and tried his best to put on a fighting stance, shouting at Shanks. No, Shanks. I promised my partner that I must get the road sign history text. Stop, I still have strength. I'm calling you. Seeing Shanks drifting away, Luffy almost instinctively burst into a domineering arrogance and roared wildly. Stop. At this moment, the domineering arrogance that erupted centered on Luffy seemed to have undergone some invisible change, causing Shanks' figure to stop suddenly. Turning his head to look at Luffy, murmured, "Tyrant, the territory of the tyrant." After Shanks differentiated it again and again, he said with certainty, "That's right, even though it's still a lake, it's not wrong." More importantly, Shanks noticed that Luffy was instinctively using the tyrant territory to dominate his body, and he planned to fight forcibly, which was already a precursor to his standing on the top of the pirate attitude. Wait a moment, Shanks. And Luffy looked at Shanks, who had stopped, but he showed a surprised expression without knowing it, and said excitedly, "Shanks, I can still fight. I haven't lost yet. Let's come again." Immediately, Shanks directly lifted the posture of standing on the top of the pirates, sat down on the ground tiredly, shook his head, laughed happily, and said, 387. No need. Luffy was a little puzzled. "It's enough to fight here. If I continue to fight, I will be seriously injured." Shanks replied with a smile. "Why? Obviously I didn't even have the ability to fight back just now," Luffy said blankly. "Luffy, this is because of the side effect of standing at the top of the pirates. Even my body can't support it for long." Hearing Shanks' words from a distance, Ion couldn't help but smile. As Shanks' former opponent, Ion can't be more clear about Shanks' limit. It seems that Shanks deliberately displayed the gesture of standing on the top of the pirates and was teaching Luffy intentionally. Ion's eyes narrowed slightly, but he already had a vague answer in his heart, otherwise Shanks' water would be too obvious. Luffy, who was just beaten up just now, didn't react yet. With a confused expression, he said in confusion, But we haven't decided the winner yet." Shanks shook his head and said helplessly, "Even if I lose, the road sign history text in my hand will be handed over to you." "Really?" Luffy asked in surprise. "Of course, it's hidden in the bottom mezzanine of my ship." Immediately, Shanks raised 3 fingers and said, "However, in order to truly find the location of the final island, Ralph drew a total of 4 pieces of historical text of road signs, and someone who can fully interpret the ancient text on the historical text of road signs are needed. As far as I know, the rest of the historical text is in Charlotte Lingling Swangwo Sea, Wano Kingdom, and Ziuao Island. I suggest you go to Ziuao Island and Wano Country first, and then go to Ziuao Island and Ziuao Island. Find a way to go to the Sea of 10,000 Nations." After a pause, Shanks said with some distress, "However, the most troublesome thing is to find someone who can interpret ancient texts. The former island of O'Hara has been destroyed. Nicole Robin, the only surviving scholar, has also been missing in the sea for more than 10 years. It is likely that he has been given to the world government by the world government, secretly erased. So, Luffy, you have to try if you can find the Kojiki clan in Wano Country. That clan is likely to be." 786 Chapter 787 Shanks dead. However, before Shanks could finish speaking, Luffy interrupted with a smile. "Don't worry, Shanks. Sora can interpret ancient texts, and I have already got the other 3 historical texts of road signs. Just the last piece for you." Shanks' expression was completely stunned, and then his mouth slowly grew up. "Nanny." The next moment, Shanks, who had just been lying on the ground and pretended to be dead, rushed directly in front of Luffy, grabbed Luffy's shoulders with both hands, and questioned him. "What's the matter? Didn't you just arrive at the New World Sea area? Why do you have 3 other historical texts in your hand? But what is going on with the empty space?" "He can interpret ancient texts." Lolialug. And Luffy, whose body has almost reached the limit, was shaken so violently by Shanks that he almost lost consciousness completely, and his mouth started to spit bubbles. When Shanks saw this, he slapped Luffy left and right in a coma. Hey, Luffy, don't faint. Wake me up. Don't fight. Luffy doesn't know much. If you have any doubts, I will be happy to answer it for you." At this moment, a calm voice sounded behind Shanks, but the slightly familiar voice made Shanks' eyes widen. Shanks hurriedly turned around, instinctively clenched famous knife griffin in his palm, and looked solemnly at the man in front of him. This gentle and just-looking man with glasses in a white robe, naval hero Tefamer Yan. "Aren't you dead? Is this a conspiracy of the Navy?" Shanks said in shock. However, Ion did not hide the answer that surprised Shanks. "No, the Navy really thought I was dead." At this moment, Shanks immediately thought of a lot of things, and connected all the things he had doubted before, and said with a gloomy expression, "So, it's you who is behind all this behind the scenes? Ian pushed his glasses and said, if you're referring to the war that's about to break out at Marin Van Do, that's not wrong. You guy, are you trying to destroy the world? Shanks asked gloomily. Ion replied nonchalantly, what does it matter if such a world is destroyed? You bastard. Where's Luffy? Shanks asked. What the hell did you do to Luffy? Luffy. Ion glanced at Luffy and continued, I just fulfilled the child's dream by the way, and let Luffy find the final island Ralph drew a little earlier. I'm afraid it's you who wants to use Luffy to get Ralph Drew's things and secrets. Shanks slowly put Luffy on the ground, then stood up facing Ion and said, Tephimer Ion, I will never let you succeed. Ah, Ian chuckled and said, you said something very well just now, Shanks. This sea will not change purely because of people's will, and it takes action to do it. After a pause, Ion said with a hint of contempt in his normally very gentle eyes, if it was 10 years ago, I would have been afraid of your speech, but this year, 10 years later, your big words will only make me laugh. Immediately, Ion slowly pulled out the soul-chopping blade from his waist and said, whoever stands in my way, I will remove him without hesitation. The so-called Four Emperors Kaido has been sealed by me, Charlotte Lingling has been completely eliminated, and Whitebeard has started to act according to my plan. Only you are left, Shanks. As soon as these words came out, Shanks' child hole couldn't help but shrank, and finally understood why Charlotte Lingling didn't make any movement from beginning to end. It turns out that the woman known as the Steel Balloon has been silently killed. Is Tephimer Ion already terrifying to such an extent? For a time, this was known as the most domineering man in the sea, but Shanks had a feeling of fear, as if the whole sea had been completely played by the man in front of him unknowingly. But the next moment, Shanks' eyes regained firmness again, staring straight at Ion with sharp and domineering eyes. Oh, are you ready to fight to the death? Yan asked. Yes, even if it costs my life. I must stop you here and tell the whole sea of your conspiracy, Shanks said firmly. Oh ha ha ha, Ion said as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Why do you think you slander a naval hero who has died gloriously? Just because of your status as the Four Emperors? Or because of your bloodline as a heavenly dragon? No matter what you say, you can't shake me. At the same time as Shanks said, his body had begun to release tyrant territory. However, Ion's next sentence made Shanks' movements froze. Is it okay to let Luffy die here? Shanks clenched his teeth, glared at Ion who was chuckling, and shouted, as a dignified naval hero representing justice, are you already despicable enough to threaten pirates with pirates? Sure enough, Shanks, in your opinion, Luffy's importance is unique. Ion laughed softly as if he had confirmed the matter. The next moment, Ion's eyes sharpened. His eyes seemed to penetrate into Shanks' heart and said, is it because the will of Gold Roger, whom you respect, still resides in Luffy? Shanks' face suddenly showed violent mood swings, and his eyes looked at Ion in shock. Solution: God-killing gun. It was also at this moment that Yan's soul-chopping blade, which seemed to point to Shanks unintentionally, suddenly stretched, and in just a moment it completely penetrated Shanks' chest. Shanks' eyes widened. He looked down slightly at the blade that penetrated his chest and muttered, the ability of your fellow. It really isn't the Sakura fruit. The next moment, Shanks suddenly felt that something was spreading wildly from the wound in his chest, and his consciousness quickly disappeared from his body, feeling weakly wrapped around Shanks. Boom! As the blade was pulled away, Shanks' body fell to the ground weakly. The light in the unwilling eyes gradually dissipated, and the eyes reflected Ion walking towards him, and the ears were slowly. A word came in. What if it's standing at the top of the pirates? 787 Chapter 788 Why dang! With a crisp sound, red hair Shanks clenched the fingers of famous knife Griffin weakly, and then fell to the ground. Superior! And just as Ion was about to walk beside Shanks, his footsteps suddenly stopped. Boom! The next moment, a figure fell not far behind Ion, but it was Ben Beckman, who was blown away by the air. That bastard kid is really merciless. Ben Beckman scolded and stood up. His eyes unintentionally squinted at Shanks, who fell to the ground, and his voice suddenly stopped. What's going on? Ben Beckman's tone showed incomparable horror, and he didn't expect Shanks to fall. More importantly, Ben Beckman's arrogance and domineering instinct spread, but he couldn't feel the slightest breath of life from Shanks, which means Shanks is dead. Ben Beckman shrank, almost as if the whole world was collapsing in front of him. At this moment, Yan turned his back to Ben Beckman slowly. His face was cold, and he looked at Ben Beckman with incomparably cold eyes, and said, really, why do you want to break through this scene? In this case, I seem to have to deal with you too. As Ben Beckman recognized Ion's identity, while sweating all over his body, he, who has always been calm, asked in a gaffe, what did you bastard do to Shanks? It's nothing. Since Shanks has lost his value, then naturally he can't let him get in the way in this sea. Ion replied calmly. The eyes that were so cold that Ben Beckman shivered in his heart did not have the mildness and justice in his past impressions. At this moment, although Ben Beckman was full of doubts about about the appearance of this deceased man. Some intuition, as a smart person had already noticed something. At this time, boom, a landing sound rang behind Ben Beckman, and it was Sarah who was chasing after Ben Beckman. Seeing this, Ben Beckman's gloomy and tense expression could not help but relax a little. During the time he played against Sarah, Ben Beckman already fully understood the level of Sarah's strength. Strong, and it is almost the kind of power that does not have any obvious flaws. The hard power is not under Ben Beckman, who is the Emperor's deputy. On the contrary, it stabilizes Ben Beckman. What's more important is that Sarah's fighting style is similar to that of Shanks, Luffy, and Ying, who rely on their fighting talents and become stronger with each battle. Instead, they are similar to Ben Beckman, who constantly calculates during the battle. The calm type. If the two emperors and vice presidents join forces, no problem, as long as the other partners are aware of the situation here, and Mihawk and Ying do come to support, no matter how strong this navy bastard is. Thinking of this, Ben Beckman said hurriedly while focusing almost all of his attention on Ion in front of him. Empty. The situation is not right. Our captain seems to be attacked by this bastard. Let's pause the battle first, find a way to hold this guy together, and then notify all partners as soon as possible to come and help. As he was talking, Ben Beckman suddenly noticed a subtle sneering expression on Ion's face. What is this bastard mocking? Ben Beckman had this doubt subconsciously in his heart. However, the next moment, a sharp blade pierced through Ben Beckman's back, and the surging pain made Ben Beckman's facial features twitch. With a firm will, Ben Beckman turned his head and glanced behind him, but his head was bowed slightly, and the reflective glasses blocked the empty space of his eyes. Copyright 2022 Fanfiction, all rights reserved. 388. On the other hand, Sarah expressionlessly pulled out the famous sword Deadwood that had penetrated Ben Beckman. Wow. For a time, a large amount of blood spurted out, and Ben Beckman fell to the ground weakly, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. Although the knife from the back did not penetrate Ben Beckman's heart, it smashed Ben Beckman's waist with great precision, which caused extremely serious internal bleeding in Ben Beckman's body, and all his strength was lost. It was as if it had been evacuated in an instant. Ben Beckman asked Sarah behind him angrily and puzzled, and shouted, "Why?" Sarah didn't answer Ben Beckman, didn't even look at Ben Beckman, but walked slowly in front of Ion and whispered something that made Ben Beckman shrink. Father, sir. Sarah, no. Are Sarah and Ying both descendants of that naval hero Lieutenant General Ion? At this moment Ben Beckman only felt cold all over, and realized that it is very likely that Luffy's actions from beginning to end were under Ion's monitoring and guidance, and even Ian had noticed some secrets. Damn. Ben Beckman was panting heavily, trying to ease the pain, staring at Ion through gnashing of teeth, secretly taking out a special bullet in his arms and loading it into his flintlock gun. According to the agreement within the Red Hair Pirates, as long as this special bullet blooms in the air, all the members of the Red Hair Pirates must evacuate as soon as possible. At least let the partners leave with the road sign history text. However, just as Ben Beckman was about to pull the trigger, Ben Beckman's chest was suddenly penetrated by the god-killing gun. At this moment Ben Beckman didn't want to hide, and instinctively roared and pulled the trigger with the last bit of strength, but that numbness and cold feeling spread from his chest almost instantaneously, making Ben Beckman's body completely lost control. The will is also quickly withdrawn. Dang. In the end, the flintlock gun in Ben Beckman's hand fell weakly to the ground, and he never pulled the trigger. Seeing this, Ian withdrew the extended blade of the god-killing gun, but looked at Sarah, who seemed to be a little unbearable and hesitant to speak, and asked, "Sarah, you can't bear it? Do you feel sympathy for Ben Beckman?" "No, my father." Sarah shook his head, hesitated, and replied, "It's just that you killed Shanks. What if Luffy finds out later?" Ion stared blankly for a few seconds, then asked, "Looks like you see Luffy as a real partner." Sarah glanced at Luffy, who fell unconscious on the ground, and nodded slowly, and in Sarah's nervous and hesitant gaze, the coldness on Ion's face suddenly disappeared, replaced by a gentle smile. "Don't worry, I won't make it difficult for you." 788 Chapter 789. There are still 3 days before the public execution. Sarah looked at Ion in surprise, with a dazed expression. In response, Ion just smiled and didn't explain. Instead, he raised his toes and kicked Luffy directly into Sarah's arms, then said, "The last piece of road sign history text is at the bottom of the main ship of the red-haired pirates. Let's go." Sarah hugged the unconscious Luffy, nodded, and was about to turn around and leave. Null. At this moment, Yan's voice suddenly sounded again. "You shouldn't have allowed Ying to fight Mihawk in a duel." After a short pause, he replied, "Father, this is what Ying's will insists on. I have no reason to stop her from proving herself." "Do not." Ian shook his head, and said with a hint of tenderness in his eyes, "I mean, neither you nor Ying need any proof. In any case, I will be proud of you, and you don't need to carry too much. I have everything and enjoy the sailing fun. Try to find love Drew to unlock the biggest secret of this age. After a pause, Ion looked at Sarah's back and continued, don't worry, Sarah, even if you can't find Ralph Drew's secret in the end, I can still complete the plan. Your father is very strong. Sarah nodded, then hurriedly hugged Luffy and left. After all, there is not much time left for Sarah, and there is absolutely no extra space for Ion and Sarah to talk slowly. As the battle between Shanks and Luffy disappeared for a while, some pirates had already realized that something was wrong, and then perceived it with a sense of domineering, but did not perceive the breath of Shanks, but there was an unfamiliar breath. This also led to the fact that whether it was the Straw Hat group, the red-haired group, or even Mihawk and Ying, they gradually stopped fighting and began to move closer to Ion, and Kong pretended to be embarrassed and hugged the unconscious Luffy to leave, but directly shouted to remind there is a strong enemy, and then directly led the Straw Hat gang to start to evacuate this deserted island. However, the Straw Hats directly chose to evacuate under Sarah's prestige, but it was impossible for the red-haired group to escape directly. Soon, as the Straw Hats obtained the road sign history text and left this deserted island, the deserted island was shrouded in a large and thick thundercloud for some unknown time, and countless lightning seemed to be about to strike. The entire desert island was completely destroyed and poured down. This scene also made quite a few people in the Straw Hats recall some not so good memories. I don't know why, but I suddenly remembered the arrogant self-proclaimed god. Yes, it's a bit like Lei Ying from Analu. Answer: it should be a special climate, right? Didn't that guy Analu say that he has been arrested by the Navy and sent to the undersea prison? It's impossible to be here no matter what. While the Straw Hats were whispering and Chopper was giving Luffy emergency treatment, Sanji questioned Sarah with some doubts. Sarah, who the hell attacked Luffy and Red Hair? It made you choose to run away without hesitation. After a pause, Sanji said hesitantly, and would it be unethical to abandon the Red Hair pirates like this? But the Red Hair pirates don't have any ladies who need special care. I don't know, that guy is wearing a mask. Sarah shook his head and said, but that guy brought down the Red Hair in an instant. It's terrible. It's not an enemy we can deal with at this stage. Running away is the only plan. As for the Red Hair group, Sarah hesitated and added, probably everything will be fine, right? After all, they are also a pirate group known as the Four Emperors, and with the presence of the world's greatest swordsman, escaping shouldn't be a problem too. Sanji nodded in approval, and had to admit the horror of the Red Hair pirates' cotters known as Iron Walls. Immediately, Sarah's eyes became firm and he said, and we don't have much time. I will now interpret the last piece of road sign history text and then find the final island Ralph drew as soon as possible. 3 days until the public execution. In a huge white space, along with the sound of crashing from the halostone chain, Red Hair Shanks slowly opened his eyes, looking at the unfamiliar surroundings with his confused eyes. This is a huge white room with cages placed one after another. In the middle of the room stands a huge pitch-black stone tablet, and his body is covered with layers of sea tower stone chains. Shanks frowned, recalling the last fragment in his memory, and muttered, Am I not dead? Where is this place? At this moment, a helpless and familiar voice sounded behind Shanks. Idiot, you're not dead yet, but you've killed us all. Shanks turned his head and saw that it was Ben Beckman, who was directly hanged upside down by Halashi. Shanks' expression was stunned for a moment, and then he suddenly laughed and said, Beckman, you are so funny, ah ha 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 ha. For a time, Ben Beckman, whose face was congested by hanging upside down, turned even more red with anger. The veins on his forehead jumped, and said filially, Idiot, have you figured out the situation? Is it time to laugh? We're all captured. Shanks stopped laughing embarrassingly, and said optimistically, anyway, they have already been captured, and they are not directly killed. At this time, they should maintain an optimistic attitude. After a pause, Shanks suddenly remembered something and asked, Are you alright, guys? Ben Beckman sighed helplessly, then gestured with his eyes. Hey, up there. Shanks followed Ben Beckman's line of sight and looked up, and suddenly saw familiar faces, but most of them were charred black as if they had been choked by thunder, and they remained in a coma. Haha, everyone is still alive. That's great. Shanks laughed optimistically. Suddenly, in the corner on the other side of Shanks, an angry and unwilling voice sounded, I'd rather die in battle than be captured like this. Shanks turned his head to look at the source of the sound unexpectedly, and what caught his eye was Mihawk, who was almost tied into a munion by halostone chains. Mihawk, you're actually here too. You bastard, did you just find me now? Mihawk responded with filial piety, and his eagle-like eyes showed the look of wanting to tear Shanks apart. 789 Chapter 790th Function Static Medicine. At this moment, Ben Beckman's slightly heavy and gloomy voice sounded, Hey, Shanks, if you still want to mess around, why don't you look at the other side? Hearing this, Shanks turned his head to look at this place, which was more like the other side of the wide square than a room. On the opposite side are also stacked cages one after another. another, and in the cages are also detained figures one after another. The next moment Shank's eyes shrank slightly and he saw a familiar figure and said slightly shocked, "The fire disaster is over? After Kaido died, the guy who disappeared into the sea with him is actually here." And Ben Beckman, who was hanging upside down, said, "It's not just all, I have carefully identified it. More than half of the cotters of the 100 Beast Pirates are here, and just now I tried when I communicated with these guys. They didn't respond at all. They all looked like they were in a trance." Whoa, whoa, whoa. Immediately, Shanks suddenly forcibly struggled, trying to get himself closer to the edge of the cage, and then looked around. "Shanks, what are you looking for?" Ben Beckman asked Kaido. Shanks replied while scanning every corner of this huge room. "If he is imprisoned here, then the Kaido guy is probably still alive. Don't look for him, he's not here," Ben Beckman replied. And Shanks glanced back and forth but also did not find Kaido's huge and conspicuous body in the cage. Said, "Tisk, is that guy Kaido really killed?" What Shanks didn't notice was that at the huge stone tablet standing in the center of the room, an eye suddenly turned and glared fiercely at Shanks. "Speaking of which, Beckman, do you know where this place is?" Shanks asked. "I don't know. I was here when I woke up again after being stabbed by that bastard Ion." As Ben Beckman spoke, his face was full of doubts. "Ha ha ha, so you and I are the same." "Beckman, I was also stabbed by that guy's inexplicable ability, but I thought I was dead at the time, but I didn't expect to survive. It was a fluke. I earned it," Shanks said optimistically. Mihawk turned his eagle eyes and glanced at Ben Beckman and Shanks respectively, and said, "I can answer this question for you." Immediately, Ben Beckman and Shanks turned their attention to Mihawk, and Mihawk also spoke coldly. "It was because the breath of your fellow Shanks suddenly disappeared that the duel between me and Ying was interrupted, and by the time I arrived at the battlefield on your side, your red-haired group had already fought with Ion and Analu. The guy who turned sex got into a fight. I confirmed your condition at close range at that time. Whether its heartbeat or breath has completely disappeared." After a pause, Mihawk continued, "In other words, you can definitely be considered dead at the time, so almost all of your red-haired gang are desperately fighting with Ion and Analu. As for why you were able to survive later, I don't know the reason." Listening to Mihawk's narration, Shanks and Ben Beckman frowned subconsciously, and several possibilities appeared in their minds. Powerful treatment, body remodeled, or the bizarre devil fruit ability. Copyright 2022 Fanfiction, all rights reserved. 389. And it was at this moment that a clear and gentle footstep sounded abruptly in this pure white room. Dong dong dong. "If you are confused about this question, I can satisfy your meager curiosity." Immediately, Shanks, Ben Beckman, and Mihawk's expressions were all condensed, and they all looked in the direction of the sound. Wearing a white robe similar to the Virtual Circle organizational coat, slightly messy hair, and wide black-rimmed glasses, it looks both gentle and lazy. At this moment, even though it was Shanks who was extremely optimistic even in the face of death just now, he squeezed a name out of the gap between his teeth. "Tefamer Ion." Facing the hostile glances from the red-haired pirates and Mihawk, Ion's expression did not change in the slightest, but he adjusted his glasses and said with a smile, "The reason why everyone is lucky enough to survive. Please thank my eldest nephew Luffy for the friendly relationship. After all, as an elder, you can't add too many unnecessary troubles to the younger generation, so I can only ask you to stay here for a while." After a pause, Ion then said modestly and politely, "In special times, the environment is not very good. Please forgive me." As soon as these words came out, almost the entire red-haired pirates and Mihawk had angry expressions on their faces. This kind of trivial act of imprisoning them as a casual act and the kindness of charity, which is undoubtedly one of the four emperors, the red-haired pirates, and the world's largest swordsman, Mihawk's blatant insults and contempt. However, in contrast to the anger of the others, Ben Beckman, who remained basically calm, asked, "Lieutenant General Ion, what did you do to my body and Shanks?" "It was obvious that both Shanks and I should have died," Ion replied gently while continuing to walk towards the black stone tablet in the center of the room. "Mr. Ben Beckman, what made you feel that you and Shanks were dead? Did you lose your heartbeat? Did you lose your breath? Or did your body function completely stop? Are you kidding us on purpose?" Shanks said angrily. "Do not." Yan shook his head with a smile and said, "I just want to tell you that there is no future in purely being a pirate. If you have time, you should read more books and learn more about the technological development of the sea." All of a sudden, most of the members of the red-haired pirates, who are pure gangsters and drinkers, feel that they have been further insulted, and Ion also continued to answer, "I'm not interested in your bodies, so you can rest assured, and the reason why you have the illusion of death is just because I smeared a biological agent on the blade that can temporarily stop the body's functions. As long as the blade runs through your body close to the heart, this special medicine can quickly make your body function from the heart into a state of stillness. There is no heartbeat and no breath, as if it were dead. 791st chapter. Send you a ride, father-in-law. I see. Is this specially prepared to deal with Shanks standing at the top of the pirates? Ben Beckman asked in a solemn tone. However, Ion suddenly chuckled and said, don't exalt your own importance and weigh too much. The use of this functional static medicine on you can only be regarded as a coincidence and a simple experiment. Your value is not worthy of my careful preparation. At this moment, if the eyes can kill, the members of the red-haired pirates could hardly wait to tear up the bastard who was constantly trampling on their dignity in a light-hearted manner. The dignified red-haired pirates, one of the sea emperors in the New World Sea. What did this guy take us for? However, Ben Beckman and Shanks did not speak out to refute Ion. As prisoners and losers, they had no position to refute each other's contempt, and Ben Beckman also discovered that Ion did not look at them from the beginning to the end, and the whole answering process was more like a casual mention. And the purpose of this guy's appearance doesn't seem to be us, Ben Beckman judged secretly, and then found that Ion's footsteps stopped at the black stone tablet standing in the center of the room, and it was only then that Ben Beckman noticed that Ion actually carried a jug of wine in his hand. That steel, is it something that Ion guy used to commemorate it? Ben Beckman couldn't help but speculate secretly, and Ion had put the pot of wine in front of the giant black stone tablet and said with some nostalgia and melancholy, Kaido, long time no see. Immediately, the red-haired group and Mihawk were both a little shocked and a little more aware. It turned out Kaido was really completely killed, and even the monument was erected. But what the red-haired gang didn't expect was that this guy, Yan, would actually feel sympathy for a pirate, and even brought wine to pay homage to him. As a relatively pure and affectionate pirate in the sea, the red-haired gang can't help but have a little more change in Ion, and have a deeper understanding of Ion. This guy, even though he's a bit nasty, he still has some good points. However, what the red-haired group couldn't see was that the exposed eye in front of the black stone tablet was almost naked with anger gushing out, and Ian also reacted somewhat and said, sorry, I forgot that you can't drink now, so let me do it for you. Immediately, Ion poured himself a small bowl of wine, gestured towards the black stone tablet, and then drank it. This scene saw the red-haired group nodded slightly, and even felt that there was still a bit of pride in this guy Yan. It's just that the eye on the black stone tablet was bloodshot all over, staring at Ion, eager to tear him to pieces. Immediately, Ion ignored the existence of the other pirates in the surrounding cages, sat down directly in front of the black stone tablet, and drank cup by cup, sighing in a low voice. Actually, I don't want to treat you like this. After all, in a sense, I need to call you father-in-law now. In an instant, the entire giant black stone tablet seemed to sway faintly. Yan, on the other hand, turned the wine bowl slightly and continued, it's just that you can't blame your son-in-law for being unethical. You are really strong enough to easily change the situation in the sea. If you are given freedom, it will not only destroy the current situation of the sea, but besides me, there are few means to subdue you in this sea, and you will bring too much chaos to this sea. Ian raised his eyes slightly, looked directly at the one in front of him that was staring at him, and said, in the next war, I may not be able to live to the end, so in order to avoid leaving unnecessary trouble for future generations, and also to completely end your pain and loneliness, I came to see you this time. I intend to give you a complete ride, father-in-law. Going all the way, I will persuade Yamato to forgive you, and then I will pay tribute to you at this time every year. At the end, Ion's tone was a little more sad, and he sprinkled a bowl of wine on the black stone tablet in front of him, and then he respectfully pulled out the soul-chopping sword from his waist. Correct. Yan suddenly remembered something, and then said, you dreamed of forming a true beast legion dream. My son-in-law, I have also helped you realize it, but not through animal-type devil fruits, but relying heavily on the bloodline factors in your body. Although there is no actual combat, it has completely met my standards in terms of paper data, but I don't know if it can satisfy you. In honor of you, I intend to name that legion Blue Dragon Legion. The red-haired group in the surrounding cages looked at Yan, that seemed to be talking to himself in a low voice to the black stone tablet, but they couldn't help being curious and confused, not knowing what Yan was talking about. However, looking at the sadness and behavior of Ion from a distance, the red-haired group inexplicably felt that Ion should be showing his true feelings. Just when the red-haired group was speculating about what was going on in the past between Yan and Kaido, as Yan stretched out his hand and pressed the black stone tablet, the skin of the huge black stone tablet began to fall off rapidly from the base, start to collapse quickly. Boom! The next moment, as the black stone tablet was blown away, in the horrified eyes of the red-haired group, Kaido, entangled in layers of sea tower stone chains, appeared under the collapsed black stone tablet. Although Kaido's body shape can be described as bony at the moment as Kaido's old opponents, the red-haired group instantly recognized the strongest strongest creature in the sea, land, and air. Suddenly Kaido made an amazing roar of filial piety, and the substantive sound waves echoed in the room. "Ooh, Ian, you bastard!" Yan, on the other hand, held the soul-chopping sword in both hands and raised it high. His expression was full of sadness and mourning, and said, "Is that the last words in the end, father-in-law?" And many more. At this moment Kaido's expression twitched slightly, and the sea tower stone chain on his body squeaked, crashing, and then pointed to the wine jar Ion placed on the ground and said, "Give me that jar of wine to drink." Ion raised his eyebrows slightly and responded, "Of course, father-in-law, this was originally prepared for you." Immediately, Ion took a step back, stretched out his foot and kicked the wine jar, and directly kicked the wine jar into Kaido's hands to catch it. 791 Chapter 792 The sea will sing your name. Kaido, who took the wine jar, took a strong sip of the rich wine aroma, his eyes almost naked with a look of greed and hunger, and then he headed up and drank. Grumble. It wasn't until the big jar full of wine was poured out that Kaido slammed the jar on the ground heavily. Lulululu. Kaido laughed contentedly and comfortably, and then suddenly burst into tears. The shrill cry moved the listeners even more. The red-haired group was a little confused and puzzled, and they had no idea what was going on. After a while, Kaido's eyes returned to sharpness again, looking directly at Ian and asked, "Yamato, really?" Ugh. Ian sighed and said, "Yua is a very good and excellent woman. I know that I am not worthy of her, and I have the heart to keep a distance from Yamato, but in the end I came together under Yamato's insistence. I'm sorry, father-in-law." At the end, Ion's face was full of guilt. Hearing this, Kaido's expression almost couldn't stop twitching, and the nakedness in his eyes was full of fierce light. He said, "You bastard." In this regard, Ion just showed guilt and regret, and then continued, "Father-in-law, do you have any doubts? If not, let's go." Loliolo. Kaido suddenly laughed again, pointed his finger at Ion, and said, "Stop pretending. What kind of person are you, bastard? Don't I still know? If you really want to kill me, then you won't take the initiative to lift the stone tablet that is suppressing me, you bastard." Kaido's voice stopped, his face trembled, his eyes fixed on Ion, and he said, "First tempted me with fine wine, then mentioned Yamato and the Blue Dragon Army, and then continued to threaten me with death. It was nothing more than wanting to gain Laozi's power, right? Do you want Laozi to help you?" Yan smiled slightly, and withdrew the pretentious soul-chopping blade, and said gently and politely, "I don't dare to hope, but we are a family now. If it's not a last resort, I really don't want to hurt your father-in-law." Tis. Kaido snorted disdainfully and turned to speak. "You bastard, after imprisoning Laozi for so many years, how dare you imagine such a thing?" Yan said slowly, "Didn't my father-in-law imprison Yamato for many years? Yamato has gradually forgiven the past. I believe that my father-in-law will not care about such trivial matters." Loliolu, you bastard can speak quite a bit. Is it possible to get Yamato's favor by relying on this mouth? While Kaido laughed, his tone suddenly changed and he said violently, "What if I refuse and rest?" After resting for a moment, my stamina has recovered a bit. You alone and these sea tower stone chains may not be able to restrain me. For a while, under Kaido's actions, those sea tower stone chains could be said to be making a continuous swoosh sound, as if they would be torn off by Kaido at any time. However, in the face of Kaido's state of being about to go berserk at any moment, Ion just waved his hand without hesitation and said frankly, "I advise my father-in-law not to do this. You understand me? I won't do anything I'm not sure about." After a pause, Yan looked at Kaido's somewhat frozen expression, smiled kindly, and said, "The fine wine you just drank contains a special agent for the bloodline factor in your body. As long as your blood touches the potion wiped on my blade, it will cause the bloodline factor in your body to immediately start to occur. The collapse of the reversal, this level of damage cannot be offset by pure vitality and physique. At that time, no matter how strong your life force and physique, father-in-law, I am afraid that for the rest of your life you will lose most of your body's skills, completely turning into a pile of immobile flesh, and even thinking it will feel extremely long." At this moment Kaido's eyes widened, but what passed by was a fear that could not be concealed. Just after getting rid of the long repression of the steel and regaining a little freedom for a short time, Kaido's inner desire and pursuit of freedom has reached an unprecedented level, and let Kaido, who had just gained a little freedom, return to a state similar to the previous one, which is undoubtedly something Kaido cannot bear. "Impossible, you drank those fine wines just now," Kaido retorted. Ian adjusted his glasses and said, 390. "Father-in-law, don't worry about me. It's a drug specially developed by Logo based on the research results of the bloodline factor sequence in your father-in-law over the years. It is only effective for father-in-law and is useless for others." At this point Kaido has fully realized that he has been fooled. From beginning to end, Ion's words and deeds towards himself are almost all traps prepared in advance. All the previous words and the lifting of the repression of the stone tablet are all to arouse his pursuit of the the outside world and freedom. After his yearning for the outside world and freedom has been aroused, he will use this method to threaten himself. As expected of you, Tefamer Ion. Kaido sat down heavily again, completely giving up the idea of escaping, and his expression was full of decadence. And Ion smiled and didn't pay attention to Kaido's words. Instead, he took out a stack of newspapers from his arms and threw it in front of Kaido and said, "This is a newspaper from the past month, and there may not be content that my father-in-law is interested in." Yan said, Kaido glanced at Ion, then picked up the newspapers and flipped through them casually. However, Kaido's eyes couldn't help but widen soon. His expression became excited, and the speed of scrolling became faster and faster. Finally, Kaido raised his head and stared at Ion, and said excitedly, "War. This will definitely be the greatest war ever between the Navy and pirates." Ion said in a very seductive voice, "Yes, is my father-in-law interested in participating in this war with me, leading the strongest core Blue Dragon cores created by your blood factor?" In an instant, Kaido's face showed an extremely moved look. For the first time, a war of this scale. For Kaido, a war madman who has been pursuing war all his life, the temptation is almost unprecedented, not to mention the ability to lead the so-called Blue Dragon who has been praised many times by this bastard Ion Core's guru. Kaido couldn't help swallowing his saliva and asked, "To deal with Whitebeard?" "Do not." Ian shook his head and said, "The enemy is the Navy headquarters. Don't you think it's very interesting? The Blue Dragon soars in the sky and destroys the order that represents the justice of the sea when looking down. Then the sea will sing your name, the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air." Kaido. 790th chapters. On the eve of the war. At this moment, the silent blood and war factors in Kaido's body, which had been suppressed for 7 or 8 years, could not help but be stimulated to boil and go crazy again. However, at this moment, the angry voice of red-haired Shanks rang out, "Mad Ion, you bastard is a lunatic. What do you want to do? As a naval hero, don't you understand what it means to destroy the admiral of the Navy headquarters? That is the complete collapse of the order of the sea. It is absolutely chaotic at the beginning. Everything on the sea will be completely out of control." Ion looked in Shanks' direction, but his expression was not moved by Shanks' awe-inspiring words. He just said a word that would simply represent the collapse of the old age. "Asshole." Redhead Shanks glared at Ion and said, "Your evil will completely drag the sea into the abyss, and you will pay the price." Ion just smiled slightly at this, not paying any attention at all, but looked at Kaido again. At this moment, Kaido's mouth grinned open, revealing an expectant and crazy smile, saying, "Road, you bastard, just this time, I will lend you my power." Immediately, Kaido's stature rose sharply, and the terrifying brute force in his body erupted, and the chains of the sea tower stones wrapped around Kaido instantly tightened. For a time, these sea tower stone chains, known as the hardest substance in the sea, were forcibly torn off one by one. Whoa, whoa, whoa. As those sea tower stone chains fell to the ground, Kaido's face showed a comfortable look, but he kept moving the joints of his body and made a series of crackling sounds. Immediately afterwards, Kaido glanced in Shanks' direction and said gloatingly, "Loliolo Shanks, now it's your turn to stay here. Let's see how long this little bastard is going to keep you locked up. I will go out and do activities first." "What? Will Kaido, who was originally known as the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air, also be forced to give in?" Shanks took the opportunity to provoke him. Yan smiled and said, "Shanks, my father-in-law and I are family." "Loliolo, that's right." Kaido's slightly uncomfortable expression became natural again, and he asked instead, "Shanks, do you have any sisters and daughters or something? Maybe this little bastard will like it, and he will naturally let you go." Hearing this, Ian smiled helplessly, and said as he gestured for Kaido to follow him out of here, "Father-in-law is joking. I'm not that kind of womanizer." "Really? I don't believe," Kaido said disapprovingly while following Ion. Seeing that Kaido was about to leave, Shanks couldn't hold back any longer and said loudly, "Kaido, do you really intend to help him? You should also know the consequences of this kind of thing. It will drag the entire sea into the abyss of chaos." However, neither Ion nor Kaido paid any attention to Shanks' intentions until their figures completely disappeared from Shanks' line of sight. "Damn," Shanks said anxiously and unwillingly. "What now, Shanks?" Ben Beckman whispered. "I can only pin my hopes on Luffy. If Luffy can successfully reach the final island Ralph drew and open the secret, everything can be saved," Shanks said quietly. "As for that bastard Ion who thinks that he can control Luffy by relying on Sora and Ying, that is simply impossible. That is, all the forces in the sea are constantly preparing for various responses, and time is passing by quickly. And this day is the day that Ace, the son of One Piece, will be publicly executed. As a grand event open to the public throughout the entire sea, it is expected that there will also be a war between the Whitebeard pirates and the remnants of the One Piece attacking the Navy headquarters. Therefore, the whole sea is almost in a stagnant state on on this day. No matter whether it is nobles, civilians, soldiers, or pirates. Almost in the early morning they began to wait for the appearance of the projection screen before the projection phone bugs spread all over every island in the sea, waiting for the unprecedented live broadcast. War is coming. Even some good people have named the war in advance the war on the top. Among the Marines of the Marine headquarters, more than 100,000 elite generals and commanders of the Navy have begun to arrive at their respective positions according to the Navy's established strategy. As for those senior naval officers who are the real core of this war, they are having the final meeting. There's some bad news. Lieutenant General Crane spoke in a dignified tone. I don't know why. There is a piece of information that has been delayed for several days and has just arrived at the naval headquarters. That is, the red-haired Shanks did not stay on a deserted island all the time without any tendency to get close to Marin Vando. There was a conflict with the Straw Hat Pirates about a week ago. What? Immediately, the expressions of the senior Navy officers who had been nervous on the eve of the war changed a little, and Lieutenant General Garp in particular showed obvious concern. After all, the Straw Hat Pirates is the most special one. In addition to the captain being the grandson of Lieutenant General Garp, the two survivors of Lieutenant General Ion, who died gloriously, are also in that pirate group, and his face was haggard and vicissitudes of life, and he looked as if he was the Marshal of the Warring States period who had aged 10 years 2 months ago, and he couldn't help but ask, "What's the result?" Lieutenant General Crane replied quickly, "The specific process is unknown, but the deserted island completely sank, and all the members of the red-haired pirates disappeared, but all the members of the Straw Hat Pirates continued to sail deeper into the waters of the New World safely." This, for a time, the brows of the senior Navy officers present could not help but frown. This kind of thing, no matter how you look at it, is not easy. It's just that at this juncture, the Navy headquarters obviously does not have the energy to pay attention to this information. And Lieutenant General Crane continued, "What I'm worried about is that the Red Hair Pirates will also be involved in this war, and Charlotte Lingling has been without a trace for a month. No movement. This is completely inconsistent with Charlotte Lingling's character." The Warring States Marshal nodded, regained some energy, and said, "It really has to be guarded, although according to the currently known information, 3 generals, Lieutenant General Karp, Chief Instructor Zifa, and many elite lieutenant generals, plus the support of Kaiwahe, the Navy headquarters still has absolute control. The advantages, but absolutely cannot be careless. Justice, no failure." 793 Chapter 794 The beginning of the war. Of course, on the eve of the war, as the Admiral of the Warring States period, he must set an example and maintain his confidence in the victory of the war at all times, but in fact the Marshal of the Warring States period cannot help but immerse himself in the grief of the sacrifice of Iko during this period of time. It was already subconsciously stunned and inexplicably aware of a trace of unpleasant breath. Although on the bright side, the combat power gathered by the Navy headquarters is still far above the Whitebeard pirates. Even if the remnants of Roger's group really show up, the Warring States Marshal has the certainty of victory. However, the unknown whereabouts and strange movements of the red-haired pirates and Big Mom pirates undoubtedly cast an unknown haze over the upcoming war. Immediately, the Warring States Marshal thought for a while, and at the meeting he urgently made some minor adjustments to the combat power arrangement so that Chief Instructor Zifa, Lieutenant General Garp and himself guarded around the execution platform and let him be the main battler. The powerful generals Kuzan and Paul Salino always retain considerable energy to prepare for possible attacks and Shishibukai. At this moment, with the appearance of Ion's death, almost the entire Navy's senior management is quite wary of the most suspicious Shishibukai. Therefore, the Navy headquarters had to borrow the combat power of the Shishibukai, but also needed to allocate a considerable part of their energy and combat power to guard against the Shishibukai. Sengoku is right, especially the Great Skeleton Emperor. That guy, extremely suspicious. Lieutenant General, he frowned slightly and said, "I carefully investigated Lieutenant General Ion's words and deeds before his sacrifice. He was almost always vigilant towards the guy named Skull King. It is very likely that Lieutenant General Ion had noticed something in advance." "Well, I understand. If necessary, I will directly obliterate that guy." Kuzan responded with a rare murderous aura. The Warring States Marshal nodded, looked around again, and then pressed his hands on the table. His face a little haggard, cheered up and said, "I have submitted my resignation to Marin Vando. After this battle, no matter what the outcome is, I will resign as Admiral. So please do your best in this battle, because this will not only have a profound impact on the direction of the entire sea, but will also determine the situation the next Admiral needs to face and the candidate for the next Admiral." As soon as these words came out, the eyes of Sakazuki and Kuzan changed slightly. There is no doubt that after the death of Lieutenant General Ion, the next Admiral will be decided between Sakaisuke and Kyuzan. That is to say, the next war will also be the final stage to decide the candidate of the next admiral. Immediately, the warring States Marshal ordered in a deep voice, "Above, gentlemen, please prepare for the war according to the predetermined plan. The world is watching the justice we bear. Please make sure to act in line with your respective positions." Speaking of this, the warring States Marshal did not forget to give Lieutenant General Garp a veiled look and almost said Lieutenant General Garp's name directly. And Lieutenant General Garp, who looked a little gloomy, didn't talk to him. He just left the conference room with other senior naval officers with his head down and went to the position of justice that he was carrying. With the departure of the rest of the Navy, Lieutenant General Crane, who deliberately stayed at the end, walked beside the warring States Marshal and persuaded him, "Sengoku, are you really going to resign? I think both Sakaisuke and Kyuzan are still lacking some growth as the next admiral, and they are not the most suitable candidates." The Marshal of the warring States period shook his head and said with a rare sadness in his eyes that had always been resolute, "The best fit is gone, isn't it?" Immediately, Lieutenant General he was also silent, unable to speak. "Also, after that idiot Yen died, I felt that I was too ashamed of him in the past. I usually paid too much attention to work matters and I didn't care about Sara and Ying at all, which caused Sara and Ying to disappear for so many years. I don't know if it was an illusion." Lieutenant General Crane felt inexplicably that the waist of the warring States Marshal was a little hunched. "So, I plan to go to the New World Sea area to find Sara and Ying after resigning, and then take Sara and Ying with me on the journey and properly correct the pirate thoughts that Sara and Ying have contaminated." When the warring States Marshal said this, there was a trace of anticipation in his eyes, and even the pace seemed a little easier. "Zaihe, the Navy will be handed over to you at that time. If you are still in the Navy, I will be more at ease," said the warring States Marshal. Hearing the words, Lieutenant General he looked at the warring States Marshal with a hint of dissatisfaction, and murmured in a low voice, "Tisk, this old bastard knows to leave his job to me. Didn't he think of letting me go on a trip with my retirement?" Zaihe, what were you saying just now?" asked the warring States Marshal. "No, I just think there are too many bastards who don't know what to do in the sea. Otherwise I wouldn't be so tired as a big staff," Admiral Crane replied with a smile. 391. The warring States Marshal said in agreement, "Yeah, but as long as this battle is won, then maybe the big pirate era can be completely ended. In that case, the number of pirates will be greatly reduced." At the same time, all over the world, countless projection phone bugs lit up at the same time, projecting pictures from multiple angles in front of more than 80% of the world's population. The Navy headquarters that has gathered more than 100,000 elite generals, Marinfondo. At this moment there is a strong and chilling atmosphere on the Marinfondo Square. The elites of the Navy who are open to the world are subconsciously intimidating. Immediately, everyone's eyes were drawn to Chideo's figures sitting on the seats with different shapes, and these figures exuded a temperament that was incompatible with the Navy. Fierce, weird, brutal, arrogant. The king is under the Kaiwahe. Pirate Queen Hancock. Holy Crying Mantis Khorasan. Big Pirate Moonlight Mariah. Tyrant Bear. Big Hero Tiger. Queen of Harmony Yamato, and the most terrifying Skull King Brook. Just through the video phone bug, countless civilians have a feeling of tingling in their scalps, and the feeling of fear has sprung up uncontrollably. What terrifying and terrifying villains. That is it, a skeleton? And that skeleton still exudes black energy. The pirate empress is really beautiful, but she seems to be sad. Is it really fair for such a guy to appear in Marinfondo? 794 Chapter 795 Whitebeard Debut. Just when everyone was talking about the appearance of Kaiwahe, many people noticed the three seats placed not far in front of the execution platform. The next moment, not only under the attention of the world but even under the respectful gazes of all Marinfondo's Navy, the three generals of the Navy stepped forward. Red Dog Sakaisuke General, Green Pheasant General Kyuzan, General Kazuna Purasalino. With the three generals of the Navy taking their seats in front of the execution platform, it almost seemed to form an absolute iron wall, and the absolute oppression seemed to be enough to suppress all pirates. They, as if they are the banners of justice. Sharp, is that the legendary admiral? Sure enough, it's completely different from the ordinary Navy. Victory must belong to the Navy, right? A considerable number of people even couldn't help cheering after the three admirals of the Navy came on stage. For many people at the bottom, although there is no shortage of corrupt and brutal people at the grassroots level of the Navy, under the influence of the general concept and the world government that controls the newspapers, they have been invisibly instilled that the Navy is justice and pirates are evil thoughts. Because, in the eyes of many people, the live broadcast of this public execution is undoubtedly a decisive battle between justice and evil, and it will also deeply affect their future. Admirals of the Navy have been promoted by the world government for hundreds of years, and the name of the strongest combat combat power of the Navy has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. They are the representatives of the Navy and the banner of justice at the same time. In contrast, the many elite lieutenant admirals who arrived at their predetermined positions with the admiral were far less dazzling than the admiral and kabuki. Until there was movement in the location of the execution platform, a black-haired young man wearing Halashi handcuffs walked out slowly and then was held down by the executioner and knelt on the execution platform. Afterwards, a burly and stalwart man walked over to the execution platform. The justice cloak behind him squeaked in the wind, and with his appearance, almost everyone's attention was attracted by Marin Fando. Even the video phone bug broadcast footage gave him a close-up. Admiral of the Navy, wise General Buddha's Warring States. At this moment there is no confusion and decadence on the face of the Warring States period. The Marshal of the Warring States period, who bears the name of Justice, has only majesty and perseverance. The Marshal of the Warring States period slowly picked up the phone bug that was connected to the broadcast in the entire square and said solemnly, "Before the public execution, there is one thing I must convey to you and the whole world, and that is about Ace's identity. Although the background of Ace as the son of the Pirate King has been disclosed in the newspapers, there must be many people who still have doubts and doubts. So, immediately, in order to prove to the world the necessity of this public execution and the identity of Ace, the Marshal of the Warring States began to convey the ironclad evidence about the bloodline in Ace to everyone." On the booth on the other side of the execution platform, Lieutenant General Crane, Lieutenant General Garp, and Chief Instructor Zifa stood side by side, with Peach Rabbit Jun and T Dolphin added behind them. However, while Lieutenant General Baihe, Lieutenant General Garp, and Chief Instructor Zifa were discussing war matters in a low voice, Peach Rabbit Jun seemed to have lost his soul, and his godless eyes revealed what comes out is the rich self-blame and sadness. The T Dolphin Extra is constantly trying to comfort Jun in a low voice. "That, Jun, don't be sad. Big Brother Yan has an accident that no one wants to see. Although I am also very sad. The war will start soon. You are in such a bad state. Jun, cheer up a little. You didn't go back to the conference room with Big Brother Yan. It was also Big Brother Yan's order, so you don't need to blame yourself so much. Don't worry, Big Brother Yan is gone now. I will take good care of you." Hearing this, Jun Wuxian's eyes turned slightly to look at Kaji. Seeing this, Jun's face subconsciously showed a little joy because of Jun's reaction, but Jun spat out a sentence to shut up. Kaji's expression twitched slightly, and he couldn't help sighing. However, for this result, the total is not surprised at all. In the month since Big Brother Yan's accident, this kind of thing has happened many times. Jun, who was mired in self-blame and sadness, could not listen to anyone's comfort. Speaking of, there were some idle extras, and his eyes unintentionally looked at the Pirate Empress Hancock in the distance, and he couldn't help saying secretly, compared to Jun, that Pirate Empress recovered much faster. Tisk tisk, she really deserves to be called the most beautiful woman in the sea. This slightly sad look highlights the Empress even more beautiful. At this moment, the sea in the inner bay of Marinfondo suddenly swelled, as if something huge was about to emerge. What? The sudden change in the scene made both the Navy and the civilians stunned. Boom. The next moment, it was as if a huge whale emerged from the sea, and the Moby Dick, which spread across the sea with Whitebeard's name, broke into the eyes of the world, and a topless man with a crescent-shaped white beard on his face, a stalwart and domineering man, stood on the bow of the Moby Dick. "Kula la la, little devils in the Navy, I'm here to pick up my son and go home." For a time, the domineering and heroic voice spread throughout the entire Marin Fando, and it spread to every corner of the sea through countless projection phone bugs, which made the expressions of many high-ranking Navy officers look a little ugly. There is no doubt that the appearance of Whitebeard made almost half of the battle formations previously arranged by the Sengoku Marshal, Lieutenant General Crane and Lieutenant General Yan. "All attention, don't be careless. The enemy is the world's strongest man, Whitebeard." Edward Newgate. Under the reminder of some admirals, a large number of the Navy who were captured by Whitebeard's natural aura and arrogance subconsciously swallowed their saliva and clenched their weapons tightly. On the Moby Dick there are 14 squad leaders neatly lined up behind Whitebeard, which sets off Whitebeard's aura. Kulala la. Facing the densely packed Navy in front of him, Whitebeard took a deep breath and felt an unprecedented sense of heroism. He placed Kong Yunkai beside him and crossed his fists to charge. "The little devils of the Navy, let me give you some greetings first." 795 Chapter 796 The Liberation of the Sea. Begin. The next moment, Whitebeard's fists slammed toward both sides. Under the shocked and surprised eyes of the Navy, large cracks appeared in the atmosphere on both sides of the Moby Dick. Empty air crack. What does Whitebeard want to do? It seems that something is about to change. In the slightly flustered expressions of the Navy and the shocked eyes of the civilians in front of countless projection phone bugs, the sea suddenly trembled trembled. It was not a slight tremor, but the sky and the earth turned over suddenly, and the monstrous ocean waves rose from both sides of Marinfando, covering the sky and blocking the sun. At this moment, as a medium to large island, Marinfando was almost like a leaf that would be submerged at random in front of such terrifying waves. The countless civilians, pirates, and nobles who witnessed the scene almost felt a chill in their hearts, and the feeling of awe went straight to their brains. Is this the world's strongest man? Known as a man with the power to destroy the world, and the elite navies located in Marinfando were also inexplicably shocked by the terrifying force that erupted from Whitebeard. The Navy has always been proud that the three admirals of the Navy are capable of nature, and their terrifying power can be turned into natural disasters to destroy everything at any time. However, the man in front of him proudly confronting the Navy headquarters, he may not be a natural disaster, but his terrifying power is so terrifying that it can easily set off this natural disaster that can destroy everything. What's more important is that the elite Navy, who were full of confidence, felt incomparably small and incomparable powerlessness in the face of this terrifying natural disaster. Such a man, can he really win? And just as the waves were about to engulf Marinfando completely, and when everything was dragged into the bottom of the sea, General Kuzan, who had been sitting steadily, jumped into the air, exuding radiance all over his body, out amazing of coldness. Ice Age. Immediately, the moisture in the air quickly condensed, and two icicles extended from the palm of Kuzan's palm into the sky-high waves swept up on both sides. The chill spreads rapidly and freezes everything. Card wipe. Almost in an instant, under the ability of Kuzan's frozen fruit, not only the monstrous waves were frozen, but even the inner bay of the port where the Moby Dick was located and the sea outside the port where many naval warships were deployed were completely destroyed. Freeze. Go. Be safe. As Kuzan landed in the air with a look of indifference and raised his hands and feet to resolve the disaster that was enough to completely destroy Marinfando, a large number of elite Navy members almost subconsciously sighed by flew. However, at this moment, a large number of pirate ships appeared at the end of the sea at Marinfando, and started firing at the frozen naval battleships in unison. Boom boom boom. For a time, countless shells fell like raindrops from naval battleships. Although the naval battleships that integrate a lot of technology are far superior in hard power to those pirates under the Whitebeard pirates, and the well-trained naval soldiers quickly returned fire. However, the Navy warships that were frozen on the sea surface and unable to move were almost like live targets. Under the counterattack of artillery fire, they quickly fell into the disadvantage, and then these were the first in the battle formation plan of the Navy headquarters. One line of naval battleships were destroyed one after another. In this scene, it can be seen that the Warring States Marshal and Lieutenant General Crane, who are the planners of the battle formation, are quite ugly. In front of the whole world, the Navy's battle formation was overwhelmingly cracked by the mere pirates, which undoubtedly seriously damaged the reputation and prestige of the Navy. It's just that now that Ian has died, it is impossible for the Warring States Marshal and Lieutenant General Crane to put the fault of setting up such a battle formation on Ian. They can only blame themselves for setting up the battle formation too carelessly. And as the rest of the pirate ships approached the ice, Whitebeard held up Kong Yunkai in the direction of the execution platform and announced loudly, "Little ones, since the Navy headquarters chose war, then I will satisfy them. Let's go to war. Follow me." Immediately, under the order of Whitebeard, a large number of pirates rushed out of those pirate ships waving weapons at almost the same time. "Follow up, Dad, and let them know how powerful the Whitebeard pirates are. Ahahaha, little ones, keep up. Let's make a scene in the Navy headquarters. Marinfando, I'm here." For a time, under the watchful eyes of the whole world, the conflict between the Navy and the pirates broke out in an all-round way, and even briefly suppressed the front line formed by the elite Navy under the bloody bravery of the pirates. The navies seemed to be forced to shrink in an orderly manner. This scene also saw that the emotions of many civilians became extremely nervous that the Navy headquarters would not be able to resist the attack of the Whitebeard pirates and collapsed. In contrast, the pirates who watched the projection phone bug all over the world shouted with excitement, "Oh, yes, that's it. Kill those navies. Without the Navy, the sea would be ours." It can be said that under the arrangement of the Leon Chamber of Commerce, this war that has really spread to every corner of the sea has completely attracted everyone. Regardless of the outcome of the war, it will profoundly affect the course of the world. It's just that when the War of Marinfando was really in full swing, and countless people focused all their attention on the live broadcast of the synchronized live broadcast of the projection phone bug 392 Chapter 392. In the Great Airway, Sky Island, and a hall of the Revolutionary Army headquarters, there is also a huge projection screen thrown into the air. However, this projected picture is not the War of Marinfando, but the representative Cotter cadres of the Revolutionary Army islands scattered in every island around the world. The heads are densely divided into 6 regions. Thousands. Here, it is also the time when the Lyon Chamber of Commerce built a worldwide projection phone bug network for the world government and secretly built a communication network sufficient to connect all islands. At this moment, Durag was standing in the middle of the hall. His eyes were closed, and tens of thousands of island representative cadres who were connected here through the communication network were also watching Durag. Everything had already started preparations several months ago, several years ago, even more than 20 years ago, and what I've been waiting for is this moment. Leader, the war of Marin Fando has fully erupted. A comrade who was solely responsible for keeping an eye on the direction of the war at the top hurriedly reported to Drago. Drago suddenly opened his eyes, then pulled out a red cloth strip from his arms and tied it to his right arm, raised his right hand high, and announced excitedly, "Comrades, the liberation of the sea. Begin. Let the flames of revolution burn away all the filth of the sea, and then bring forth unprecedented innovation." 796 Chapter 797 The Peak of the White Beard. Immediately, the representative cadres of the Revolutionary Army island that appeared on the communication network responded to Drago almost in unison, as if they had already prepared in advance, and moved their right arm in a neat and uniform manner, also tied with a conspicuous red cloth. For a time, in the picture in front of Drago, there was a large amount of crimson almost instantly. This is Qian. It will also be blood, and it will be the beginning of innovation. Durag's eyes seemed to be burning with flames, and then he saluted the tens of thousands of island representative cadres who appeared densely on the projection screen in front of him. After those island representative cadres also responded to Drago's salute, they quickly started their own actions. The technical personnel, liaison personnel, and staff of the representatives who were in advance in the hall started to support the actions of the representative cadres of each island in accordance with the plan simultaneously, and included adjacent islands or island groups into the same command channel among. In the entire sea, more than 50% of the small and medium-sized islands that have been completely under the control of the Revolutionary Army. The goal of the first stage of the sea liberation operation this time is to adhere to the established strategy of encircling the world's alliance countries with small and medium islands in the past, and to burn the red flame of revolution to the world's alliance countries that are scattered all over the sea. At this moment, when countless people were attracted by the war of Marin Vando, the Revolutionary Army comrades who were scattered all over the sea followed their respective island representative cadres with red cloth on their right arms, holding weapons like countless trickles converging into a river, and it seems like Mars gathers into blobs of red flames. Their goal is not civilians, not looting. They, who have been oppressed for countless years, do not want to slaughter and retaliate against the World Alliance countries that continue to suck the blood of the surrounding islands and maintain a high amount of heavenly gold and their own rights and status. Their goal is to liberate, to destroy the aristocratic class of the world's allied countries that is above the common people. At this moment, the anger that had accumulated for countless years broke out completely, and the merchant ships that departed from different small and medium-sized islands also hoisted red flags, and then attacked the World Alliance countries they planned. At this moment, Ion, who was not staying at the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army on the Sky Island, browsed the information synchronized by the staff bit by bit. After a while, a smile appeared on the corner of Ion's mouth, and he murmured, "It's starting. The fire of a single spark is about to start a prairie." About an hour later, the war between the Revolutionary Army and the world's allied countries will officially break out. In about 3 hours, the Revolutionary Army and the world's allied countries will really break out across the board. Ion recalled various data in his mind, estimating the direction of the upcoming war. Among the results of the war deduced by the senior leaders of the Revolutionary Army and the General Staff, despite the obvious differences in national power between the world's allied countries, the level of combat power and the size of the war. However, under the various means of the Revolutionary Army's advance operation and arrangement, in just one day, the Revolutionary Army can at least overthrow more than half of the world's allied countries. Under the circumstance that most of the attention of the world government was attracted by the top war, and the Navy had deployed elites all over the world government and the Navy were simply too late to provide effective support within a day. One day later, the Revolutionary Army will begin to deploy combat power to liberate the other World Alliance countries as soon as possible, and at the same time start to form a battle line with the islands currently under control to meet the counterattacks of the World Alliance countries and the Navy. That's when the real war begins. Considering the most ideal situation, as long as the Revolutionary Army can hold the world government for 3 days, the Revolutionary Army should be able to liberate 90% of the world's allied countries with the continuous deployment of military military forces. In the end, it is the power that gathers the entire sea to fight the world government. As for when the victory will be won and how much blood will be shed in the whole process, almost all the comrades of the Revolutionary Army have already made the corresponding consciousness. Without sacrifice, without bloodshed, there will never be a new future. Ion slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his gentle eyes had already made his final realization. At this moment, the war in Maran Vado has completely entered the fiery level. The two sides are constantly launching various tactics, and many first-class combat powers of the sea have thoroughly fought each other. Whitebeard has shown his absolutely shocking power, with one hand shocking fruit and the other supreme sword Kongyunkai, leading the pirates under his command to fight bloody battles. Although the three major naval admirals have all been dispatched, with Marco restraining Admiral Palsolino, Whitebeard alone fought the two highest naval forces, Sakaski and Kuzan, without losing the slightest. Between the staggered eruptions of lava and ice, Whitebeard's heroism and domineering could not be suppressed, but instead the world showed what the strongest man in the world is. In the face of Sakaski and Kuzan, who were attacked from left and right, extreme lava and extreme cold erupted at the same time, but Whitebeard arrogantly inserted Kongyunkai beside him. He shouted arrogantly, "Come on, kid, only the flame of a candle at a birthday party and the ice to chill the wine. See if you can stop me." The next moment, Whitebeard clenched his fists with both hands, and the captain's coat behind him fluttered, and the fists condensed with the light ball of shock fruit were directed towards Saka. Sky and Kuzan blasted. Boom. The air on both sides of Whitebeard suddenly split into large mesh-like cracks, and between the shockwave bursts, Sakaski and Kuzan, who were like a volcano and an iceberg, were forcibly blocked. Even Kulala la, get out of my way. Boom. Under the horrified eyes of the world, Sakaski and Kuzan, who are the most powerful in the navy, were blown away almost at the same time. So strong. Not only did people in the world feel this way at the same time, but even the warring States Marshal, who was far away on the execution platform, could not help clenching his fists. It's so strong, and it's not quite right. How can Whitebeard's stamina be so abundant? According to the information, it appeared that Whitebeard's dark wounds began to occur 10 years ago, and his stamina began to decline after the last time Garp fought with Whitebeard. This information was even more affirmed. The conclusion of the... At this moment, Lieutenant General Garp walked to the side of the warring States Marshal and said with a solemn tone, "It's just like the peak period. P.S. The beginning of the full end. The later is relatively difficult to write a little bit. The update is a little late, sorry. In addition, it is expected to be completed within this month." The above 797 Chapter 798 Epidemic Quin P. The brows of the warring States Marshal could not help but twist together. As for Whitebeard's peak combat power, the warring States Marshal couldn't be more clear. This guy Whitebeard got the title of the world's strongest man, not after the arrest of the Golden Lion and Roger's execution, but by virtue of his absolute strength in an era when many great pirates were galloping trouble. Maybe Maran Vado will really sink because of this. Not necessarily. The Marshal of the warring States took a deep breath, and there was already a bit of a bad feeling in his heart. Whitebeard's strength has exceeded expectations. Even if he forcibly suppressed Whitebeard with the advantage of numbers, maybe Whitebeard's near-death counterattack would be enough for the entire Maran Vado to be buried with him. Let Sakaski and Kuzan hold on to Whitebeard, and the rest of the fighting forces begin to converge. First suppress the rest of the Whitebeard pirates, and let this fellow Whitebeard care about one thing and another. The warring States Marshal issued the latest order to the communication phone bug in his hand in a deep voice, and then asked, "Besides, what are the Kaiwilhe doing? Why haven't they attacked?" They, yes, I will be urging the Kaiwilhe. The rear admiral on the other side of the phone worm responded with a sweaty face, and then implemented the order of the warring States Marshal, letting more naval troops press forward to block the pirates' assault while he was sweating profusely. Go straight to the seats of the Shichibukai. Since the outbreak of the war between the Navy headquarters and Whitebeard has been in full swing. However, the Shichibukai, who had been placed high hopes by many navies, always sat firmly without any intention of making a move. The rear admiral attached to the staff said cautiously, 7. Lord Wilhe, Lord Marshal asks you to take action as soon as possible to suppress the Whitebeard pirates. However, the Kaiwilhe in front of him was always indifferent, even completely ignoring the existence of the rear admiral. The rear admiral gritted his teeth and said sarcastically that, Lord Kaiwilhe, this is a worldwide live broadcast. You don't want people all over the world to see jokes, right? Moria heard the words, her mouth grinned, her huge body leaned down slightly, and she approached the rear admiral and said, "Oh kid, you are brave. You dare to talk to me like this. Do you want to become a zombie?" Goo. The rear admiral swallowed his saliva in panic and nervously took a step back subconsciously away from Mariah and warned, "Mariah, what do you want to do?" Moria moved closer to the rear admiral again and said in a rather sharp tone, "What do you want to do? What do you say I want to do? He. But at this moment Yamato, who was clearly wearing an unusually gorgeous clothes that symbolized the king's Wano country, opened his chest boldly, revealing a proud figure bound by bandages, and said, "Morla, bullying the weak is not a good habit." Moria squinted Yamato and was a little unwilling to let go of the fun that was delivered to the door in front of her. Yamato, on the other hand, raised his legs and said to the rear admiral in front of him, "Go back and tell the warring states that the war has just begun, and now is not the time for me to take action." Yes. The rear admiral looked at Yamato with delicate beautiful features and a heroic temperament in front of him, thanked him, and left in a hurry. It's just that with the departure of the rear admiral, the Shichibukai, who seemed to have a rather rigid relationship with each other on the surface, quietly whispered to each other, "It's so boring, can't you really do it? Don't worry, it's not the time yet. The real protagonist hasn't appeared yet. Don't forget the special mission given by the adult. It's just that this is the top war in the world. It's a pity that we can't really end up fighting." "Shut up, your concubine. Who dares to ruin the plan? The concubine must turn her into stone." In the absence of Kaiwohei's action, the entire battlefield was almost completely reduced to the stage of the Whitebeard, who became more and more brave in Vietnam. Under the full eruption of the shock fruit that shook the world at every turn, it actually stood strong against Sakazuki and Kyuzan. The siege can also slowly advance forward. As for the remaining captains of the Whitebeard pirates and the captains of their affiliated pirates, they have proved to the world what is the world's top pirate group: the dizzying devil fruit ability, the earth-shattering physique, and the bloody battle that never retreats. There is no doubt that the combat power and intensity of the war displayed by the Navy headquarters and the Whitebeard pirates made almost all the people watching the live broadcast excited and nervous at the same time. And too strong. That kind of power that can tear the earth apart at any time and turn into a natural disaster at any time has allowed people all over the world to see what is the strongest in the world. As expected of the battle between the elite Navy headquarters and the strongest pirate group, Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, how heroic, how domineering, really makes people yearn for it. It's terrible. Is this the terribleness of the Great Root? Just when countless people were talking about it and couldn't help but start to speculate about the direction the war would take the whole world, Whitebeard was leading his pirates all the way to the area near the center of the square. But Sakazuki and Kyuzan suddenly broke out, no longer fighting like before, but gradually and completely become a natural disaster. At the same time, around the Whitebeard pirates, a series of iron walls made of steel suddenly rose like a wall, surrounding the Whitebeard pirates in the middle. The Kongyunkai in Whitebeard's hand slammed to the ground. His slender eyes narrowed slightly and swept away at Sakazuki, Kyuzan, and those steel walls that suddenly rose and surrounded the Whitebeard pirates. He glanced at it, then looked in the direction of the warring states from a distance and said loudly, "Warring states, is this what you are planning to do? If that's the case, I'm really disappointed." Suddenly, behind the Whitebeard pirates, an arrogant voice sounded, "It's all old things that are about to go to earth. Why are you still so arrogant?" As Whitebeard's eyes rolled back, a fat man in a red belly pocket was slowly walking out of the iron wall with a big axe on his back. Behind Fatty, a large number of behemoths appeared, and they walked out step by step. 393. That's. As the Whitebeard pirates saw those behemoths clearly, almost everyone's expressions changed. Pandemic Win, one of the three disasters. 798 799th chapter. Whitebeard pirates. Is it over? Pandemic Quinn, as one of the top cotters of the 100 Beasts pirates, his popularity in the New World Sea area can be said to be unknown to everyone. As the Whitebeard pirates who had fought against the Beast pirates, Quinn was naturally very familiar with the pandemic. But soon, as the Whitebeard pirates saw the blockbuster Quinn coming out of the surrounding iron walls, they couldn't help but look a little sluggish. No, how come there are so many Quinns? What's going on? Has Quinn been copied? 1, 10, 30, 100. If these Quinns are real, that's bad. At this moment, almost the entire Whitebeard pirates were a little confused. 100 Quinns, not to mention a Whitebeard pirates. I am afraid that even the 5 Whitebeards pirates may not be able to win. Not to mention that there are 3 major naval admirals and many elite naval admirals around. And the warring states marshal, who was watching all this from a distance, couldn't help showing an almost confident look on his face. After Yan's accident, the warring states marshal faintly noticed something was wrong. In order to avoid uncontrollable accidents in this war that would have a profound impact on the world, the warring states marshal specially mobilized the world government to develop the latest pacifist. The troops were ambushed under the Marin Van Do, and in order to avoid information leakage, the warring states marshal did it almost without telling everyone. At this time, after these pacifist war weapons whose appearance was almost the same same as Pandemic Quinn were activated. The built-in system also quickly locked a large number of pirates in front of them. Data in analysis. The target is the Whitebeard pirates. The next moment, in the eyes of the Whitebeard pirates who had not yet reacted, the pacifist opened his mouth and immediately released a series of light laser attacks. Boom boom boom. Unlike the cannonballs that the Navy released on the battlefield from time to time but would be detonated in advance by the white-bearded powerhouses, the power of these light lasers was almost comparable to that released by Paulsolino. Hundreds of beams of light staggered between the laser beams, instantly blasting the Whitebeard pirates into a mess. Not the real Quinn? What is this weird thing? Seeing this, Whitebeard frowned. Just as he was about to destroy the pacifists himself, Sakaski and Kuzan, who had completely entered the state of natural awakening, attacked Whitebeard again. Unlike the awakening of the animal system, which greatly enhances one's own body and vitality, and almost incarnates into an undead monster, and also is different from the awakening of the superhuman system, which affects and assimilates things and the environment other than oneself, the awakening of the natural system corresponds to the real incarnation. Natural disaster. Whitebeard. Do the remnants of the old era still have the heart to pay attention to other things? In the name of justice, let me be completely turned to ashes here. Sleep forever, Whitebeard. This is the tomb prepared for all of you in advance. At this moment, Sakaski was completely transformed into a volcano that spewed countless magma, and Kuzan was an extremely cold glacier that remained motionless for 10,000 years. And under the interove endless heat and extreme cold, Whitebeard was drowned in it almost instantly. And as the power of Sakaski and Kuzan broke out in the wide area surrounded by walls, the temperature on one side of the entire battlefield rose sharply to the point of suffocation, while the other side was so cold that it was suffocating. The powerful pirates were shaking and trembling all over. Even in this extremely harsh environment for human beings, those unaffected pacifists really began to pour out their power, and hundreds of beams of light and lasers were constantly intertwined and erupted, making the entire Whitebeard pirates miserable. Spoke up. At this moment, the entire Whitebeard pirates seemed to be in a complete desperate situation. When Whitebeard, the real pillar, was briefly suppressed by the full-scale outbreak of Sakaski and Kuzan, the entire Whitebeard pirates briefly lost the power to break through the siege. In the space surrounded by the iron wall, the extreme cold and extreme heat ravaged the audience, and any pirates who tried to approach the iron wall would be instantly focused by a large number of light lasers. And above the iron wall, a large number of navies are constantly shooting and pouring artillery fire at the surrounded Whitebeard pirates. In this short period of time, the situation on the entire battlefield can be said to have taken a sharp turn for the worse. The Whitebeard pirates, which was just like a broken bamboo, seemed to be completely destroyed in front of the whole world in an instant. It's terrifying. Is this the power of the Navy headquarters? The strategy of the Warring States period. General Sakaski, General Kuzan, has become a natural disaster that destroys everything. Even Whitebeard is probably not an opponent. Right. The Whitebeard pirates. It's over. At this moment, it can be said that not only the people watching the live broadcast all over the world lost their confidence in the Whitebeard pirates, but even most of the members of the Whitebeard pirates themselves felt a kind of despair with nowhere to run. Damn. When Marco, who was in the sky, saw this, his forehead was so anxious that he was sweating, and his body turned in vain, but he was directly blocked by Paulsolino. Yadada, little brother Marco, just now you tried so hard to entangle the old man, but now you don't want to play, so let you run away so simply. The old man will be very embarrassed in front of his colleagues. After a pause, Paulsolino continued to speak with a wretched and nonchalant expression. Of course, I'm not interested in competing for the position of marshal, so I won't be as desperate as Sakaski and Kuzan are now, but I'll keep you anyway. At this moment, the whole person has almost completely turned into a blue flame phoenix. Marco, his eyes are turning back and forth between Paulsolino and the battlefield below from time to time, and there is always an unconcealed anxiety in his casual look. If this goes on like this, it will suffer, and the situation will be so bad that it will be irreparable. However, at this moment, a wanton and arrogant laughter suddenly spread throughout the entire battlefield. Ahahaha, what? It turns out that the so-called Whitebeard pirates are only at this level. I have just arrived at Marinfondo. Is the war coming to an end? With these arrogant and contemptuous words, Kid stood above an iron wall with fiery red hair and a huge mirror with a steel-wrapped edge floating behind him, which caught everyone's eyes. Who is this guy? When most people noticed Kid, they almost subconsciously had this reaction. Although Kid is the supernova of this session, in this world's top war, his reputation is completely insignificant. Only Paulsolino, who had personally arrested Kid, suddenly changed his expression, had a bad feeling in his heart, and murmured in shock, "This pirate, how did he appear here? Hasn't he been imprisoned in the underwater underwater prison. 799 Chapter 800 News that shocked the world. The next moment, under the shocked gaze of Polisalino, the supernovas imprisoned in the underwater prison appeared on the iron wall and stood side by side with Kid. For a time, with the appearance of the supernovas, the entire battlefield fell into a brief pause, and everyone's eyes began to focus on this group of supernovas. Where did a bunch of little devils come from? These are also pirates. They seem to be this year's supernova, don't they? In a little discussion, quite as some people feel doubts about the appearance of these pirates. After all, this is the top battlefield in the world. Even the pirates known as the so-called supernova, this title only represents their potential as a group of little devils who have not even entered the New World Sea area. In the eyes of most people, I am afraid that they can only act as cannon fodder in this level of battlefield. And Kuzan, who had just distanced himself from Whitebeard, glanced in the direction of the supernovas. He was also shocked and asked coldly, "How did you guys escape from the underwater prison?" As Kuzan's voice sounded, not only the expressions of the Navy members present changed, but even the people watching the live broadcast were stunned. This group of guys have been imprisoned in the undersea prison before, so why are they here? In the face of the Admiral's questioning, Kid laughed arrogantly. "Ahahaha, is this still a question? Of course, I destroyed the entire advancing city, and then came to participate in this war openly." In the next moment, a golden light flashed in front of Kid. Polisalino's figure suddenly appeared. His right foot was slightly raised, but there was a dazzling light condensing, and the indifferent and chilling voice sounded, "There is a limit to talking big, Kid." Light speed kick. However, at this moment, a thunder blasted from the huge mirror behind Kid. Brontosaurus. Boom. Between the collision of the golden light and the blue thunder, almost the entire side of the iron wall was stained with different colors. After a few breaths, the dazzling light dissipated and appeared in front of Kid to block Admiral Polisalino's famous move, light speed kick. There are also 4 women with thunder drums slowly spinning around. "You got." Polisalino's face showed a hint of solemnity, and then he pushed his brown glasses and said, "Analu." Analu raised a finger arrogantly and coldly, and then said calmly, "By the order of God, your life is taken by me." "Yo, it's really scary." Polisalino responded a little uncomfortably, and the eyes behind the brown sunglasses looked a little ugly. Even Nilu appeared here. There is no doubt. There is definitely something wrong with the big underwater prison. At this moment, not to mention that the Navy has already noticed something wrong, even the people all over the world watching the live broadcast are in an uproar. As a former 7 Wuhei Analu who has always been a high-profile, arrogant and self-proclaimed god, his reputation is not comparable to supernovas such as Kid, and Analu was defeated by a pirate some time ago. The deprivation of the title of 7 Wuhei and being detained in Pushun City made the sea a sensation. Although Analu's appearance has only undergone significant changes, the presence of Admiral Polisalino confirming her identity is enough to confirm that this beautiful and arrogant woman is the former Thor Analu. More importantly, the appearance of Analu undoubtedly represents a big problem in the submarine prison, which is listed as one of the 3 major institutions under the world government alongside the headquarters of the Navy and the Judicial Island. Holy Land Mary Joa. Between powers. Boom. The hot-tempered blonde Wu Laoxing slammed his fist on the coffee table. His face was extremely ugly. After quickly asking CP0 to communicate with the undersea prison to verify the situation, the result was the connection was interrupted and contact with the undersea prison was completely lost. This situation undoubtedly indicates that what the little pirate said seems to be true. The great underwater prison has been destroyed. Not only the blonde 5 old stars, but the expressions of the other 4-5 old stars are also extremely gloomy at the moment. The reason why the underwater prison is able to maintain the judicial island of the world government's open and fair justice, and the Navy headquarters that suppress and maintain the stability of the rampant pirates in the sea, is also called the 3 major institutions under the world government, and they do not hesitate to build it. The miraculous gate of justice guarantees the safety of the 3 major institutions, which is enough to illustrate the importance of the underwater prison to the world government. However, it is such a large underwater prison that has stood in the sea for hundreds of years. It is very likely that it has been destroyed by pirates, or even fell without even the slightest signal for help and warning. Although this possibility is close to infinity, the 5 old stars are still reluctant to believe this fact. Impossible. Magellan can have a combat power no less than a general level in a closed environment. No matter how careless it is impossible to even send a signal for help. Although I don't want to admit it, but that possibility is too great. Could it be? Was it secretly done by the Whitebeard pirates? No matter who did it, if the underwater prison is destroyed, it will undoubtedly be an extremely bad result. Even if this war is finally won, the loss of the world government will be difficult to measure and difficult to make up. Calm down for the time being, the old man Japan has made CP0 urgent. I went to the undersea prison to confirm the situation, and at the time of the deep discussion between the 5 old stars, the Flash, and the thunder in the sky above Malinfando have completely collided. Different from the tepid battle between Palsalino and Marco before facing Anilu, who is capable of the sounding thunderfruit, Palsalino hardly dared to be careless. For a time, the dark clouds gradually shrouded in countless thunders, and the dazzling flashes became more and more dazzling. Palsalino, seriously, Lieutenant General Garb, who was standing on the execution platform, said with some anticipation, "Ha ha ha, is there a winner or loser between Thunder and Flash in this war?" It's just that Marshal of the Warring States period, who also verified the news of the complete loss of contact with the submarine prison through the communication department, did not have the interest of Lieutenant General Garb, and even couldn't help but grow up filial piety. "You old bastard, do you still have the heart to pay attention to such a meaningless thing at this time?" 800 Chapter 801 Lao Tzu is Eustace and number 183 Kid. Ha 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 ha. Lieutenant General Garp laughed disapprovingly and said, "Things have already happened, and there is no point in tangling." The Warring States Marshal heard the words, and his chest heaved abruptly, but his reason had to admit that Lieutenant General Garp's words were quite reasonable. And even though the Great Undersea Prison has an extremely close relationship with the Navy headquarters, the Undersea Great Prison is an institution directly under the jurisdiction of the world government and is not within the jurisdiction of the Navy headquarters. What's more, for the Navy headquarters, the most important thing is always the war ahead. Moreover, as long as this war can be won beautifully, even if the underwater prison has really been destroyed, it is enough for the world to ignore the scandal. At this point, the Warring States Marshal calmed down again, his expression regained his composure, and his eyes swept across Kid's group of supernovas, judging secretly. Polusalino is enough to deal with Anilu, and the remaining supernovas can't make any waves. Just when the Marshal of the Warring States was about to continue to issue offensive orders without giving the Whitebeard pirates a chance to breathe and completely destroying the entire Whitebeard pirates within the wall composed of a large number of iron walls, Kid, who was standing on the iron wall, ripped off the captain's cape behind him and even went naked. Thinking back to the task that the adult gave him, he laughed madly. Ah ha ha ha, today is the day when Lao Tzu is completely famous. The next moment, Kid's only remaining arm, the magnetic fruit ability, flashed an almost substantive purple magnetic force and then slapped the iron wall under his feet. In an instant, those purple magnetic forces spread madly in the wall composed of iron walls at a terrifying speed. There were bloodshot eyes in Kid's eyes, and the muscles in his body were constantly expanding, but his expression became more and more mad, and he kept mumbling, "This is the top battlefield in the world. Let's focus on Lao Tzu. Lao Tzu is." In the end, Eustace Kid burst into blue veins, and his voice almost like a filial piety spread throughout the battlefield. Eustace Kid. Kid's roar and filial piety resounded above Marinfando and spread to every corner of the world through the projection phone bug, and with the roar of Kid's filial piety, there was a scene that made countless people's eyes subconsciously stare. The wall composed of countless iron walls that trapped the Whitebeard pirates was shaking violently. Bang 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 bang. Loud noises appeared one after another, and the iron walls, which were dozens of meters high and weighed hundreds of tons, suddenly rose from the ground one after another and slowly floated upwards. That scene was as shocking as a city of steel rising from the ground. "What? The iron wall is being raised? That guy named Eustace Kid did it. Stop that guy." Soon, a navy responded, and the nearby navy was almost crazy and besieged in the direction of Kid, trying to prevent Kid from destroying the iron wall. It's just that Kid is not just a person. In an instant, as the conflict between the supernovae and these so-called elite navies broke out, the supernovae, who were underestimated by the navy, showed quite terrifying combat power, preventing any factors that tried to interfere with Kid. However, upon seeing Kyuzan, who was suppressing Whitebeard with Sakaski, he forcibly pulled away, and the extreme cold suddenly spread wildly along the iron wall. Card White. With half of his body completely turned into extreme cold, Kyuzan gently spit out a cold mist, and the ice that began to spread from the air in front of him covered almost all the iron walls. And these iron walls that had just begun to float from the ground were covered with a thick layer of ice and connected to the ground again. "A mere little pirate, you can't let you sabotage the headquarters plan," Kyuzan said indifferently, as if he was stating something trivial, which was exaggerated. The power that was almost comparable to freezing the entire island in an instant seemed to be at hand, and although Kyuzan didn't freeze the iron wall where Kid and others were in order to avoid accidentally hurting the navy that was besieging the supernovas, Kid couldn't help roaring at this moment. Damn, with Kid's level of development of the magnetic fruit, it is already doing his best to be able to raise such a huge iron wall, but to break through such a large and hard ice layer, Kid's current strength is almost impossible to do. Immediately, the Navy subconsciously cheered for the shocking power of General Kuzin, and the people watching the live broadcast were also deeply shocked. Whether it's Eustace Kid's astonishing move or Kuzin's power, it's amazing. Even Ion, who was watching the changes on the battlefield in the mirror world at the moment, couldn't help showing a smile and was amazed. Nice job, Kuzin. But Ian motioned to Bree, who was a little timid next to him, and asked her to briefly connect the mirror world and the real world again, and then said, "Xiaoai, pour a lot of lightning into the iron wall." Analu, who was at war with Paul Salino, sensed Ion's voice from the heart net, and his movements paused a little, and then briefly opened a little distance from Paul Salino, and then palmed his hand. I took several shots on the thunder drum. 500 million volts, thunder pillar of world destruction. The next moment, an extremely dazzling sturdy thunder burst out from the thunder cloud, and then slammed down from the sky and crashed on the iron wall below. Boom! When the thunder fell, a large number of ice cubes exploded instantly, and almost endless thunder poured frantically into the iron wall that formed a circle. Even within the iron wall, visible thunder was constantly circulating. Analu. Kuzin looked up at Analu in the sky, but he was a little puzzled by Analu's behavior. It is impossible to destroy such a large area of ice with just a single lightning strike. At this moment, Kid, who is the magnetic fruit ability, suddenly felt the terrifying magnetic force generated by the crazy flow of countless electric currents in the iron wall. In an instant, Kid's mouth couldn't help but grinned exaggeratedly and laughed wildly. "Ahahaha, although I don't know how to do it, but I will laugh at this power." The next moment, the terrifying magnetic force generated by the electric current exploded with unimaginable power under the manipulation of Kid. 801 Chapter 802 Electromagnetic Gun. Boom, boom. Under the shocked gazes of everyone, the sheets of ice quickly began to shatter, and the iron wall with an unimaginable weight began to rise again. What happened? It was also difficult for Kuzin to understand how he could achieve such an exaggeration with the power of Kid, a little pirate. However, before Kuzin could take another shot, Sakaski, who was supporting Whitebeard alone, was completely at a disadvantage. Damn! Kuzin did not hesitate, and once again began to work with Sakaski to suppress Whitebeard. In any case, Whitebeard must not be given the opportunity to recklessly explode his power, otherwise it would not be as simple as being smashed by Whitebeard's blow to shred the iron wall that trapped the Whitebeard pirates, and the entire Marin Fando might be sunk. Seeing that the iron wall was about to be manipulated by Kid, Lieutenant General Crane, who had vaguely seen a clue, no longer hesitated and quickly sent an order. The giant Lieutenant General attacked and destroyed the connection between the iron walls. Immediately, those giant Lieutenant Generals who joined the Navy as giants and were awarded the Special Lieutenant General rank took action one after another. Their huge bodies fell in front of a piece of iron wall between several jumps, and their thick hands tightly clasped the iron wall, shouted violently, and the terrifying brute force broke out. In an instant, even though Kid manipulated a large amount of magnetic force transformed by the thunderbolt of Analu, he still felt a sense of difficulty. Ahahaha, the power of giants. However, Kid felt more and more excited about his state, and the development of the magnetic fruit reached an unprecedented level, especially when I recalled the large amount of magnetic force generated when the thunder was circulating in the iron wall just now. Some kind of enlightenment was inexplicably generated. The next moment, Kid no longer just used the magnetic force to control the huge iron wall to lift into the air, but instead manipulated the magnetic force to start frantically cutting with the iron wall. First there was a weak current, and then in Kid's excited eyes, the current quickly became huge. "That's it, I understand," Kid shouted frantically and excitedly. The electric current in the iron wall began to flow frantically, and then the giant lieutenant generals let out a scream as if they were struck by lightning, trembling all over, and their hands that were tightly clasping the iron wall began to gradually turn black. For a time, under the body spasms of the giants, they almost instinctively let go of the iron wall. After losing the brute force of the giant, the speed of the iron wall skyrocketed. People all over the world are shocked in the light. The iron wall that was originally used by the Navy headquarters to trap the Whitebeard pirates was now suspended in the air like a huge iron ring. Oh! The members of the Whitebeard pirates subconsciously cheered. After the siege of the iron wall, the large-scale natural disasters created by Sakaski and Kuzin are rapidly reducing, allowing the members of the Whitebeard pirates to recover quickly and begin to work on their respective squad leaders. Under the leadership of the captain, they began to counter-attack against the pacifist troops that were still pouring their might. Damn, the chance to destroy the Whitebeard pirates was actually destroyed by a mere little pirate. Standing beside Lieutenant General Crane, T. Dolphin Giagi spoke a little unwillingly and then subconsciously wanted to raise the sniper rifle in his hand. T. Pig, wait. However, Lieutenant General Crane stopped the addition. Lieutenant Lieutenant General Crane. Kaji looked at Lieutenant General Crane suspiciously and said, "If you let me snipe that little pirate from a distance, maybe those iron walls will still work if they fall again." "No, your sniping ability combined with the fruit ability that has not been exposed is an important trump card, and now is not the time to use it." Speaking of which, Lieutenant General Crane paused for a while and said in a dignified tone, "The appearance of Kid means that there is definitely a big problem in the big underwater prison. There may be some accidents in the next direction of the war. Your ability will be used when it is more necessary." Kaji nodded and responded a little indignantly, "Yes." On the other hand, Kid, who had initially mastered the ability to create electric current through magnetism, has completely entered a state of excitement and even inexplicably remembered a picture in the book that the adult gave him that he did not understand at all. In the figure, there are staggered magnetic lines of force and currents. Before, Kid didn't understand what the picture was for, and the words in the book were combined, and Kid didn't understand what it meant. However, now Kid instinctively manipulated the magnetic wire and began to build it in the huge iron wall ring that was erected according to the picture. As a magnetic fruit ability, Kid is not very difficult to build such a magnetic wire in the huge iron wall ring. Immediately afterwards, Kid, who was vaguely aware, picked up a coin and buckled it in the palm of his hand and flicked it towards the center of the iron wall ring. In an instant, the countless electricity and magnetism in the huge iron wall ring sent out the ultimate filial piety in a unique way. The moment turned into the ultimate light and blasted away in the direction of the execution platform. Boom! At this moment, it was as if a meteor that erupted in a ring of iron walls suddenly appeared in the sky above Marin Fando. Everything it passed was twisted, and it seemed that the entire execution platform was about to be completely swallowed up. That pirate can actually burst out such power? For a time, the entire battlefield was completely shocked by the sudden burst of power from Kid. It was also at the moment of lightning and flint that the legendary living legend in the Navy, Lieutenant General Garp, jumped up from the execution platform, and the iron fist that did not appear to be covered with a domineering look of armed color shot straight at the meteor. Boom! A huge explosion exploded in mid-air, and the meteor that was about to engulf the execution platform was completely intercepted, and Lieutenant General Garp flew upside down towards the building behind the execution platform with a bang, crashing and collapsing an unknown number of beams before it stopped in the rubble. "Hey, Garp!" Immediately, even Marshal Sengoku, who was quite familiar with Lieutenant General Garp's strength, couldn't help but feel a little nervous. The next moment, Lieutenant General Garp stood up from the ruins behind him, flicked the cloak of justice behind him, and said with a smile on his face that had always looked rough and scribbled, "Quite interesting and powerful attack." 802 Chapter 803 Angry Beast Charlotte and number 183 Lingling. It wasn't until Lieutenant General Garp stood up unharmed in the picture synchronized by the projection phone bug that most of the people came back to their senses from the twists and turns of the scene, gasping for breath to relieve their nervous and excited mood. As expected of a naval hero, Lieutenant General Garp's strength is so reassuring. That's right, Lieutenant General Garp hasn't really shot yet. Everything is fine. Unfortunately, another naval hero seems to have died, otherwise those pirates will never have a chance of victory. Although the vast majority of the people subconsciously supported the Navy headquarters, Kid's amazing role as a supernova in this level of war instantly made Kid's reputation spread throughout the entire sea. Eustace Kid, a man who controls a terrifying magnetic force, can easily control the iron wall of tens of thousands of tons to fly and float, and even the attack he releases blows Lieutenant General Garp away. A man like this has been unknown in the sea before. 395 Chapter 395 Tisk. Just to describe Eustace Kid as a supernova is to underestimate him. It makes sense. He can easily move tens of thousands of tons of objects, and he is the king of magnetism. Why don't you just call him? At this point, the limited knowledge of the pirate who was watching the live broadcast and constantly discussing made it impossible for him to continue to summarize, but another pirate on the side pushed his glasses and continued, "If you want me to say, you still have to consider the title from Eustace Kid's most brilliant record at present, Lieutenant General Bombing Garp, so, it's better to call him the Emperor of Cannons." Hey, isn't Eustace Kid a cannon? In this case, it's better to start from the iron wall ring he controls. Do you think the iron wall ring looks like it from a distance? A ring. So, well, the king of the wall. At this moment in the still extremely fierce battlefield of Marin Vando, the Navy naturally did not know that a considerable part of the pirates watching the live broadcast were very enthusiastically discussing nicknames for Kid. Perhaps, even if you know it, it will only be scornful. More importantly, Lieutenant Garp is going to shoot. Lieutenant General Garp, who had returned to the execution stand, twisted his neck slightly, pulled the suit at the neckline by the way, and asked the Warring States Marshal beside beside him. Hey, if I make a move, there's no problem, right? The warring States Marshal nodded and said with a smile, I will guard the execution platform. You can do it. The war is almost over at this level. It seems that the variables are increasing if you drag it on. Lieutenant General Garp took a deep breath, then looked at Ace kneeling on the execution platform again. However, Ace still did not respond to Lieutenant General Garp's complex eyes, which were slightly reluctant. He just lowered his head and looked completely desperate and numb. Not only this time, Lieutenant General Garp has been visiting Ace almost every few days since then, but Ace has always been like this. It seems that he has lost all reactions to the outside world, and only one, the subhull, is numbly waiting to die. Ace. Lieutenant General Garp took another deep breath, his eyes tightly closed. Why don't you ask for help? Even if you don't ask me for help anyway, Whitebeard is here, and you should respond a little bit. Could it be your only wish now is to look forward to death and end the bloodline curse that you have always hated in the past? If that's the case, Grandpa, I'm satisfied. Grandpa will end this war and let your execution go on. Suddenly, when Lieutenant General Garp opened his eyes again, his eyes were no longer the same as usual, and there was no hesitation at all. In the next moment, in the spotlight, the One Piece who had been arrested suppressed the legend of an arrow with almost absolute combat power. Lieutenant General Garp, who bears the name of Navy hero and strongest Marine, shot. Boom. Lieutenant General Garp's target is not Whitebeard, but that one Eustace Kid. Little devil, the pirate game is almost over for me. One punch. With just one punch, Lieutenant General Garp blasted a ring of iron walls weighing hundreds of tons. His terrifying body swept through the terrifying magnetic field current in the ring of iron walls. As if he was not affected in the slightest, he went straight to Kid, whose eyes widened. But terrifying. In just a moment, Kid, who was arrogant just now, knew that he might not be able to withstand Lieutenant General Garp's punch. Are you crazy? How come this old thing suddenly became furious? However, facing Lieutenant General Garp's seemingly unstoppable posture, Kid did not run away, but placed the huge mirror in front of him in the direction of Lieutenant General Garp. Could it be? What kind of special move is this? Just when people who noticed the scene had this guess in their hearts, Kid left the huge mirror in place, and the whole person retreated to the back without hesitation, as if he was afraid of being late. It will be crushed. The next moment, just when Lieutenant General Garp was a little confused about Kid's behavior, a huge arm stretched out from the mirror and slapped the iron wall. Clear handprints. And this breath. Lieutenant General Garp paused in front of the mirror, stared solemnly at the huge mirror, and said in a low voice, Charlotte Lingling. However, Charlotte Lingling, who Lieutenant General Garp had expected, did not appear. What emerged from the mirror was a giant with a body as large as a real giant, with 12 legs and almost all of horns. Muscular monster. At this moment, even if the card Lieutenant General Pu also thought it was a monster. What surprised Lieutenant General Garp even more was that, upon careful identification, the face of the monster in front of him seemed to be distorted by anger, and the outline of Charlotte Lingling could be vaguely discerned. Trouble. As soon as Lieutenant General Garp finished speaking, Charlotte Lingling, who had red eyes and lost all reason, slapped Lieutenant General Garp with her huge palm. Boom. The two brute forces collided without any fancy. However, Lieutenant General Garp was directly floating on the iron wall in mid-air, shot through the footing point, and slammed to the ground. At this moment, her image changed drastically. Charlotte Lingling, whose body was full of terrifying muscles, smashed her chest a few times with her fists, and let out a howl that made the world tremble. Mama. 803 Chapter 804 Garp vs Charlotte and number 183 Lingling. Originally, almost everyone thought that the action of the naval hero Lieutenant General Garp would represent the end of this war. With the big change in her image, Charlotte Lingling appeared in Marin Vando and shot Lieutenant General Garp to the ground with one blow. At this moment, the whole world is shocked. What kind of monster is this? There are also some people who are quite familiar with Big Mom Charlotte Lingling. Their eyes are wide, showing an incredible look. Looking at Charlotte Lingling's vaguely recognizable facial contours, her body was more than several times larger than before, and her body, which was once full of bloated fat, was almost all muscle, and there were 12 feet under her body. One leg supports the huge body. Then, it wouldn't be Big Mom, would it? Has Big Mom completely turned into a monster? Ahahaha, the war really won't end so easily. It's still early. Those hypocritical and disgusting navies are probably going to suffer. Just as some of the pirates watching the live broadcast were discussing with different expressions, the entire Marinfondo fell into a brief silence as Charlotte Lingling's sharp and frantic whistling continued to reverberate. Mama mama. Charlotte Lingling's voice stopped slowly. Her eyes filled with almost substantive anger glanced at the navy below, and her body, much larger than an ordinary giant, crashed towards the battlefield. Boom. As if hundreds of shells exploded in one area at the same time, the shock wave that Charlotte Lingling landed on on almost instantly blasted the surrounding crowd into the air. Charlotte Lingling, on the other hand, began to frantically destroy the surroundings, and the unconscious soul fruit power continued to spread around the waves that caused the soul to fear, and it kept grabbing people and stuffing it into the open mouth naked like a beast that was unconscious, only knowing that it was constantly eating and was full of anger all the time. Even though almost all the navies gathered to participate in Marin Fando were elites, but facing a monster like Charlotte Lingling, the morale almost showed signs of a diffuse collapse for a while. Why? I clearly used domineering. Why can't I break through this monster's defense? Don't flee. How can this monster be defeated? Swallow this monster. This kind of sacrifice has no meaning at all. I don't want to be eaten. For a time, under the almost overwhelming terrifying power of Charlotte Lingling, a large number of navies began to flee under the drive of fear, and among the navy crowd who started trying to escape Charlotte Lingling one after another, a slightly thin pink-haired young navy was tremblingly trying to clench the navy saber in his hand, his eyes wide open, and he muttered, no, can't escape." However, the faint voice of the pink-haired young navy was extremely weak among the navy whose morale had collapsed and started to flee, so weak that no one could hear it. Even the pink-haired navy was pushed to the ground by the fleeing crowd. "Don't hold back, bastard." Finally, the pink-haired boy navy, who had accumulated a certain emotion to the extreme, climbed up from the ground and shouted, "If even the navy escape, then who will stop this monster?" In an instant, the voice of the pink-haired boy navy spread all around. The firm and immature voice was clearly transmitted to the ears of the surrounding navy, which made those navy figures who instinctively fled because of fear froze, and also attracted the attention of Charlotte Lingling. Bang bang bang. Charlotte Lingling's 12 legs were running wildly on the ground, and almost instantly, a terrifying shadow shrouded the pink-haired young navy. Her bloody mouth opened and she said something unconsciously. "Spirit, soul, pure the I want to." The next moment, Charlotte Lingling's palm, which was almost the size of a basketball court, shrouded the pink-haired young navy. On the other hand, the pink-haired young navy stared straight in fear and firmness, holding the navy saber in both hands, and muttering words in his mouth. "Can't escape, can't escape. You're going to be a marshal. You're going to be a great navy like Vice Admiral Ion. Don't you have the consciousness of dying on the road of justice? You can't disgrace the name of justice." At the end of the day, the pink-haired young navy held the navy saber more and more with both hands, and his immature face showed determination and perseverance to die. However, at this moment, Lieutenant General Garp's burly figure suddenly appeared in front of the pink-haired young navy, and an unpretentious punch slammed into the palm of Charlotte Lingling's cover. Boom! The huge air waves spread out in a ring shape almost instantly, and the earth even cracked in a large area under the collision of these two terrifying forces. "Mama!" Charlotte Lingling's huge body swayed, and she took a few steps back under the huge impact. "Justice!" Appearing in front of the pink-haired young navy, the word justice flew up with the aftermath of the cloak. The next moment, Lieutenant General Garp tore off the justice cloak behind him, then threw it towards the pink-haired navy behind him, and said, "Kirby." "Yes." Kirby responded quickly while taking on the cape. "Well done and well said. You have captured Charlotte Lingling's attention and bought quite a precious time." Lieutenant General Garp spoke earnestly, with undisguised satisfaction in his tone. "However, this kind of battle is too early for you. Just leave it to this old man." "Yes." Immediately, Kirby stepped back quickly without hesitation, avoiding that his stay would drag on Lieutenant General Garp's battle. Immediately, Lieutenant General Garp focused his attention again on Charlotte Lingling, who had almost turned into a monster in front of him. "It's so ugly." Charlotte Lingling. However, Charlotte Lingling seemed to have completely lost her basic communication skills. Instead, after being stopped by Lieutenant General Garp, her terrifying figure swelled a little again under the anger of Lieutenant General Garp. Slap towards Lieutenant General Garp. Boom! For a time, Lieutenant General Garp and Charlotte Lingling collided with these two muscle monsters without any fancy, attracting everyone's attention to a great extent. Navy hero Lieutenant General Garp vs 4 Emperors Charlotte Lingling. Without a doubt, this is definitely one of the top battles in the world. 804 Chapter 805 The so-called Iron Fist. Even in terms of visual effects, the battle between Lieutenant General Garp and Charlotte Lingling was far less exaggerated than that of Sakaski and Kuzan to suppress Whitebeard, but the pure muscle collision fist to flesh, the intensity of the battle was far more intense than the battle on Whitebeard's side. Boom boom boom. Although there is an extremely exaggerated gap in size between the two sides, and even Lieutenant General Garp is not as big as a finger of Charlotte Lingling at this time, but under Lieutenant General Garp's full combat power, it can be called the peak of the sea. The arrogance of the armed color is a testament to what is the ultimate. It also proves that the strongest in the world does not necessarily need domineering, just armed domineering. Enough. Iron Fist. Copyright 2022. 2 Fanfiction All Rights Reserved 396 Chapter 396. It's also a punch that doesn't seem fancy, but the invisible armor formed by Garp's armed domineering is truly manifested, and it does not wrap around or cover the body like other people's armed domineering, and it is the jet black military colored domineering armor that can be seen vaguely on the entire body surface. Boom. Between the collisions, Charlotte Lingling's body, known as a steel balloon, sunk a huge chunk directly, and Charlotte Lingling's attack that was enough to easily smash a mountain fell on Lieutenant General Garp, but Lieutenant General Garp, who looked incomparably small, was unavoidable and resisted head-on. 6 types of Navy iron nugget. Immediately, the jet black domineering armor covering Lieutenant General Garp became clearer, and even faintly flashed the luster of steel. Boom. Charlotte Lingling's palm landed half a meter away from Lieutenant General Garp and stopped as if she had encountered an obstacle that could not be shattered. Although the ground beneath Lieutenant General Garp's feet was cracked again, Lieutenant General Garp seemed to be completely fine, and even attacked Charlotte Lingling again without stopping. For a time, witnessing the scene with extreme body shape differences, the public with the Navy, they could not help but feel a feeling of blood boiling. The gap is not insurmountable. Although there is a big gap in size, nothing is insurmountable. Is this Lieutenant General Garp the strongest Navy soldier? However, unlike the enthusiasm and excitement of the rest of the people, when Drago, who was far away in the Revolutionary Army headquarters, saw this scene, his face almost instinctively twitched, and some not-so-good memories emerged in his mind. "Old man, it seems that this time is really serious," Drago said with a bit of gritted teeth. "It should be the first time in the years since Roger's death that he has shown this level of arrogance to anyone other than me." Thinking of this, Drago couldn't help but have a few worries in his heart. According to the strategy negotiated between Drago and Ion, Drago is fully responsible for the liberation of the sea. As for Ion, he was responsible for delaying the organization's actions and prolonging the war that took place in Marine Vando at the naval headquarters as much as possible, so that the world government and the naval headquarters did not have the extra energy to stop the Revolutionary Army's actions. Only by delaying the world government and naval headquarters as much as possible can the Revolutionary Army achieve the initial comprehensive liberation of the sea as much as possible, eliminate those rotten aristocratic systems, and truly further liberate the minds of all civilians. It's just that the old man has really gotten serious, and the naval headquarters still has a considerable part of the combat power that has not been shot, and the possible support of the world government has not been exposed. But soon, Darag abandoned this unnecessary worry. Although Darag was not aware of Yan's specific action plan, Yan did not draw a lot of combat power from the organization. In addition to dispatching the Shemale King Yin Wonkov, he only mobilized a Smile to participate in the plan. It's just that if it's that man, it's worth trusting. Drago's eyes didn't hesitate at all, and then he threw himself into the dispatch command of the liberation operation again. It won't be long before the nearest Revolutionary Army uprising force will really start to attack the world allied countries. The war that really wants to completely change this era. Now is the time to start. On the other side, in the mirror world corresponding to Marin Vando, Ion was also amazed at Lieutenant General Garp's power. Even though Ian has verified Lieutenant General Garp's combat power many times in the mouth of Drago, even when he was in the East China Sea not long ago, in order to avoid intelligence errors, Drago deliberately went to Lieutenant General Garp to find a draw. Once, a shoe print was printed directly on the face. However, when Ion really witnessed Lieutenant General Garp's seemingly unpretentious and surprisingly powerful armed domineering, he still couldn't help but be amazed. If Shank's domineering arrogance is currently the strongest in the sea, then Lieutenant General Garp is afraid that he will never be able to find someone who is more extreme in his armed arrogance than him in the next 50 years. You must know that the current Charlotte Lingling may have lost her sense of reason, and even the ability of Soul Fruit can only be released unconsciously, but after liberating the Void Soul Chopping Blade Angry Beast, her physique and brute force, the power is almost absolute. But even so, Lieutenant General Garp was still able to resist, and even after adapting to Charlotte Lingling's instinctive and messy attack, he had already begun to suppress Charlotte Lingling. Seeing this, Bray, who was beside Ion, said in a trembling voice, "Yeah, Lord Yen, Mom doesn't seem to be Lieutenant General Garp's opponent. What should I do?" "It's okay," Ion answered Bree gently and said, "The so-called anger can only be more terrifying when it erupts after being suppressed for a long time." Bree blinked, wondering in her heart, but she was afraid that Ion would be offended by asking stupid questions. However, Ion said as if he understood Bree's thoughts, "Don't worry, everything is under control." Seeing this, Bray replied in a panic, Yes, I didn't mean to doubt Lord Ion." Ian pushed his glasses reluctantly. "Am I so scary?" "Obviously, I usually speak very softly." Or, the change change in Charlotte Lingling scared Bree. However, Charlotte Lingling's change is not directly related to the fact that Ion gave her the Void Soul Chopping Blade, Angry Beast. To be more precise, after Ion entered Charlotte Lingling's spiritual space through the connection of the Void Soul Chopping Blade, he discovered that there was still a first in Charlotte Lingling's spiritual space. 2. Incomplete consciousness and soul. The soul named sister. P.S. A little later, there is one more update. 805 Chapter 806 World Live Streaming that has not been closed. There is another soul and consciousness in a person's spiritual space, which is undoubtedly an extremely abnormal phenomenon. Even the essence of the Void Soul Chopping Knife is also similar to the soul, but after the Void Soul Chopping Knife is given, unless Ion's consciousness takes the initiative to take over the Void Soul Chopping Knife, he will not have consciousness. Void Soul Chopping Knife will not have other effects on the original consciousness and soul. However, Charlotte Ling, another soul named sister in Ling's body, even has a certain consciousness. But that's all in the past. With the embodied soul released by Charlotte Lingling Mother's visiting canon, 3000 Miles was destroyed by Ion's soul chopping blade, which also led to the lack of souls of Charlotte Lingling and sister for the most part, let alone complete consciousness. Even Charlotte Lingling's memory in the mental space was missing a lot. However, through the fragmentary memory fragments of Charlotte Lingling, Ion probably figured out the relationship between Charlotte Lingling and the nun and the origin of the soul fruit. The so-called nun was the previous soul fruit person, and also had a relationship similar to Charlotte Lingling's childhood adoptive mother. However, during one of Charlotte Lingling's birthday parties, Charlotte Lingling devoured the nun and many childhood friends as food while eating frantically. Perhaps it is precisely because the soul and consciousness of a nun affects Charlotte Lingling all the time that Charlotte Lingling's usual behavior is so strange and tyrannical. However, Charlotte Lingling became a new soul fruit ability user in this way, but Ion was quite surprised. Is it due to the particularity of soul fruit, or do devil fruits generally have this feature and can become a new ability person by swallowing the ability person? For a specific conclusion, Ion has not had enough time to experiment for the time being. What is certain is that if the ability of the other party can be obtained through the ability to swallow raw, I am afraid that the sea will be even more chaotic. However, this also saved Yan a lot of means to control Charlotte Lingling. Even in the current state of Charlotte Lingling, Yan can actively control the Void Soul Chopping Blade, Angry Beast, at any time. In place of Charlotte Lingling's chaotic and disordered consciousness, Ion's expression did not change in the slightest as he watched Lieutenant General Garp, who was in full force, gradually suppress Charlotte Lingling in all aspects, but his expression revealed a hint of sarcasm. The abilities endowed by Void Soul Chopping Knife, Angry Beast, are different from other soul chopping knives. In addition to the basic strengthening of the body and the change of body shape, he has almost only one characteristic, that is, anger. With the increase of anger, Charlotte Lingling's body and strength can be continuously improved. For Charlotte Lingling, who has lost all her senses at the moment, Lieutenant General Garp's continuous suppression and attack on Charlotte Lingling is exactly what Ion hopes to see. Charlotte Lingling's anger will continue to accumulate rapidly under the constant attack and the constant inhibition of her instinctual hunger. This is also a chess piece that Ion deliberately prepared to use against Lieutenant General Garp after learning about Lieutenant General Garp's abilities. Let's fight. Ion looked calmly across the entire Marin Vando. Today, Marin Vando's battlefield is almost divided into 4 areas: the interweaving of flashes and lightning in the sky, the collision of Lava Ice and Whitebeard, and the battle between Lieutenant General Garp and Charlotte Lingling, 2 physical monsters, and finally the big melee between the Whitebeard pirates, the Supernova group, the pacifist troops, and the elite navy. The war has advanced to this point. It can almost be said to be tragic. Even as powerful as Whitebeard has really begun to be wounded, and the number of corpses falling on the battlefield is increasing, and the warring States Marshal, who solemnly judged the situation on the battlefield, gradually understood that if this continued, the battlefield would likely be eroded to an unacceptable level. At that time, even if the Navy can achieve the final victory, I am afraid that the casualties will be far more than originally expected. Immediately, the warring States Marshal and Admiral He, who was not far away, looked at each other, and the knowing Admiral He immediately understood what the Marshal of the warring states meant and the worries of the Admiral of the warring states. Charlotte Lingling's strange state is very abnormal. The ugliness of the Navy cannot be known by the people of the world. The war must be ended as soon as possible, albeit in a less honorable way. So, temporarily close the live stream. Immediately, Lieutenant General Crane, who understood the meaning of the warring States Marshal, quietly took out the communication phone bug and ordered the Rear Admiral, who was responsible for the public execution, to temporarily shut down the live broadcast. Yes, Lieutenant General Crane. The phone worms responded with the familiar voice of Lieutenant General He's subordinate, and Lieutenant General He also had no doubt that his reliable subordinate would not carry out his orders. However, what Admiral Crane didn't know was that in the control room responsible for controlling the live broadcast of the video phone bug, a Navy had fallen to the ground, and the Rear Admiral, who had just communicated with Vice Admiral Crane, was rapidly changing and reverted to the coquettish she-male image of Von Clea, who was capable of imitation fruit. Looking at Von Clea's shrewd and capable appearance, Yin Wonka, the queen of she-males, praised Von Clea almost without hesitation. Hip hop, well done, Xiao Feng Zhang. And being praised by his idol, Von Clea couldn't help but get shy, and responded shyly, "No, it's also because of the credit of Lord Ion's many teachings." Yin Wonka praised again and again. "Don't be humble, Xiao Feng Zhang. He is a man that even Lord Ion has needed many times, and he has already understood the way of the new human being very thoroughly." Witnessing this scene, Baby Five's palms, holding their chests with both hands, subconsciously clenched their arms tightly, and interrupted expressionlessly, "You two are almost enough. This is an extremely important part of the plan, not a place for you to mess around. Don't worry, with Xiao Feng sauce here, those Navy executives won't be able to find the flaws for the time being," Yin Wonka said confidently. "What's more, the attention of the Navy headquarters is now almost attracted by the battlefield, and it has no intention to pay attention to the situation here." However, Baby Five's tone did not slow down. "In short, there must be no mistake, otherwise it will be difficult to make up for our lives." On the other side, as He Zongjun nodded to the Warring States Marshal from a distance, thinking that the live broadcast had been temporarily closed, the Warring States Marshal closed his eyes slightly and muttered, "Declare the power of the Navy headquarters to the world. This level is enough, and the rest, only the result of victory is enough." 806 Chapter 807 Execution in Advance. And the way to win. It's a bit mean, but it's the best way to break your morale, Whitebeard. The next moment, Marshal Warring States opened his closed eyes and announced loudly, "Execution." As soon as the statement came out, whether it was in Marin Vando's navy or the Whitebeard pirates, they were all shocked. Even when this sentence was spread all over the world through the projection phone bug, the people's expressions were also extremely shocked, and then subconsciously look at the clock. In an instant, the voice of criticism rang out in every corner of the sea at almost the same time. "Isn't it time for the execution yet? This is an early execution. Is the Navy unable to withstand the pressure of the Whitebeard pirates?" No, the Navy headquarters wants to kill Ace in advance to destroy the morale of the Whitebeard pirates. Once Ace dies, most of the pirates who have no reason to fight will inevitably retreat and pursue them. But the Navy is good at it. What? This despicable act, is it still justice? Those pirates of the Whitebeard pirates attacked Malin Fando to their death for the sake of their faith, and the Navy headquarters, which prides itself on justice, openly announced the execution time to the entire sea in advance in order to destroy the enemy. It is really shameful. Not only was the people shocked and surprised, but the members of the Whitebeard pirates who reacted showed incomparably angry expressions on their faces. There is no doubt that if the Navy headquarters executes the execution ahead of time, wouldn't the sacrifice of the Whitebeard pirates in this kind of war become a joke? 397 Ace. In an instant, quite a few pirates who were friendly with Ace burst out with all their strength, desperately trying to rush to the execution platform. However, the lines of defense laid down by the elites of the Navy headquarters under the leadership of the Vice Admirals firmly contained the Whitebeard pirates. Furthermore, even if he had broken through the naval defense line, there was still a line of defense formed by the Shishibukai before the execution platform. Too late. It's not too late at all. Under the command of the Warring States Marshal, the two executioners prepared in advance slowly raised their knives and staggered over Ace. Countless eyes are fixed in the direction of the execution platform. Once Ace is executed, it will represent the complete severing of the blood of the former One Piece, and it will also represent the failure of the Whitebeard pirates. The next moment the knife falls. Just like the picture of Roger being executed, Ace, the son of Roger, seems to have experienced the same reincarnation. At this moment, in the eyes of countless people, it even seemed to have stagnated, and the pirates of the Whitebeard pirates were even more complicated, angry, sad, unwilling. Morale dropped to freezing point almost instantly, and Sakazuki, who burst into a fruit awakening form with Kyuzen, almost turned into a volcano with infinite power, couldn't help but sneered at Whitebeard. "Whitebeard, you fail." However, what surprised both Kyuzen and Sakazuki was that Whitebeard's face did not show any expressions of anger, sadness, or unwillingness, and the domineering eyes did not change in the slightest. "Little devil, the world is not only as big as what you see. Your so-called absolute justice is so shallow that I can't help laughing." The next moment, Kong Yunkai, with the power of shock fruit in Whitebeard's hand, slammed it out, ignoring the lava and ice layers that Kyuzen and Sakazuki blasted towards towards his body at the same time. The terrifying atmosphere shook and the shocking shock detonated. Boom! In the smoke caused by the huge explosion, Sakaski and Kuzan withdrew at the same time. This guy, ready to die together, Kuzan judged grimly. No matter what, the pirates will only end up one, Sakaski said through gritted teeth. Immediately, under the gaze of the Whitebeard pirates and countless navies, the smoke dissipated and the tall and burly body of Whitebeard was still standing on the ground. Suddenly, the pirates of the Whitebeard pirates seemed to have found the backbone and shouted in the direction of Whitebeard. Dad, Ace, Ace. What's next? Dad, vengeance. I must avenge Ace brothers. There's no point in fighting anymore. Calm down. If brother Ace is still alive, I don't want us to make meaningless sacrifices. Even though the interior of the Whitebeard pirates can be regarded as a model of unity among the pirates, the messy voices at the moment have different ideas. Little ones. The next moment, as Whitebeard raised the Kongyunkai in his hand, everyone's eyes turned towards the Whitebeard known as the strongest man in the world. Under the circumstance that the original purpose of the war has failed, what choice will this man make? At this moment, not only the navy and pirates among Marin Vando were waiting for Whitebeard's decision, but even the countless people who were staring at the live broadcast subconsciously became nervous. However, Whitebeard let out a domineering and cheerful laughter that was beyond everyone's expectations, making many people's expressions stunned. Already insane. Many people even subconsciously came up with this speculation. Otherwise, how could Whitebeard actually let out such a cheerful laugh when his beloved son was executed on the spot? Immediately, Kongyunkai in Whitebeard's hand slammed heavily and said loudly, "Retreat! I haven't received my beloved son. How can I retreat?" As soon as these words came out, the pirates of the Whitebeard pirates couldn't help but look worried and sad when they looked at Whitebeard. Dad, is it difficult to accept the reality under the stimulation of Ace's execution? As for Sakaski, he couldn't help but sarcastically said, "Sorry, Whitebeard, Ace's body can only be disposed of by the Navy headquarters. Even if it is picked up and fed to the Sea Kings, it will never be handed over to UC Debris." As soon as these words came out, there was no doubt that they greatly provoked the nerves of the Whitebeard pirates, and almost subconsciously, they showed a murderous look at Sakaski. When Sakaski saw this, the corners of his mouth twitched. "Get out of your mind completely, and let my lava turn UC scum to ashes." However, at this moment, a voice full of vigor and arousal, accompanied by a hot flame, echoed in Marin Fando. "Fire punch!" 807 808. The sharp blade running through the chest. Fire punch. The fiery flame is almost like a rising sun, sweeping towards Sakaski. Boom. At this moment, as the flames exploded, everyone's eyes fell into a moment of sluggishness. Fire! Fire fist! Isn't that the burning fruit move? The next moment, everyone's eyes turned to look in a certain direction. I saw a navy wearing a navy costume, a baseball cap covering most of his face, and a flaming navy jumping over the city wall where the Shishibukai were sitting, and then backhanded the justice cloak. Navy clothing and the baseball cap was torn off. Suddenly, what appeared in front of everyone was a black-haired youth with some freckles on his face. Poor gas Ace. What? Everyone. In an instant they were shocked, showing a dull expression. Countless people watching the live broadcast were rubbing their eyes subconsciously, their expressions full of surprise and surprise. Poor gas Ace. Hasn't he been executed? Even the corpses were still on the execution platform without being cleaned up. What happened? Why is there another poor gas Ace? Is that a lie? This should be true. That should be the rumored ability of poor gas Ace's burning fruit. Ace, who was standing on the city wall, raised his arms high towards Whitebeard and his family from a distance and said with tears in his eyes, "Hold, I'm sorry, I asked you to come here. Your kindness, Ace will definitely remember in this life." At this moment, with the execution of the other self on the execution platform, Ace inexplicably felt a sense of relief, as if the curse of the One Piece bloodline in his body had also dissipated. Compared with the meaningless resentment and persistence, Ace completely understood his father. His family is more important, and this is what he has been pursuing all his life. Inexplicably, Ace completely understood why the world's strongest father never went to find the last island Ralph drew, but instead worked hard to maintain a warm family. "Dad, I have found my own big secret treasure," Ace screamed at Whitebeard with all his might, and his tearful face let out a satisfied and excited sound. "Ah, is it?" Whitebeard's face also showed a doting and warm look, and said, "If that's the case, then you stupid and rambunctious son should probably go home with Dad." However, as the boiling lava engulfed the shrouded flames, an extremely angry voice interrupted the warm conversation between Whitebeard and Ace. "What, are you kidding me? Where do you think this is? I'll die for you." The next moment, Sakaski, who was almost completely dazed by the anger of being played, broke out completely, and while he rushed towards Whitebeard again, he ordered loudly, "Why are you still hesitating? Everyone obeys orders and kills poor gas Ace at all costs." In an instant. Almost all the navy moved. How poor Ghastly Ace escaped execution is too late to investigate, and more importantly, Ace must not be allowed to escape from Marin Vando. In that case, the Navy headquarters, justice, and this public execution will all be turned into an unprecedented laughingstock. Facing the surrounding navies, the flames on Ace suddenly rose. "Come on, Marines," captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Fire Fist, poor Ghastly Ace, join us. Immediately, with Ace as the center, a new round of conflict erupted at an unprecedented height. Not only the elites of the Navy, but even the last fighting forces such as Admiral Crane and Chief Instructor Zifa, who were the last backers in the previous wars and did not directly participate in the war, could not help but participate in the battle during the interception of Ace. In any case, we must stop Ace and Whitebeard from meeting, otherwise everything will be in trouble. As for the warring States Marshal who personally presided over the execution, he stared blankly at Ace, who was still dancing, but he was unable to regain his senses. How is this possible? After Ion was attacked and killed, Marshal Sengoku, who secretly suspected that there were spies in the Navy, kept Ace locked up around his residence for a long time in order to ensure Ace's condition. During the whole process, there were no accidents, and before the execution began, the warring States Marshal personally verified Ace's identity. And when Ace was always wearing Halashi handcuffs, there was no way to replace the bag drop with any devil fruit ability. Why? In the mind of the warring States Marshal, scenes flickered frantically, ruling out one possibility after another. Suddenly, the warring States Marshal suddenly realized something. The executed Ace was fake, so is it possible that Ion, who was killed in the attack, was also? When realizing this possibility, the warring States Marshal only felt that his brain fell into a blank for a moment, and even his whole body trembled slightly in an emotion that didn't know whether it was horror, joy, or daze. It was also at this moment when everyone's attention was completely focused on the dazzling Ace, and the execution platform was reduced to a place where no one was paying attention. Khorasan, who was not far from the execution platform, showed a trace of intolerance in his eyes, but he secretly created an area behind the execution platform through the fruit of silence, which blocked the perception of sound and domineering at the same time. Immediately, Ion flashed out of a window glass behind the execution stand, and then instantly appeared behind the warring States Marshal. While the soul-chopping sword pierced through the chest of the warring States Marshal, Yan gently hugged the warring States Marshal with one hand, and the warm voice reached the ears of the wide-eyed warring States Marshal. "Old man, I'm sorry, but please have a good sleep." In the next moment, a numb and cold feeling began to spread rapidly towards the body in the chest of Marshal of the warring States period. The eyes reflect Ion's tender and guilty look. "Bastard, asshole." Hearing the last screeching sound from Marshal Sengoku before he lost consciousness, the smile on Ion's face flashed. "If there is still a chance in the future, I will continue to listen to your lessons carefully, old man." 808 809th chapters are the most distant feelings from understanding. At the same time, a large number of ships flying red flags suddenly appeared on the coastlines of some of the world's allied countries in the sea, and they attacked the world's allied countries almost without hesitation. And when most of the world's nobles, people, pirates, etc. were attracted by the public live broadcast of the war, a large number of the Revolutionary Army's secret hands buried in the world's allied countries also began to be used. Under the cooperation of the inside and the outside, the offensive of the Revolutionary Army can be described as breaking through the borders of a considerable number of the world's allied countries. However, unlike some aristocrats who thought that the Revolutionary Army's attack would probably just be like a pirate, they would just loot and leave, the Revolutionary Army, while controlling the important facilities where they passed, did not hesitate to act like a pirate. The Crimson Flames continued to gather towards the location of the palace, as if to completely burn the aristocratic feudal system. At this moment, most of the world's royal family and nobles in the entire sea are almost in their respective palace squares. Before the projection phone bug, as a noble and privileged class above the pariahs, the royal family and nobles naturally would not go to the city to lean with the pariahs and endure the dirty and sour smell to watch the so-called war on the top. Therefore, when the Lian Chamber of Commerce mobilized all forces to build a network of projection phone bugs around the world, it placed a golden and luxurious-looking projection phone bug on the palace square of each of the world's affiliated countries, which was completely different from the projection phone bugs used by the commoners. Different specially made phone bugs. 398. Therefore, the royal family and nobles of each of the world's member countries gathered in their respective palace squares while enjoying luxurious and high-end banquets and performances while watching the war in the naval headquarters. At almost the same time, a considerable number of officials from the world's allied countries rushed to the palace square and reported anxiously quietly and loudly. "The big thing is bad. A group of unidentified guys invaded us." Just in the face of this report that was enough to make the world join the royal family and nobles furious. The exchange was silence, and there was no response to the intrusion information, but the eyes were staring at the projection phone. Live footage of the worm. Even not only the royal family and nobles of the participating countries of each world, even if the scope is expanded to the entire sea, almost all the projection phone bugs were dead silent before. As for the war between Marine Fando and the Marine headquarters, except for the war between Charlotte Lingling and Lieutenant General Garb, who had no sense of reason, almost everyone stopped. Hundreds of millions, even billions of eyes are looking at the man above the execution platform who did not know when he appeared. Tefamer Ian. More importantly, with the appearance of that man, the sharp blade pierced through the chest of the warring States Marshal. For the Navy, most of them fell into a state of sluggishness, disbelief humming in their heads, and even almost lost their ability to think. What? In the face of countless shocked gazes, Yan slowly pulled out the soul-chopping sword that penetrated the warring States Marshal and let the corpse of the warring States Marshal fall under the execution platform. Peng. With a muffled sound, the Navy was awakened. However, what shocked the Navy was that the warring States Marshal who fell to the ground did not move at all, and almost all the elites of the Navy who were able to participate in this war had mastered a certain degree of domineering, but they could not perceive the slightest breath of the Marshal. No breath. Why can't I feel the breath of the Marshal? Could it be that the Marshal is dead? Just when the faces of the Navy were almost pale, Jun's figure burst out towards Ion. His face sluggishly landed on the execution platform, and he said bluntly, Why, Lieutenant General Ion, are you still alive? Ion's eyes were soft and he answered in a warm tone, Yeah, I'm still alive. Are you happy about that, Jun? But why did you attack the Sengoku Marshal? Why? Jun asked blankly. Ion's expression was still as gentle, but he didn't answer, just smiled slightly, as if he didn't think the behavior just now was a big deal. Lieutenant General Ion. And Jun's eyes overflowed with tears uncontrollably, staring at Ion stubbornly, and continued to question, Why do you want to do this? Isn't the warring States Marshal your adoptive father? Are you not a naval hero? Your Justice, why did you aim your sharp blade at the Navy? Ian bent down and picked up the loudspeaker bug that Marshal of Warring States had dropped on the ground and put it on his shoulders so that his voice could be heard more clearly throughout the entire Marin Vando. Immediately, Yan's slightly regretful and helpless voice sounded, Jun, can't you still understand me now? I'm so disappointed. I clearly thought you had the potential to become a naval admiral. Understood, Lieutenant General Ion. Do you know what you are talking about? You aimed your sharp blade at the Warring States Marshal. Is this your justice? Jun, who had been immersed in grief and self-blame for more than a month, seemed to be on the verge of a mental breakdown at this time, and asked in a hoarse and painful manner, Lieutenant General Ion, obviously you are so perfect, so attractive to me, and so dazzling. You have become the target that countless navies dream of and want to follow. Why? Suddenly, Jun's voice paused, as if thinking of something. A glimmer of hope emerged in his mind, and he tried his best to widen his tearful eyes and ask, Lieutenant General Ion, are you being controlled by some fruit power? However, it was Ion's mocking smile that responded to Jun. Jun, do you know what emotion is the furthest away from understanding? Ion stared at Jun's eyes that seemed to gradually disappear, and answered in a calm tone, That's the so-called longing. This is the least valuable in the world, and it is also the most difficult to understand each other's feelings. As Ion said that, he slowly approached Jun, whose eyes were dull. In the past, Jun was hugged by Ion without any reaction. The next moment, the sound of a body being penetrated through the loudspeaker worm spread all over Marin Fando, and even spread throughout the whole world. Immediately, Ion slowly pulled out the soul-chopping sword on Jun's chest, and then turned his back indifferently to Jun, whose body fell a little soft on the execution platform. However, what no one noticed was that the expression on Jun's face was not despair and secret, but a touch of happiness, as if the last thing she heard was not an indifferent answer. 809 810th chapter I Will Stand in the Sky. In Jun's consciousness that gradually fell asleep, the last words Ion said were still repeated in his mind. Jun, I truly received your heart. I love you too. If you can, after waking up, stay by my side forever. Let's really try to understand each other. But why? Obviously got a happy answer, but the consciousness is more and more lost. The consciousness is getting heavier and heavier. No, Lieutenant General Ion, you obviously haven't changed from beginning to end. Why did you attack the Warring States Marshal? Jun tried so hard to say these words, but his consciousness fell into a coma, and the body that fell on the execution platform seemed to have lost all biological functions and signs of life. However, in the eyes of everyone, it was Ion who killed Jun, who was looking forward to him with an extremely cold and ruthless blow. This behavior made everyone's backs shiver. deliver. And the Navy, who witnessed the whole process, were so angry that their eyes were cracked and they came to their senses. Telfimur Ion is no longer the venerable naval hero he used to be. He is the enemy, and he killed the enemies of Marshal Sengoku and Lieutenant General Jun with his own hands in front of everyone. As for those high-ranking naval officers who were almost all at a distance from the execution platform, they only felt that their anger had risen completely. Asshole, this guy must never be allowed to leave Marin Vando alive. Yan, in particular, Lieutenant General Garp and Lieutenant General Crane could not wait to tear Yan to pieces on the spot. However, Charlotte Lingling, who was constantly being suppressed by Lieutenant General Garp, unknowingly swelled by more than half the size at the beginning, and the increase in strength was even more exaggerated. However, Lieutenant General Garp was caught by Charlotte Lingling's grown palm because of Ion's carelessness. Kakaka. Far beyond the huge burst of brute force expected by Lieutenant General Garp, it was constantly squeezing the almost substantive armed arrogance of Lieutenant General Garp at a level visible to the naked eye. In the creaking, for the first time, there was a scream. However, even without the participation of Lieutenant General Garp, despite the fact that Whitebeard and Ace merged, the four real top naval powerhouses, Sakazuki Kyuzen, Lieutenant General Crane and Chief Instructor Z fought, but at the same time, he went straight to the direction of the execution platform. Telfimur Yan. This navy is the worst and most terrifying traitor in history, and must be killed on the spot. However, what the Navy executives didn't expect, and what all the people in the whole sea didn't expect, was that the Kaiwahei, who had not taken action since the beginning of the war on the top of the top, collectively stood from their seats at this time. It got up, and it was in front of the high-ranking Navy. Immediately, the expressions of these Navy executives changed drastically, and they asked subconsciously, "What do you mean? Are you also planning to betray the Navy and the world government? Are you planning to be deprived of the title of Kaiwahei? Step aside." In the face of the extremely ugly reprimands and threats from the high-ranking Navy, the Kaiwahei, who have always shown great internal contradictions, their movements and expressions are uniform, and they have no intention of giving in. Seeing this, Lieutenant General, he spoke again. "What did Ian buy you from? Did you not even care about your own country? Don't you know the fate of betraying the world government?" Lieutenant General Crane. "What nonsense are you talking about? The concubine is the husband's wife. What made you think that the concubine is on the side of the world government?" Hancock replied arrogantly and disdainfully, and his radiant face had the sad and secret gesture before. Yamato continued, not to be outdone. "I have to say that the response of your navy is too slow. I have always been a person of Lord Yan, and even joining the so-called Shibukai is just obeying Lord Yan's orders." Tiger folded his arms and answered bluntly, "Fishman Island will advance and retreat with Lord Yan." Bear, who has always been the most obedient to the world government, spoke briefly. "I hereby announce that the Kingdom of Sal Bay will renounce the title of world member state." Hearing this, even though he was as calm and wise as Lieutenant General, he still felt that his brain was turning white, and he had no idea why this happened. Hancock and Yamato can still be barely understood, but Tiger and Bear are almost the same generation. Crazy. In the end, Lieutenant General Crane couldn't help but look at Khorasan, who also had the country on his back, and who had repeatedly revealed that his greatest weakness was the kingdom of Dressrosa. At this time, Khorasan no longer had the madness and evil he deliberately displayed in the past, but replied a little embarrassedly, "I'm sorry, Lieutenant General Crane, since the idiot Ion is determined to be hostile to the world government, then as my brother, I can only participate." Brother Long. Hearing this claim, Lieutenant General Crane still doesn't understand that Khorasan has always been with Ion, and the hatred and contradictions expressed by the two sides for more than 10 years are all false. In other words, Telfimur Yan had already started planning to this point at least 10 years ago. At this moment, even Lieutenant General Crane felt a chill on his back and his face was pale. What a terrifying man who could start planning such a huge plan more than 10 years ago. Even such a man, wearing a mask of disguise step by step, has reached the lofty status of a naval hero, and even almost will become an admiral of the Navy. Lieutenant General Crane raised his head abruptly, looked at Yan on the execution platform not far away, and questioned, "Ian, what do you want to do?" In the face of Lieutenant General Crane's questioning, Ion also felt that he had given such a little buffer time, enough for the accident on Marin Vando to attract more people to watch him. Slowly, Ion's figure flew from the execution platform into the air, and then he threw away the wide black-framed glasses on his face, and swept the shabby bangs upwards with his palm, and pushed all his hair back, combing. With a small gesture, what Ion appeared in front of everyone in the world was no longer the middle-aged image exuding a gentle temperament, but a man with sharp and calm eyes, a cold and arrogant face, a man who seemed to be looking down. "King of all things. It's nothing, it's just too boring to have no one on the throne." So the 800-year history of the empty world government government throne is almost over. From then on, I will stand in the sky. 811th chapter. The worst rebellion in history. At this moment the world was dead silent, but Jan's words kept echoing in the minds of countless people. The history of the empty world government throne is almost over. From now on, I will stand in the sky. This sentence spread all over the world with the projection phone bug, and almost spread to the ears of more than 70% of the people in the entire sea, causing countless people to instantly feel their ears buzzing inexplicably and their eyes wide open. This is how domineering and how arrogant that one-time Navy hero Tefemer Yan. What kind of pirate king did he think of, or to pursue the so-called One Piece? He actually wanted to sit on the throne of the world government. What he wanted to be the real king of the sea. The ambition of this man is simply unimaginable, and the world, joining the royal family and nobles who were also staring at the live broadcast screen, became furious. After all, as the royal family and nobles who are above the countless people, most of them have a twisted arrogance in their hearts. The main reason why they are willing to join the world government as an affiliated country, in addition to a lot of real benefits, is the main reason. However, there is no king on the face of the world government. The throne of the world government is vacant. Above the king, how can you allow another king to appear? Therefore, Yan's remarks that are almost equivalent to intending to sit on the throne are actually shaking the fundamental correctness of countless worlds joining the royal family. As for the power over Holy Mary Joa Boom, with Yan's remarks that could be regarded as absurd and outrageous on the live broadcast screen, the teacups that the digital 5 old stars held in their hands in an elegant and sullen manner were instantly crushed into countless pieces. It was at this time that there was a knock on the door between the powers. Dong dong, come in. As a CP0 member opened the door between powers, what he saw was the uncontrollable anger on the faces of the 5 old stars. Guru. For the first time, the CP0 members who saw the 5 elders who hold the highest power in such a gaffe couldn't help swallowing their saliva, but the situation to be reported was not small, so they spoke quickly. 399. Lord 5 old stars, the kingdom of Sloka, kingdom of Chisai, kingdom of Kalibetas, and kingdom of Shinsayevo have all reported the appearance of an unidentified organization attacking the border, requesting support. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the 5 old stars almost instinctively showed impatience. Again, such a trivial matter. Not every kingdom strives to accumulate armaments and develop its national strength after becoming a world ally. In the past, in terms of things, the 5 old stars are naturally happy to see this kind of thing happen, and even give special resource tilts and rewards to those kingdoms that have abandoned their martial arts. However, this also leads to the occasional pirates who are a little ignorant of the world's alliance countries. If the world's alliance countries are unable to resist or to save face, they will always ask the world government to protect them and attack the world pirates of the allied countries. However, now the 5 old stars have no intention to pay attention to such trivial matters, and said immediately, there is no time to pay attention to such trivial matters now, and let the allied countries try to solve them by themselves, or just ask for help directly from the nearby naval base. The CP0 member opened his mouth subconsciously, trying to explain the organizations that seem to have attacked the allied countries in the world. Judging from the various preliminary collected signs, it is not simple, but the 5 Laoxing's tireless appearance makes the CP0 member interesting. Directly retreated, and just when the CP0 member was about to retreat to the door, wait, the blonde 5 old star said. Yes. CP0's heart tightened, and he thought that the 5 old stars had changed their minds. You ask President Fraud to come over immediately, said the blonde 5 star. Yes. Hearing this, CP0 quickly retreated, but within the power there is still a dignified atmosphere. What the 5 old stars are concerned about is not the trivial matter reported by the CP0 member just now, but the man in the live broadcast who stands in the air with calm and arrogant eyes. Tefemer Yan. Actually, dare. The long-haired 5 old stars, who are usually quite peaceful, can hardly suppress the anger in their hearts, said. What's more troublesome is, what are the idiots in the Navy doing? Why not cut off the live broadcast? Not only broadcast the Navy's gaffes and deeds all over the world, but even let such rebellious remarks spread throughout the sea. Wu Laoxing, who is also aware of the seriousness of the consequences, said, it is unimaginable that with the worship of those pariahs, even a Roger has set off the great pirate era. If Ion's influence fully exploded, wouldn't it trigger an era of rebellion against the world government? Yan's influence in the Navy is huge, and I don't know how many people he has won over secretly. Those so-called King's 7 Marshalseas are probably already completely subservient to Ian, who intends to sit on the throne. Right? Trouble. The curly-haired 5 old star added. The skinny Wu Laoxing, who was holding the demon sword, first generation Onatu, squeezed slightly involuntarily, and concluded, this is the worst rebellion in history. history, and no matter what, Tefemer Ion must not be allowed to leave Marin Vando alive. And this almost completely represents the common voice of the 5 old stars at this moment. In any case, at all costs, Tefemer Ion must never be allowed to leave Marin Vando. Compared to the so-called world's strongest man Whitebeard, who is still like a lost dog, the threat and danger of Tefemer Ion has reached an unimaginable level. In Marin Vando, although Ion couldn't witness everyone's reaction, his calm gaze slanted downwards, and all the navy and pirates in sight were stunned, staring at Ion in stunned eyes. Too crazy. Lieutenant General Ion, no, this man Ion actually wants to challenge the world government. No, it's not a challenge at all, it's a conquest. He wants to conquer the world government, then become the real king of the sea. How big of an ambition does this man have? As for the Navy's top management, after reacting to Ion's rebellious remarks, in addition to being shocked, they were more angry. 811 Brother 812 chapters Untouchable Temperature. Although Lieutenant General Crane had some guesses in his heart before, but after confirming the real purpose from Ion's mouth, he couldn't help shouting in horror, "Yan, do you think you can achieve this arrogant idea just by relying on Kaiwuhe? It's too naive, innocent." Ion looked down at the top navy below and said in a flat tone, "The so-called naive, but you who are bound by your vision are like frogs in the bottom of a well. You can only see the meager sky." "The Navy," Ion said with contempt in his tone. "I am completely tired of playing the game of the Navy. The so-called justice of the sea flag is held high, but it is actually just personal justice. It is like a small pool of water, so shallow that it makes people laugh." Finally, Sakaski, who was so angry that he could no longer contain it, erupted, and the whole person turned into a completely erupting volcano and rushed towards Ion. "Arrogant Ion kid, how can you possibly understand your distorted thoughts? True justice." With Sakaski's move, when the Kabuki were about to block Sakaski at the same time, Yan's voice rang out, "It's okay, the real king can't be touched by a mere amount of lava." Immediately, the Kaiwuhe stopped moving, but Sakaski was stimulated by Yan's contemptuous tone, and the whole person almost exploded, and the temperature emitted by the hot lava made the surrounding air faint. Twisted up volcano into a red lotus. In an instant, with the complete eruption of Sakaski, a giant lava dog the size of a volcano appeared in an instant with Sakaski as the center, roaring and biting towards Ion in the air. It turns out that Sakaski, what you call absolute justice, is only this kind of temperature after all. It's too small, too weak. Ion unhurriedly pulled out the soul-chopping blade from his waist and whispered silently, "Solution remnant fire sword." Boom! The lava mouth opened by volcano into a red lotus directly engulfed Ion completely. The next moment, in Sakaski's somewhat stiff expression, the heads of the countless giant lava dogs that were hot to the extreme melted and vaporized as if the ice and snow touched the flames. In the blink of an eye, the giant lava dog that was released by Sakaski's full-strength explosion had only half of its body left, and then fell on the ground and quickly melted a large swath of hills. How is it possible? In Sakaski's shocked and incomprehensible gaze, Ion, who was covered in some kind of flame, appeared in front of the world. Remnant fire sword west, remnant sun prison clothes. Ion's expression was still calm, and then he spoke slowly. "The flame that envelopes me has a temperature of barely 15 million degrees, a heat that Sakaski's absolute justice will never reach." "No, impossible," Sakaski said incredulously, and his fists were frantically spewing lava that was powerful enough to melt naval warships towards Ion. Meteor volcano. However, countless amounts of lava vaporized and evaporated as soon as it approached Ion, but it was impossible to even burn the corners of Ion's clothes. When Sakaski saw this, the meteor volcanoes that erupted between the red eyes were becoming more and more dense, and the temperature was constantly trying to increase. "It's useless, Sakaski. Even if you break the temperature limit of the lava fruit, how much can you raise the temperature? 1 degree or 2 degrees? For 15 million degrees of high temperature, even the world destruction, you can never reach, because that is the limit of what you call absolute justice," Ion said calmly. Compared with Sakaski, who had already fallen into madness, Lieutenant General Crane and other high-level officials noticed more important things and said incredulously, "How is that possible? Yen, you are clearly a cherry blossom fruit person. Why do you have the ability to manipulate flames?" And still, Lieutenant General Crane's voice paused, but in an instant he came to his senses. "It turns out that you have been searched by the world government for so many years, and the man with the power to evaporate the sea is you." "That's right," Ian replied casually in front of the worldwide live broadcast. "For me, whether it's evaporating the sea or destroying the entire world in an instant, it's just an easy thing to do." As soon as this statement came out, all the people watching the live broadcast were shocked, and most of them subconsciously believed it. After all, the evaporating sea incident in the past actually existed. Now, is the world going to fall into the hands of such a terrifying man? Hearing this, Kuzan seems to have finally made up his mind following Sakazuki to attack Ian. This also gives some hope to the people watching the live broadcast. With the cooperation of the two generals Sakazuki and Kyuzen, even the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, can be stably controlled. For a time, centered on Sakazuki and Kyuzen, the heat and the extreme cold began to spread, and two completely different natural disasters poured towards Ion without reservation. However, in the next moment, Ion suddenly appeared in front of Sakazuki, and the burning residual fire sword fell on Sakazuki's body. Almost instinctively, Sakazuki entered the elementalized state to avoid damage. However, the temperature of the residual fire sword is enough to instantly vaporize all the lava, and it was deliberately passed by Ion, which was limited to 15 million degrees within the residual fire sword. Just like the lava of Sakazuki in the original trajectory, it can penetrate the chest of elementalized Ace and cause irreversible substantial damage. Sakazuki, Kyuzen, shocked, shouted loudly, "It's just that it's too late." Sakazuki's body quickly disengaged from elementalization. Under the horrified eyes of countless people watching the live broadcast, half of Sakazuki's body had completely disappeared, and the man who represented one of the strongest forces in the Navy fell to the ground like this, with no breath. This scene completely shocked the world, and also completely let the whole world understand how terrible Yan is. Admiral was actually killed by one blow. Damn. Seeing this, Kyuzen's body suddenly erupted with extreme coldness, but he didn't have the slightest idea of retreating. At the same time, he also understood that Sakazuki was killed more like due to the restraint of his attributes. Just as lava restrains the flame of burning fruit, the collision of higher temperature and lava is almost the result of crushing. 812 813th chapter, Dissolution, and number 183, Magic Moonflower. Glacier Ice Age. In an instant, an unprecedented terrifying chill erupted with Kyuzen as the center, and the air, ground, and even the sky seemed to be frozen. Don't be touched by ice. No, run away. Stay away from General Kyuzen. At this moment, as the ice surface spread, the Navy soldiers in all directions moved away from Kyuzen's direction almost quickly to avoid being frozen by this indiscriminate attack. Even the climate of the entire Marin Vando became like a winter island for a while, and the extreme cold began to fall. And Yen, who was covered in sunshine prison clothes, the conflict between the extreme cold and the scorching heat almost caused large tracts of fog to rise around Yen all the time. "Kyuzen, are you going to stand in front of me too?" Ion's tone was still very calm, as if there was no turbulence due to Kyuzen's exaggerated power. "Ion, I have said that justice may change depending on the position. I don't know exactly why this change, but anyway, I must stop you, whether it is for a friend from the standpoint or from the standpoint of being a Navy. My justice must stop you." Kyuzen's voice did not lack the laziness of the past. Instead, it revealed an unprecedented firmness, and the powerful and righteous voice spread throughout the entire sea. A glimmer of hope sprouted in the heart of the Spike, and shock and despair. Maybe General Kyuzen may not be able to block Ion. After all, the defeat of General Sakazuki was more of a suppression of the fruit ability temperature. General Kyuzen, as a frozen fruit ability, is theoretically the restraint of any heat type ability, and General Kyuzen's fruit ability has also been developed to an exaggerated ability that can turn a 100-mile area into ice and snow in an instant. And just as thousands of eyes were watching Ion and Kyuzen with a ray of hope, the wasting sun hell wrapped around Ion's body suddenly disappeared. Is it? Whether it was the people or the Navy, their eyes couldn't help showing a little light. However, at the next moment, a thin layer of pure white ice suddenly spread over Yian's body. Copyright 2022 Fanfiction, all rights reserved. 400. Dissolution, full liberation. The Red Lotus Ice Will Pill. What? In an instant, another extremely cold freezing air erupted with Yan as the center. "You actually have the ability to freeze ice." Kyuzen's expression became a little more shocked. Looking at Lieutenant General Crane from a distance, his expression became even more gloomy, and at the same time, something sounded which once caused Kyuzen to be suspected of colluding with the Whitebeard pirates to freeze the pure lanternfish. Damn, everything from the beginning to the end was directed and acted by this guy Yan. Lieutenant General Crane said through gritted teeth. Judging from the current situation, Kyuzen may not be Yan's opponent. What should I do?" Chief Instructor Zifa frowned and said, "Although Zifa's arm has been equipped with a mechanical sea-building stone arm, the combat power and normal state have dropped a lot, not to mention how old the body has been. I hope Kyuzen can hold on. The 5 old stars must have already learned about Malin Fando's situation, and support will arrive soon. Time, the most important thing," Lieutenant General Crane said. Chief Instructor Zifa turned his head and glanced at Lieutenant General Garb, who was still entangled by Charlotte Lingling in the distance, and said with a bit of consciousness on his face, "I understand. When Kyuzen is at a disadvantage now, I will find an opportunity to try and make a move. I must not allow Ion to destroy justice. However, Lieutenant General Crane, who gradually calmed down, still had a sad expression on his face and said with a frown, "I'm worried that Ion's means and goals are not so simple. Based on Ion's past performance with his prudent personality, he shouldn't just rely on the power of the Kaiwilhe he has won over to challenge the world government." After a pause, Lieutenant General he continued, "Yan claimed to be planning to sit on the empty throne, so he should be quite sure." After a few short conversations between General Crane and Zifa, the collision between Kuzan and Yan had completely erupted, and the two completely different shocking bursts of cold air were separated by thousands of meters. The Kaiwilhe people took a breath, and they all felt that the cold air that spread into the chest along the air was about to freeze the lungs directly. However, just when some people thought that maybe Admiral Aokiji and Ion could go on stalemate like this, the four worlds are frozen. A calm voice sounded, and with Ion as the center, everything in the world was completely frozen in an instant, even the ice itself. This is absolute zero that freezes everything and freezes the world. And above the sea, the suppression of the same attribute is more severe and absolute than the suppression of the attribute. The next moment, the icy fog lingering in the sky slowly dissipated, and Ian walked out step by step, looking calm. Not even the corners of his clothes were wrinkled at all, as if the battle with Kuzan was only a matter of time. Just do it casually. As for the frozen man, General Kuzan, he was actually frozen behind Ion by ice, and his expression was a little dull and shocked. How is it possible? For a time, the sound of swallowing saliva rang out all over the sea at the same time. If it was before, the people still don't know what level the so-called highest naval combat power admiral is, and what level of power does the world's strongest man Whitebeard possess. But after an intense live broadcast of the battlefield, no one doubted that the combat power of General Sakaski and General Kuzan was definitely a suppression of the world. They themselves are the embodiment of natural disasters. However, these two men were instantly killed and frozen in front of Ion with their best abilities. This man is a god in the world. Is there anything more terrifying than this man? Destroy the world. Maybe he can really do it. Not necessarily. Countless people watching the live broadcast, after witnessing such a shocking fact, almost genuinely had an unparalleled fear of Ion. And this is why Ion has maintained the live broadcast from beginning to end, and single-handedly promoted this top war. "O world, fear me, believe that I have the power to easily destroy the world. I will be the hanged man who pushes away the new era. I will devour all the sins in the world with darkness, and then let the crimson flame sweep the sea and be reborn from the ashes." Yen walked to the middle of Kaiwilhe, and when Kaiwilhe bowed to show his surrender, the soul-chopping sword in his hand was transformed into mirror flower Shuiyu and stood in front of his chest. Dissolution. The magic moon produces flowers. 813 Chapter 814 True and False. And just when Ian froze Kuzan, the baby 5 in the room of the Marin Vando live control room seemed to have heard some order, and hurriedly said to Yin Wonka, who was manipulating the live phone bug, "That's it, hurry up and make a close-up of Sir Ion. This is a scene that must be seen clearly by everyone." "Yes," Yin Wonka hurriedly responded, and the screen that controlled the broadcast of the live phone bug was perfectly locked on Yan's body. Dissolution. The magic moon produces flowers. For a time, with the screen synchronized by the projection phone bug, the soul-killing sword that launched the dissolution, magic moon and flowers was watched by countless people. Perhaps those people don't know what this means, but Ion's eyes can't help but reveal a hint of joy. Unlike the first understanding of the mirror flower, water, and moon, which can perfectly manipulate the 5 senses of the person who has witnessed the process of the first understanding of the mirror flower, water, and moon to create an absolute hallucination. Dissolution. Phantom moon to produce flowers is a completely opposite ability to the first understanding. If we say that the ability of Jinghua Shuiyu can be simply summarized as false truth, then Huayueshengua is true falseness. This so-called true falsehood means that those who have witnessed the liberation process of dissolution, the magic moon and flowers in any way, once they believe that the falsehood imagined by Ion is true, then they can create the corresponding truth. However, the ability of the mirror and the ability to solve the problem conflict with each other. The two cannot exist and be used at the same time, and the creation of the corresponding truth is not unlimited. It needs to rely on the number of people who believe in false to determine the specific truth. To the extent that can be achieved, it can be said that in combat and under normal circumstances, this is almost a tasteless skill. Even if it is a battlefield of 100,000 level, or even a battlefield of 100,000 level, everyone believes in the falseness that Ion deliberately presents, and the level of authenticity that can be created is also tasteless. However, the number of people who witnessed the scene is billions of people. Before, everything Ion did, and even the war on the top, was to pave the way for this moment, paving the way for his own strength, paving the way for his ability ability to destroy the world, paving the way for his own darkness and evil. As for the reactions of Sakazuki and Kyuzan, as early as Ion expected, and Ion also has the confidence to use attribute suppression to defeat them with the same type of power and further show himself in front of the people all over the world as gods. Impossible illusion. Among them, Lieutenant General Garb, who Ion could hardly solve in a short period of time, was released by Charlotte Lingling, who had liberated the angry beast to accumulate anger in advance, and then suppressed Lieutenant General Garb and avoided Lieutenant General Garb's attack. Appear to affect oneself. This is the last step. Ion's face showed contempt for everything, looking down at all the people through the live screen like a god, and turned to speak. The ants blocking the way always appear in an endless stream. Rather than stepping on one foot after another like this, it will eventually make me a little tired. This vague tone of voice seemed to be about to judge something, but it made all the people's hearts can't help but startled, and faintly had an ominous premonition. So I thought of a more interesting way, using the whole world as a bet to decide the ownership of the empty throne. At this moment, Yan's eyes seemed to be looking down at the whole sea, and the soul-chopping saber that maintained the Huan Yu Shenghua in his hand pointed to the sky. Immediately, a shadow shrouded the entire Marin Vando in an instant, as if Marin Vando was shrouded in the eternal night in an instant. Everyone in Marin Vando subconsciously raised their heads and looked upwards, and the picture of the projected phone bug also turned upwards. What I saw was a huge meteorite that was even bigger than the entire Marin Vando floating above it inconceivably. Tong Kong shrinks. Once this giant meteorite that is almost the same size as Marin Vando falls, even if Whitebeard smashes the meteorite with the power of the shock fruit, the fragments produced by the meteorite of this size are also enough to easily destroy Marin Vando. As soon as the live broadcast of the projection phone bug turned, the image of Ian appeared in front of the world again, and the slightly upturned corners of his mouth seemed to be interesting because he was playing with the world. He said, "This meteorite is not only found in Marin Vando, but also on top of your heads." These highly suggestive and clearly instructing words instantly created corresponding fantasies in the minds of the people who witnessed the live broadcast, and subconsciously believed that Ion had the ability to create this reality. The next moment, countless people raised their heads. Dark shadows shrouded, and meteorites almost the size of the island they were on floated directly above them, as if they might fall at any time. Meteorite. That person is going to destroy the world. Is this a judgment from the gods? For a time, not only the people watching the live broadcast watched the meteorite's Tong Kong shrink, but a considerable number of people who didn't watch the live broadcast were also completely dumbfounded and shocked at the miracle above. And even the 5 old stars who were in the Holy Land Marijoa also felt a darkness in the sky. When looking up from the window, it was a meteorite almost the size of the Holy Land Marijoa. How can that be? Does that guy really have the ability to create meteorites on every island in the world at the same time? Is he still human? No. Impossible. This kind of thing is impossible no matter how you think about it. Even if it is a god, even if it is the power of Lord Yin Mu. For the first time, the faces of the 5 old stars showed overwhelmed panic. This was a situation that they had been incapable of understanding for more than 800 years. As for the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army on the empty island, Darag and a group of Revolutionary Army comrades were also stunned, staring blankly at the meteorite above the empty island. In the command center, there are still a large number of comrades who are constantly inquiring to the headquarters, confirming that there is also a meteorite that is enough to destroy the corresponding island in their location, and confirming whether the action needs to be changed. Chief of Staff, this is really an unprecedented amount of money. Drago closed his eyes slightly, feeling the information transmitted by the wind, which confirmed that the meteorite floating on the empty island was also extremely real, and his expression twitched slightly. A pale-faced comrade walked to Drago's side and asked, "Master Chief, comrades from all over the country have also reported that similar situations have occurred. What should we do next?" 815th chapter. Into a chaotic world. Just when almost the whole world was connected by projection phone bugs, the island was completely shrouded in the shadow of death and despair, and countless people were pale and stared at the huge floating meteorite above. Yan's calm and indifferent voice once again through the projection phone bug spread all over the world. 3 days. Within 3 days, I will be waiting for the challenger to appear in Marin Vando. If no one can beat me, then as I ascend to the empty throne, the islands of the world will be shattered to celebrate. Work hard, struggle, escape. Let this world give me a little more fun at last. Prove that it is not boring. Let it escape the fate of destruction. How crazy is this? How arrogant is that? How arrogant is that? How could one person actually threaten the entire world, to challenge the entire era? Countless people are watching the man on the live broadcast screen with his hands slightly open, as if the god is announcing judgment on the world. His eyes are either horrified, desperate, angry, excited, or convinced. However, what is denied is Tefimur Yan. This man's name will definitely be engraved on the history of the sea forever, and become the pinnacle of fame that no one in this era can ever cross. The mere one piece for this man is too small. This man, won't he really want to destroy the world? Ha 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 ha. I really have to worship, have the ability to face the world, challenge the world. No, this man is letting the world challenge him, or he will destroy the world. A madman, an absolute madman. What's the point of him sitting on an empty throne then? Need meaning? I seem to understand this man, Tefimur Yan. What he enjoys is not the throne, but the fact that someone prevents him from sitting on the throne, and the process of actually trampling the world under his feet and humiliating him. GGG. The moment that will truly change the entire sea has come. The world government and the 5 old stars may have been completely unable to sit still. Right at this moment the entire world has almost completely stopped, and the name Tefimur Yan has completely become the center of everyone's discussion, and the whole world began to really mess up. 3 days. In 3 days the world will be destroyed. The meteorites floating above different islands are like a countdown to death, and they may destroy the islands at any time. For a time, a large number of royal families, nobles, businessmen, etc. could no longer watch the so-called live broadcast, but began to go out to sea frantically, abandoning their original land, status, and resources without hesitation. Carrying a large number of the wealth is ready to flee the country. However, more than 97% of the civilians have nowhere to run. Not everyone can float and travel in the sea by putting themselves in a wine barrel like Luffy. It is almost impossible to live in the sea just by means of a raft that can be temporarily built. However, those ships that can really support long-distance voyages or find deserted islands that will not be destroyed are simply not available to ordinary civilians. 401. As the royal family and nobles fled one after another, a large number of countries began to lose order, and chaos gradually appeared. Under the shadow of death, after losing the original kingdom's ruling class and starting to abandon the citizens without hesitation, the citizens who lost their support and fell into despair also began to go crazy. In the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, the panic of the rest of the comrades and the anger of the crusade against Tefimur Yan continued to be heard. Drago is also a bit confused and hesitant. Ian, what are you doing? Does he really want to destroy the world? However, with the changes that appeared in the various World Alliance countries in the sea, one after another passed to the hands of Drago. Boom. Drago's palm slammed, and he suddenly came to his senses. I understand. In an instant, the members of the Revolutionary Army present subconsciously looked at Drago. Drago, on the other hand, was muttering to himself with excitement. Chief of Staff, is this your plan? Only, you will have a bad reputation that will never be washed away. However, Drago's expression quickly cheered up, realizing that now is not the time to waste the precious time that Ion won, and instead ordered without any hesitation, connect to all island representative cotters. Immediately, Drago spoke to the island representative cotters, who were also a little panicked and confused in front of them, and said in a firm and powerful voice, almost all the islands in the entire sea have begun to fall into turmoil, and a large number of ruling classes have abandoned the country and began to flee. So you will immediately follow the original sea liberation plan and stationed in various World Alliance countries and other islands. The next sentence, please convey this sentence to all the comrades on behalf of the island. The time for the world to test us has come, and then please maintain order in all places at all costs, ensure the food supply of all the people, and comfort the people. Emotions. If as a comrade of the Revolutionary Army you don't even have the consciousness to face natural disasters and death, how can you change the world? This is your battle. I believe that comrades can do all this, and let all comrades believe that the crisis that destroys the world can be solved. For a time, as the top leader of the Revolutionary Army, Durag issued a clear instruction. The comrades of the Revolutionary Army who fell into a brief confusion quickly cheered up, and a large number of people who were already ready to go to war with all the world's allied countries quickly cheered up. The Revolutionary Army began to take over the security of various places, maintain order, and ensure normal food supply. For a time, under the threat of death in the original ruling class, under the circumstance that the nobles voluntarily gave up, the process of the Revolutionary Army taking over the various World Alliance countries was almost unimaginable. As for the royal family, who are reluctant to abandon their power and land, they are only a few, and the degree of obstruction they can cause to the Revolutionary Army is quite limited. The crimson flag, however, quickly and completely spread all over the world under the shroud of darkness. But for this situation, the nobles who fled to the sea didn't take it to heart at all. If the world government finally defeated Tefimur Yan, then as nobles of the World Alliance countries, they could easily regain their original status with the help of the power of the world government. And once the world government fails and even the country is completely sunk into the sea with the fall of the meteorite, then relying on the treasure and money in hand to exchange for a new place can still live a perfect second half of life. 815. The 816th chapter of the Top War. The first half over. Among the marine fando, the vast majority of the navy and pirates still maintained a dull expression, staring blankly at the man who was so arrogant that the world challenged him. Immediately, Yan, whose eyes were slightly lowered, did not speak again, but turned around and walked towards the seat in the middle of the original Kaiwohei seat, and then sat down with one hand on his cheek, his eyes on the navy and sea below. The thieves swept away. For a time, almost wherever Ion's eyes passed, I felt that Ion glanced at people subconsciously and retreated in fear. However, what they didn't know was that while Yen was maintaining solution Phantom Moonflowers, the remaining Ryotsu that Yen could use could only reluctantly perform soul-chopping sword Senbon Sakura. D-Resolve is just liberation. Self-protection power can be said to be in an unprecedented weakening state, barely retaining power close to the level of generals. However, it was only at this level, as weak as when he first arrived in Marin Vando. The next moment, Ian's eyes paused, and with the help of the loudspeaker bug on his shoulder, he said, "The little game between pirates and the Navy is almost over. Surrender, Navy. I allow you as an audience to appreciate the future of the world." "What are you kidding?" Lieutenant General Crane said through gritted teeth. "Do you think the Navy fears death?" Lieutenant General Crane is not afraid. "So what about the rest of the Navy?" Ion asked rhetorically. And Zhonghe slanted his eyes to the back, and all he saw was a face of panic and panic. Obviously, when Admiral Sakazuki and Admiral Kyuzan were killed one after another, and even the whole world was trembling under the power of this man, Tefamer Ion. No matter how determined these naval elites were strong, it is already difficult to maintain the most basic morale. As for Lieutenant General Garb, who had high hopes for Lieutenant General Crane, he was still pinned down by Charlotte Lingling, and there was no way to escape. Right now, even if Whitebeard and the Navy join forces, they may not be the opponents of Ion and his Shisabukai. Lieutenant General Crane's thoughts turned sharply, and he locked in the last possibility to reverse the situation. Immediately, Lieutenant General He's eyes sank slightly, and he said loudly, "Ion, I can lead the Navy to surrender to you, but I have to get close to you to confirm one thing." Chief Instructor Zifa, who was beside Admiral Crane, was startled and subconsciously wanted to prevent Admiral Crane from approaching the now extremely dangerous Ion alone. However, before Chief Instructor Zifa could speak, Lieutenant General Crane stopped Chief Instructor Zifa with unquestionable eyes. "If Ion can be stopped, it doesn't matter if he sacrifices his life." At this moment, Chief Instructor Zifa saw such awareness in Lieutenant General Crane's eyes. "Can." Ion also agreed with disapproval. Immediately afterwards, under everyone's attention, Tsurueka approached Ion step by step, and then walked in front of Ion. "What do you want to confirm?" Ion asked in a somewhat playful tone. But Lieutenant General Crane, who was very close to Ion, suddenly burst out, grabbed Ion's palm, and said with a bit of pride, "You're careless, Ian. At the last moment you lost the prudence that I usually admire, and became arrogant and careless. Then let me completely wash away your evil thoughts and let the world recover again." Washing fruits, awakening, washing evil thoughts. However, Ian's expression did not change in the slightest from beginning to end. His eyes were always calmly and indifferently watching Lieutenant General Crane, and there was no change in his expression. The next moment, Lieutenant General Crane was directly pushed to the ground by Hancock and Yamato, who responded quickly. Little Crane. Seeing this, Chief Instructor Zifa instinctively wanted to rescue Lieutenant General Crane, but Tiger used Merman Karate to block Chief Instructor Zifa. As for Lieutenant General Crane, who was pressed to the ground, he had an extremely shocked expression, and looked up at Ion, who was still indifferent. Why does the ability to wash the fruit fail? Why? I can't feel the slightest evil thoughts in Yan's body." And Yan's mouth curved slightly and said, "If it was you, I would have understood it already, right?" Tsurueka will. "Some of the things you intend to confirm should also be confirmed, right?" Lieutenant General Crane's eyes widened, and he was stunned for more than 10 seconds, and his confused and turbid eyes gradually glowed a little more. "I see, I understand." Lieutenant General Crane looked directly at Ion and said. Ion nodded and gestured towards Hancock and Yamato to let go of Lieutenant General Crane. After Lieutenant General Crane stood up, he took the megaphone bug from Ion's hand and announced, "As a Navy Chief Staff Officer, I unconditionally surrendered to Tefamer Yan on behalf of the Navy headquarters." All navies immediately laid down their weapons. The war is over. For a time, as the command of Lieutenant General Crane sounded, the Navy's faces showed unwilling expressions, but they put down their weapons one after another. Immediately, in the entire Marinfondo Square, only the Whitebeard pirates were left standing on the opposite side of Ion. "Dad, what should I do?" Marco said in a solemn tone. "If you plan to escape, you must decide outside as soon as possible. Escape? There's no need for that. Whitebeard shook his head and turned to come out more and more. The Kongyunkai in his hand pointed in the direction of Yan and said loudly, "In Rinwan, you kid is actually Tefamer Ion, and then you lied to me that you killed Tefamer Ion." Ion asked calmly, "What I said is only to make the naval hero Lieutenant General Ion disappear completely. There is no falsehood in the words, so will we continue to fulfill our original agreement?" "Of course. Who do you think Lao Tzu is?" Whitebeard responded without hesitation, turned to his crew, and said boldly, "Little ones, then let's stand on Ion's position as an ally and start to meet the challenges from the whole world. Let the name of the Whitebeard pirates resound in the sea forever." Seeing this, Ian smiled as if he had everything under control from beginning to end, and then announced to the whole world, "If that's the case, then the first half of the war on the top will end here, and in the second half, although I am waiting for the front, I am absolutely invincible, but I hope there will be an enemy that makes me happy, otherwise the world will end here." And with the sound of Yan's final declaration, Baby 5 also interrupted the live broadcast at the same time. 817th chapter of the Dead Day of the Times. This day is almost called the Dead Day of the Times, and everyone is afraid because of a name. The Navy headquarters surrendered, and the Whitebeard pirates joined Tefamer Ion's camp directly. As the war on the top ushered in a temporary end, this result was completely beyond everyone's expectations, and it made everyone feel desperate and fearful. In the Whitebeard pirates, Charlotte Lingling and the entire King 7 Wuhei have joined the camp of Tefamer Yan, and with Tefamer Yan's power to destroy the world government. Is it really possible to beat Tefamer Yan? Although the world government has been standing in the sea for more than 800 years, this is the time when the entire sea is most suspicious of the world government. Apart from the world government, there is no existence in the entire sea that can compete with Ion. The meteorite floating in the air of countless islands seemed to completely shroud the darkness of the entire era, causing despair, fear, and madness to spread throughout the entire sea, and continue to accelerate the world that is greedy for life and join the royal family, nobles, wealthy businessmen, etc. start to abandon their land, nationality, and status and start to flee for their lives in the sea, becoming in a sense the pariahs they once despised and ridiculed themselves. A pirate who appeared out of desperation. It was also at this moment that countless members of the Revolutionary Army went against the tide of the times, constantly stationed one after another in the world's allied countries and towns, maintaining public order and order in one place after another, suppressing those who took advantage of the chaos and madness, thugs, and used food and other materials originally used for war to appease the people. In the darkness of despair, the red flames were bright and warm, and as they kept running, they gradually began to penetrate into the hearts of more people. No need to worry. There are already comrades to try to solve the meteorite problem and crusade against Tefamer Ion. No problem, everything is fine. Our Revolutionary Army will not leave even until the last moment. Please believe us. No thanks, let alone compensation. We are not those nobles. We are from the same people as you. Similar voices continue to sound all over the world, and the Revolutionary Army has completely changed from darkness to light at this special moment and has won the recognition of the people of the world's allied countries. At this moment, the scarlet color completely spread to every corner of the world in the Dark Age. Among the former Marine headquarters Marine Fando, the only ongoing battle was the collision between the two monsters, Vice Admiral Garp and Charlotte Lingling. Because Charlotte Lingling can continuously improve her size and strength as her anger grows after liberating her angry beast form, unless her strength is so strong that she can directly kill Charlotte Lingling. Kill it, otherwise all the attacks will only become nourishment for Charlotte Lingling's anger. However, even though Charlotte Lingling was in a state of total loss of reason, she couldn't use the abilities of Soul Fruit and Domineering at all. It's just that Charlotte Lingling's body, known as the Steel Balloon, can't be broken by ordinary damage at all, let alone maintaining her angry beast form, the ability to regenerate over speed. It can be said that Charlotte Lingling almost completely restrained Lieutenant General Garp, and even Ion specially created monsters to restrain him based on Lieutenant General Garp's information. Boom. In the end, as Ion took the initiative to manipulate Charlotte Lingling's body with his own consciousness, the sudden agile movement grabbed Lieutenant General Garp directly, and then completely overturned the island with a force that almost grew enough to overturn the island. Lieutenant General Garp was completely suppressed to the point of immobility. "You're under arrest, Lieutenant General Garp," Ian announced with a slight smile on his lips. "Bastard, Ion, I will never let you go." Lieutenant General Garp, who was being suppressed, blushed and said angrily. Ion did not quarrel with Lieutenant General Garp but raised his hand just as he was about to say something. Ace, who was following behind Whitebeard, suddenly came out, blocked in front of Ion, and said, "Mr. Yan, please forgive Grandpa's rudeness. If there is any punishment, I am willing to bear it for Grandpa Ace. Lieutenant General Garp stared blankly at Ace, who was protecting him in front of him, his dull eyes mixed with shame, guilt, and shame. When Ace was arrested, he didn't really muster up the courage to save Ace, and he was always torn between Ace and the Navy. 402. However, Ace chose to defend himself without hesitation, even facing the brutal and terrifying guy Ion. Me. Lieutenant General Garp gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with tears, and shouted, Ace, when did the old man fall to the point where he needs you to intercede? You go to the old man. And Ion, who was looking down at Ace, suddenly showed a smile on his face and said, Ace, don't worry, I didn't intend to kill Lieutenant General Garp, I just wanted to hang him upside down and keep feeding his favorite senbei. Immediately, many of the people present couldn't help but be slightly stunned. However, Ion did not explain his intentions, but controlled Charlotte Lingling to suppress Lieutenant General Garp, and then arranged for someone to start feeding Garp with senbei. To this end, Yan has prepared 5 tons of senbei in advance, enough for Lieutenant General Garp to enjoy for a while and let him quit this habit completely. Immediately, with the assistance of the Whitebeard pirates, a large number of elite navies were also seized, and they cleaned up the broken battlefield and treated the wounded. And as the densely packed large group of naval prisoners squatted into a ball with their heads down, Marco couldn't help but let out a heartfelt sigh. This picture is completely unimaginable in my dreams. It is possible to capture and detain the entire Navy headquarters. Pirates can do this. I am afraid that even the Pirate King is just like this. After a pause, Marco said with some regret, it's a pity. Let the bastard Palsalino escape, otherwise the entire naval headquarters will be completely wiped out. Right. Anilu, who was standing by the side, heard the words and said with some disdain, just let him get lucky. I will definitely kill him next time. Hope it. Marco wisely did not argue with Enel on the issue, but simply echoed. 818th chapter, Qinglong Army. However, Marco has already understood in his heart that Enel's combat power is definitely monster level. Even if it is unlikely to kill Palsalino, it is definitely not weaker than Palsalino. Thunder and light, there are too many monsters in nature, Marco thought to himself. However, even monsters of the rank of Enel and Palsalino are still not really top-notch in today's Marin Vando. Thinking of this, Marco couldn't help but glanced at his father, Charlotte Lingling, who was sluggish and motionless, and the man who seemed to be sitting on the throne with his eyes closed. To this day, Marco still doesn't understand what level Ion's upper limit of strength is, and how he did such an exaggerated thing to destroy the world. Just as Marco was thinking, Ace's voice suddenly sounded and said, Hey, Marco, Daddy, let us go. Mr. Ion is going to have a battle meeting. Okay. Hearing the words, Marco quickly followed Ace up and walked to Whitebeard's side, his eyes constantly swiping around the people who came to participate in the meeting, confirming the identities of those participating in the battle meeting. The King's 7 Wu Hazehong, Whitebeard, and the team captains and Thor Inalu. These are the ones that Marco has seen before, and naturally he will not have any doubts. What surprised Marco a little was Yin Wonka, the Shemale King, a lady in a maid outfit with a cigarette, and the smile of the Revolutionary Army. Appearance. Smile. How could he be here? And that gesture seems to be a subordinate in front of Ion. Isn't he a high-ranking Revolutionary Army? And it has fought many times with the Navy in Wano country. In an instant, Marco suddenly thought of something. His eyes swept across Yamato's body, and he guessed a certain possibility. Tefamer Yan. How many secrets does this man hide? Terrible. Also, is the meteorite above Marin Fando created by the ability of a smile? Thinking of this, Marco couldn't help but glanced at Ian on the throne in front of him, but as Ian's eyes opened slightly, as the captain of the first team of the Whitebeard pirates, Marco subconsciously withdrew his gaze, no dare to look at Yen, and he quickly dispelled the idea of continuing to explore in his heart. However, with the gathering of the top combat powers among Marin Vando, Ion did not speak for a long time. Lord Yan, who else do I need to wait for at the meeting? Yamato, who was a little impatient, couldn't help asking. Ion nodded, looking upwards, and said, Please wait patiently for a while. The next moment, black clouds swept across the sky in the distance, and a huge dragon roar made the eyes of everyone present widen involuntarily, and a name appeared subconsciously in their minds. Especially for Yamato, Maimei was full of shock. Kaido. Isn't that guy rumored to have been killed for many years? However, as the huge blue dragon hovered and landed on top of Marin Vando in a shocking posture, and then returned to Kaido's burly and sturdy appearance, everyone suddenly showed a bit of vigilance and fear. Kaido, the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air, a monster that seems to be undead. Moreover, as Kaido fell to the ground of Marine Fando, the sea behind him seemed to have thousands of swimming fish galloping under the sea, heading straight for the direction of Marine Fando. Bang 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 bang. The sound of water coming out one after another sounded, and silhouettes jumped out of the sea. They were all covered with cyan scales, and they had monsters similar to Kaido orcs. More importantly, these monsters with almost the same shape are up to tens of thousands, and they are neatly arranged behind Kaido, as if they are an elite monster army that is forbidden. Yan, you bastard, dare to lie to me. Kaido's eyes swept across Malin Fando, then locked onto Ion carrying the mace, ate fast and strode straight towards Ion. Immediately, as Ion's direct subordinates, they took precautions against Kaido, and Yamato did not hesitate to stand in front of Ion. Seeing this scene, Yamato's expression twitched slightly, his footsteps paused, and he shouted at Yamato, "Yamato, you stupid son, you are actually hostile to your father in order to protect the bastard Ion." P.S. To clarify, in the original plot Kaido called Yamato a son, even though Yamato was a woman. "That's right," Yamato replied with almost no hesitation. "If you dare to take action on Lord Yan, I will kill you." "Idiot son, if you have the ability, try it. I will beat you down completely," Kaido said with filial piety. "All right." At this moment, Ion finally spoke and asked Kaido, "How is the strength of the Azure Dragon army?" Hearing this, Kaido's face no longer had the anger just now, and instead showed a happy and carefree expression, and replied, "Very strong, much stronger than the 100 Beast Legion that Lao Tzu once imagined. It is worthy of the monsters that evolved according to Lao Tzu's bloodline factor." Even Lao Tzu didn't really make a move. With the Blue Dragon Legion, it was easy to block those monsters, the remnants of the Roger Pirates and CP0 who want to get close to Marin Vanda only. Kaido paused and asked angrily, "What about people? Didn't you ask Lao Tzu to participate in the war on the top? Why is the war over? There is no grand war. No matter how powerful the Blue Dragon army is, what's the point? Don't worry, the real war on top hasn't started yet." Yan comforted briefly, motioned Kaido to come to the battle meeting, and then said, "The known top combat powers in the sea that are truly worthy of attention have either been excluded by me, or you are in front of me." As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the top combat powers present couldn't help but feel a little weird. This is really a rather arrogant speech, although for this man who blatantly let the world challenge him, this kind of speech has been restrained, right? Therefore, in these 3 days, there is only one possible opponent left in the entire sea, and that is the world government, and it is still unknown how the world government will attack Marin Vando, or what level of combat power will be used. However, I believe that with the strength of the princes, this can only be regarded as an interesting game, right? So, I invite you to serve as a front line of defense and a test to test whether the world government has the ability to touch me within 3 days. 818 Chapter 819 D and I'm 3 days. This is a very interesting time point. Although Yanming's speech was to let everyone in the whole world challenge him within 3 days, even if there is no shortage of warriors and heroes who have the courage to face death in the sea, how many people will be able to catch Marin Vando? Therefore, the only one who can really launch a large-scale attack on Marin Vando within 3 days is the Holy Land Marijoa on the top of the Red Earth continent. 3 days is enough for Holy Land Marijoa to mobilize the powers hidden in the dark and take the initiative to expose it in the sea, allowing Ion to avoid the huge risks of taking the lead in attacking Holy Land Marijoa's hidden unknowns. 3 days is enough for the Revolutionary Army to initially completely control all the world's allied countries in the entire sea. 3 days is enough for Luffy to find the location of the island of the End Ralph drew. The real turning point of the times is just 3 days away. On the throne of Marin Vando, Ion closed his eyes slightly, maintaining the countless meteorites embodied by Daisye Huan Yu Shenghua, waiting for the response of the times. At the same time, in the between flowers hidden in the Holy Land Marijoa, which is not known to the world, Yenmu is picking flowers while listening to the words of the 5 old stars who are kneeling neatly behind and reporting to the ground. Yenmu slowly raised his eyes, and the red Tong Kong's eyes looked at the 5 old stars behind him and asked, "So that's the case? So everything is the conspiracy of the man named Tephimer Ion, including the illusory organization that has confused you for more than 20 years and the flames that can evaporate the sea. The same is true the smoke bomb that the man set off. I'm so stupid." Wu Laoxing's head suddenly fell lower, and his body seemed to be shaking from fear, but he did not dare to breathe and explain in a low voice, "I thought that there was a power similar to adults appearing in the sea, so I wanted to find the root cause and prevent it from affecting adults in the process of its secret development." Yenmu once again lowered his head to tidy up the garden in front of him that was as beautiful as a fairy tale. Without looking back, continue. "Yes." Wu Laoxing subconsciously shivered all over, and then continued to explain. "However, after reassessing and re-evaluating the intelligence of Tephimer Ion, the entire Virtual Circle organization should have originated from that man. It's just that the powers endowed by the members of the Virtual Circle organization are real and different from the power of the Devil Fruit, so the source is likely to still exist, but we didn't expect expected to be a normal human being Tefum so our considerations on this matter are a little careless. Yenmu did not speak but continued to quietly trim the flowers with his back to Wu Laoxing, which made the Wu Laoxing's emotions become more and more tense. Impulsive to avoid that dirty sweat stains the flowers and plants in between the flowers. After a long time, Yenmu calmly ended the pruning and watering of the flowers in front of him and then asked in a voice that seemed to have no emotion at all, has it been confirmed that there is a D in the name Tefumar Ion? We have retained the bloodline factor sample of Tefumar Yan, which does not contain the characteristics of D, which can be confirmed, Lord Yenmu. The 5 old stars replied quickly. If that's the case, then it doesn't matter. It seems that there are only some special cases among tens of billions of human beings. Humans are indeed interesting creatures, Yenmu commented in a voice that did not contain the slightest emotion, and then asked, then how are you going to solve it now? As the masters of the sea, you have already neglected your duty. Yes, I'll wait to understand. 5 old stars hurriedly pleaded guilty again, and then gave his own solution, said, the power that Tefumar Ion has gathered is already quite terrifying, and he claims that he will destroy all the islands in the sea through meteorites in 3 days, so the situation is quite urgent, and I think that only the plan to wake up all the companions is the most suitable. All. Yenmu raised a small question, as if there was a little surprise at this decision, and asked, didn't you just report that the big underwater prison you used to prepare your souls has been destroyed? Even if the big underwater prison is still there, the number is far from enough, right? The 5 old stars bowed their heads and said in unison, so, we plan to create a blank 100 years again to erase all traces and negativity. Yenmu twitched the delicate fingers of the flower for a moment and then said, after quelling the rebellion of Tefumar Yan, if you find the will of the Nika in this era, you can allow it, but you must not allow Yinka to successfully establish a kingdom again after the blank dot. Yes, I'll wait to understand. The 5 old stars responded in unison, then knelt down and slowly backed away from the flower room, and Yenmu, who had turned his back to the 5 old stars from beginning to end, stood up and walked deeper between the flowers, passing through the layers of flowers and plants, until at the end, an ancient-looking tree extended from the ground. A straw hat as huge as a giant is placed on the tree's aside. Nika. Yenmu, who was staring at the straw hat, let out a slightly complicated and cold voice. 403. On the other hand, after the 5 old stars left the flowers, they urgently issued an order to gather all the members of the world nobility Tianlong people. The Tianlong people, who had long been affected by the meteorite floating above the Holy Land Marijoa, were a little panicked, and they quickly gathered towards the national treasure position indicated by the 5 old stars. Soon, a large number of bloated and fat Tianlong people gathered in a dark and spacious room, and divided into 19 small groups according to their respective families. It's just that the Tianlong people are talking in a low voice at this moment, and their faces are mostly a little hesitant and panicked, as if they are a little scared and a little glorious. Soon, the 5 old stars arrived here, and they glanced at them calmly, confirming the number of the Tianlong people in front of them. Master Wu Laoxing, are you going to use the national treasure this time? Asked a Tianlong person who looked extremely old. That's right. 5 old stars answered in the affirmative. Immediately, the discussion of the Tianlong people became louder, and there was gradually a sense of shirk between them. Excuse me, how many creators do you plan to wake up this time? Asked another old and fat patriarch of the Roswald family. Squeak. As the heavy door of the room slowly closed, the last ray of light shone on the face of the long-haired 5 old star, and his answer sounded, all. 819 Chapter 820 19 creators. All of a sudden, everyone's Tianlong people couldn't help showing a look of horror on their faces, and some of them instinctively wanted to rush out in the direction of the gate. The next moment, the red branch hidden in the depths of this room began to bloom slightly, and all the heavenly dragons present froze. What? Immediately, the bodies of the aging Tianlong people burst open first, and blood splattered everywhere. Witnessing this scene, the expressions of the Tianlong people became more and more terrified, but under the power of the national treasure, their bodies could not move at all, and they could not even curse at all. Contrary to the panic of the Tianlong people, the faces of the 5 old stars and Fred, who closed the door, both showed a look of anticipation. Immediately afterwards, a considerable part of the blood of the heavenly dragons began to converge towards the 5 old stars and Fred, and the number of heavenly dragons who exploded one after another became more and more numerous. Just a moment later, there were very few Tianlong people still alive in the entire huge room, and the only remaining Tianlong people were wrapped in a lot of blood, just like the 5 old stars and Fred. From a distance, there were exactly 19 blood groups formed in the entire room. After a while, the blood on Fred's body fell off first, but what was revealed was no longer the human body of the past, but an existence that looked like the big Tengu in mythology. Immediately after that, the blood clumps on the 5 old stars also dissipated, and what appeared was no longer the body that seemed old and decayed in the past, but instead was an image that seemed to be different from human beings. Hey! At this moment an arrogant and domineering voice also came out from a certain blood group. Why is there only so much blood passed down by Laozi? It's not enough to exert power at all. Bastard, didn't you take good care of Laozi's family and let them reproduce? This only means that your bloodline is not suitable for reproduction. I thought I needed to sleep for a while, but I didn't expect to be awakened like this, and it's not the way to host the soul. It seems that Lord Yinmu needs to erase a piece of history again. For a while, as the blood clumps spread out one after another, creatures almost like the phantom beasts in mythology appeared in the room. He was still holding the first generation ghost, but his appearance had transformed into a handsome and demonic warrior. But the 5 old stars with ghost-like horns on the top of his head opened the mouth and said, "Every creators, welcome to wake up, and then please implement the will of Lord Yinmu first to suppress the rebellion named Tefamer Yan. As for the soul, please forgive me. Due to a small accident, the prepared powerhouse souls are all gone. Please enjoy the slave souls in Marijoa to restore some strength." At the same time, Yan opened his eyes abruptly, and with the help of the Leopard King Luchi's sight, he saw the holy place of Marijo stained with layers of blood. Originally, the reason why Ian let the exposed Luchi continue to hide in the Holy Land Marijoa was just to confirm how much power the Holy Land Marijoa could muster when all the foreign aid was lost. Unexpectedly, what Luchi the Leopard King saw was a creature with a shape similar to the phantom beast Devil Fruit. He was slaughtering wildly in the Holy Land Marijoa, killing a large number of soldiers and slaves on a large scale. Harvest. The color of blood dyed the entire Holy Land Marijoa, completely turning the Holy Land Marijoa into a color that was almost the same as that of the Red Earth continent, and made the entire Holy Land Marijoa completely dead to a certain extent. Those guys. Devil Fruit powers? Or Eudemon's Devil Fruit real itself? Witnessing the gestures of those creatures, Ion was slightly startled, and some kind of guess emerged. "Wait, Lord Ion, I saw their image in a document inside CP0. Luchi's voice suddenly sounded again and said, "That's right, they are the legendary image of the 19 kings who established the world government. They, the so-called creators." Immediately, Ion's eyes narrowed slightly, and the index finger on the throne slammed, but he did not hesitate to control the meteorite floating above the Holy Land Marijoa to fall. Boom! Between the fall of the meteorite that was almost the same size as the entire Holy Land Marijoa, the huge shockwave that erupted from the impact of the two sides was even clearly visible to Marin Vando, which made the strong men in Marin Vando who had been waiting for more than 2 days suddenly refreshed. Shock. However, with the help of the sight of Leopard King Luchi, who quickly fled when the meteorite fell, Ian clearly saw that the huge meteorite was held by the man before it completely fell to Marijoa, the two halves of the ghost-horned warrior of the first generation of ghosts, and then quickly smashed to pieces by the rest of the creatures. This small test made Ion's face a little dignified. As expected of the legendary creator of the world government, this kind of power is quite exaggerated. Even when the recovery just seems to have not fully recovered, it has easily possessed the destructive power of the general level, and Ion's temptation completely angered the 19 kings who were the creators. At the same time, in the empty island, the huge Pluto battleship suddenly vibrated violently for no reason. When Durag arrived in a hurry, the vibration of the Pluto battleship still did not stop but became more and more intense. Drago quickly entered the interior of the Pluto battleship and asked, Pluto, what's the matter with you?" As the Pluto battleship spirit Pluto, he responded to Drago from the lake, and his voice revealed incomparable anxiety. "Durag, let Wei Wei come and manipulate me. Hurry up, those monsters have woken up, they must be stopped." In Mermaid Island, Princess Bakesing, who was playing with her brothers, looked stiff and looked above with a dull face. A large number of supergiant sea kings also seemed to sense something and began to approach Mermaid Island. Even the sea surface in the windless zone where countless sea kings live and inhabit, which is known as the Sea King's Lair, has become like boiling water, and countless sea kings have begun to riot. "Hey, Bakesing, what's wrong with you? Are you alright?" Shirahoshi. As one of the 3 ancient weapons, Neptune Poseidon, the 2 princes of Princess Shirahoshi asked anxiously. "Brother Wang, didn't you hear anything?" Princess Bakesing asked. "What sound?" "The sea, the voice that is resisting, the voice that the sea kings are also resisting." Princess White Star murmured, "Perhaps this is the promise that Lord told me before. If necessary, please help him. P.S. Next, there should be an update, and the finale will be written in one breath." 820 Chapter 821 Final Ocean Current. In the waters of the New World, originally because he was about to arrive at the position Sara had deciphered from the 4 red historical texts, Luffy's face had been full of excitement, but at this moment his brows could not help but wrinkle. Careful Sara noticed Luffy's change and asked, "Luffy, what's wrong wrong with you? No, I somehow felt a heavy and joyful feeling, Luffy said. Is it because I'm about to arrive at Ralph Drew? Sora asked. No, it's another feeling. Luffy faltered for a moment, then concluded unsurely. It's like some friends are fulfilling some important appointment, but I didn't arrive or even forgot. When Kong heard the words, his expression became slightly condensed. As Luffy's partner and as Ion's son, Sora knows quite a few secrets of the world, and gradually he feels Luffy's speciality. And to make Luffy, who has always been carefree, have this strange feeling, it is probably caused by the conflict between the father or the world government. In other words, is Luffy really deeply related to one of the secrets of the sea, and has a destiny similar to a mission? Be sure to catch up. The always calm Sora couldn't help roaring in his heart, and then manipulated the ship to speed up the sailing speed again, heading straight for the stormy seas ahead. In this sea area pointed to by the 4 historical texts, the waves are surging and the waves are soaring into the sky. The Mary is almost like a leaf that can be overturned at any time. Ying, Zoro. However, the anxious Sora couldn't wait for Nami to study the currents and find a way to travel through this terrifying sea, and shouted directly. When Ying and Zoro heard the words, they drew their swords at the same time, and the amazing flying slashes were released against the stormy waves in front of them. If there is no road, then cut open the sea and make a road. Along with the 2 flying slashes burst out, both of which were comparable to the combined slashes of Ying and Zoro, the world's top swordsman, and the sea and sky in front of them were slashed, and there was also a line that seemed to extend to the front, a passage in the depths of the sea. And at this moment, noticing an unusual ocean current under the chopped sea, Nami's expression suddenly became excited. Sora, I found it. The final ocean current recorded in the historical text turned out to be hidden under the sea. So, I understand where the final island Ralph Drew is located. Nami's expression showed unprecedented excitement, and she said hurriedly, Empty, hurry, rush in, take this final ocean current on board, and let's go to the final island. However, as soon as Nami's words came out, the timid Usopp and Chopper turned pale with fright, and quickly reminded them, Hey, Nami, are you crazy? This is an ocean current under the sea, and the Mary is not protected by a bubble. If we are caught in this ocean current, we will be taken directly to the bottom of the sea. Middle. Nami ignored Usopp and Chopper, looked directly at Sora and asked, Sora, are you sure you have no translation errors for the historical text? Sora nodded and explained it positively for the first time. My mother is the last true archaeologist in the world, and most of her research on historical texts has been passed down to me, and I can't be wrong. At such an urgent moment, the Straw Hats did not think carefully about the information Sora's words revealed. Nami, on the other hand, chose to believe and nodded and turned to Luffy. Captain, then you decide. In my judgment, the road to the final island Ralph Drew is in this final ocean current. Luffy pressed his straw hat, raised his fist without hesitation, and said, Does it even need to be said? Mary, let's go. The next moment, under Sora's control, 2 jets of gas shot out from the rear of the Mary, pushing the Mary to the sea that was cut by Ying and Saran suicidally towards the sea. Do was hit by what Nami called the final current. Amid the screams on the Mary crashed into the final current and directly entered the interior of the final current. What surprised the Straw Hats was that the interior of the final ocean current was not entirely seawater, but instead formed a special environment like a pipe. Immediately, under the coercion of the final ocean current, the Mary quickly went straight to the deeper part of the ocean. Soon, the bottom of the sea appeared in front of the Straw Hats. Could it be? Is Ralph Drew on the bottom of the sea? If that's the case, it's no wonder that only Roger, the Pirate King, has been found by Ralph Drew for so many years. No, not the bottom of the sea. Look there. As Usopp pointed towards the end of the seabed where the final ocean current extended, there was a huge void there, almost as large as the size of the entire kingdom of Alabasta. Moreover, the final ocean current is rapidly carrying the Mary and heading straight for the void. What? Going to be sucked in? Where will we be taken? Ha ha ha, it's so exciting. Go, Mary. The big adventure begins. In Luffy's joyous laughter, Mary entered the huge hole along the final ocean current directly, and then continued to travel through the ground, and the speed was also accelerated by the final ocean current. It's getting faster and faster, and the pressure generated is even a little overwhelmed by the melee. If it is an ordinary ship, I am afraid it has been completely smashed. 404. In the end, after about an hour of shuttle, the Mary suddenly followed the final ocean current as if it was washed down above the waterfall, and fell into a vast dreamlike space as far as the eye could see. The water is calm and clear like a mirror, and the space is surrounded by crimson rock walls that are somewhat similar to the port of hell, and some special tree roots are intertwined on the rock walls, exuding a soft light like sunlight. Look over there. There's an island over there. Could it be that Ralph Drew is there? Great. Luffy, as long as you land on that island, you'll be the Pirate King. Wait, look under the water. Suddenly, Sanji Sanji's incomparably excited voice sounded, pointing to the surface of the water below, his expression extremely excited. This is the rare fish of the South China Sea, the Bailan fish, that is the cold snow fish of the North Sea, and there are fish from the East China Sea and the Great Root. All blue really exists. This is the legendary All Blue, the sea where all the fish in the sea gather, and the final sea that all chefs aspire to reach. 821 Chapter 822 The Final Battle. Immediately, attracted by Sanji's words, the Straw Hats went to the edge of the Mary and looked down. What appeared in front of them were countless fish of various types swimming in the crystal clear water. Obviously these come from different sea areas and can survive in different environments. Fish, at this time, strangely coexisted in this environment. Sara rubbed his chin, looked around the surrounding environment again, and said, "In that case, it is very likely that there are ocean currents from various sea areas, which will bring different types of fish from different sea areas." After a pause, Sara murmured with some doubts, "That is to say, we are probably very deep in the ground now. Just why I can't feel the obvious change in gravity, and the temperature is not extreme. That kind of thing, forget it." The novel Luffy cheered, and urged Sara to steer the Mary toward the suspected island of the And Ralph Drew not far away. For a time, the Straw Hats looked at the island of the And Ralph Drew with a slightly more excited look. The island of the And Ralph Drew, the legendary place where Roger the Pirate King hid One Piece, is also the place where all the secrets converge. As long as the pirate who arrives at the final island Ralph Drew, then he is recognized as the Pirate King of the Sea. And Sara and Ying's eyes are a little more eager. The secret that father needs to know is just ahead. If you do this, you will be able to help your father. At the same time, in the Holy Land Marijoa, Fred unscrewed Cyborg Sara's head and threw it to the ground casually, stepping on his claw-like feet with a look of contempt on his face. Said Cyborg Sara, "How can you do this? It's really stupid. Why can't you insist on maintaining the position of the world government to the end? Instead you have to resist for those soldiers." "No way. This is the inferiority of human beings. They always care about the so-called ideas and pass them on from generation to generation, and then there will be constant distortions and changes. Finally, the Navy has cultivated the traitor Tefimur Yan, and even Cyborg Sara chose to rebel against the world government without hesitation, which is undoubtedly the best explanation." The monstrous warrior holding the first generation Onitua spoke calmly. "Therefore, it is necessary to conduct a complete blank of the sea every once in a while to cut off those unnecessary inheritance of ideas. The other has a sheep's head and a sheep's hooves. The body is burly and sturdy. There is some kind of black flame burning all over his body. His facial features can vaguely distinguish the monster from the former 5 old stars with curly hair, but this time it should be much easier than before. The scientist named Vegapunk among humans has not only perfected a large number of lineage factor technologies so that we can use the imitated descendant body in the sea in the future. During the short-term operation, he also developed a war weapon called Pacifist. "Huh? Pacifist? What is that?" asked a bird-like monster covered in feathers. "King Don Quixote, it is a weapon that can automatically kill a specific target group. Although the upper limit of its power is limited, it is easy to clean up ordinary humans and can bring true peace to the sea." Curly Hair 5 Old Stars replied. "What about the number?" asked King Don Quixote. 800 years ago, our new attempt in advance, the establishment of a world government, although it did little to completely cut off the meaningless human concept, the countless wealth and resources that we have gathered have produced nearly 1 million numbers." The pacifist curly-haired 5 Old Star replied. "Hopefully it works." King Don Quixote, whose eyes were full of brutality and madness, said, "Our activity this time is about 100 years old. Even if there is no pacifist, we can complete the task of Lord Yenmu little by little." And with the voice of King Don Quixote, the rest of the monsters gathered and said one after another, "That's right, tear up the human who dared to provoke us first. It doesn't matter what threatens to destroy the world, but it's really interesting to take the initiative to provoke us." Humans, after 800 years of baptism, after reproducing a little bit, they really forgot the taste of fear again. "By the way, bring those pacifists with you to see what the weapons you've made for 800 years do." Immediately, under the manipulation of the curly-haired 5 Old Stars, a large number of steel passages suddenly appeared on the edge of the Holy Land Marijoa, and the densely packed pacifists surged out neatly like ants. And Jan, who was in the Marin Vatican, spoke softly, and the voice spread throughout Marin Vatican. "It's almost here, the power that the world government has been hiding." The next moment the sky in the direction of the Holy Land Marijoa was completely dimmed, and large thick and oppressive clouds spread in the direction of Marin Vando, and a black line suddenly appeared at the end of the sea. For a time, even the Whitebeard, who was called the strongest man in the world, had a dignified expression on his face, and he felt that kind of oppressive feeling from a distance. In just an instant the thick and oppressive cloud cloud layer completely enveloped the sky above Marine Fando, and there was a large area of dark land above the sea to connect Marine Fando. Immediately, a path that almost split the world, the blood red slash, fell from above the clouds towards Marine Fando. Whitebeard, who was standing at the front without any fear, saw this. The power of shocking fruit appeared on the Kongyunkai and slammed towards the blood red slash. Boom! The atmosphere shattered, and a terrifying shock wave collided with the blood red slash, as if a substantial air wave suddenly exploded in a huge ring over Marine Fando, briefly tearing apart the heavy and depressing clouds in the sky. A big hole was made, revealing the 19 monster figures of various shapes floating above the sky. Among them, the monstrous young warrior slowly returned the first generation Onito to the sheath, and his icy voice echoed, "Whitebeard, to be able to catch my slash, it is indeed quite a powerful force for human beings. The bug that hides its head and shows its tail, let me down." Whitebeard responded angrily, and the power of the shock fruit appeared in his hands again, and slammed straight into the clouds. In the final decisive battle, the strongest man in the sea is the first to strike. 822 Chapter 823 The Terror of the World Government Creator. The world is overturned. The muscles of Whitebeard's arms swelled slightly, and the power that burst out in the shattered atmosphere was enough to shatter small and medium-sized islands, and the terrifying impact almost completely enveloped the 19 world government creators. However, the monster, with the appearance of a normal human golden ape and with a scar on its chest exactly like the blonde 5 old stars, swelled in size and turned into a giant-sized shock that erupted against Whitebeard alone. Greeted. Boom! However, after the huge impact, the golden ape creator was unscathed, and the huge body fell directly on Marine Fando. The huge impact caused the entire island to tremble violently. What kind of monster is this? At this moment, countless powerhouses who understood the destructive power of Whitebeard's Zhen fruit couldn't help but slightly condense their eyes. The destructive power of Whitebeard's explosion. But let him be known as the man who can destroy the world. However, the monster in front of him was able to easily bear the power of Whitebeard with his pure body. And as the golden ape creator landed on Marine Fando, the other 18 creators also slowly fell from the sky, glanced around with contempt and disregard, and finally landed on the seated Ion with a calm expression on the throne. Tephimer Ion, do you feel the fear? Tephimer Ion, standing in front of you is the creator you know who founded the world government more than 800 years ago. Because of you, we plan to erase the history of the sea for another 100 years. Feel honored, ants. As the voices of the 19 world government creators sounded, everyone in Marine Fando, including Whitebeard, was startled, seeing in disbelief that the 19 monsters in front of them were the ancestors of the legendary Tianlong people, and also the 19 kings and creators who established the world government. How is this possible? These creators are still alive. A monster from more than 800 years ago. However, unlike the shock of the other powerhouses, Ion's expression did not change in the slightest, and he did not even lift his eyelids deliberately, but spoke slowly. Only you, Yin Mu, didn't come. In an instant, as the name Yin Mu sounded, the expressions of the 19 creators were not only shocked but also angry. How could this human know the existence of Lord Yin Mu? Why? How is this possible? Bold, the mere humans dare to call Lord Yin Mu's name directly. The huge body of the golden ape creator, who seems to be the hottest character, jumped up and threw a punch in the direction of Ion. The shockwave, like a substance, wanted to completely destroy Ion. However, at this moment, Charlotte Lingling's equally huge body stood in front of the golden ape and collided with the golden ape. Immediately, these two monsters fought together completely, and the violent burst of power even made Marine Fando shake again. And Charlotte Lingling, who has entered the state of angry beast, is directly at a disadvantage. This became the fuse that completely detonated the battle, and the remaining 18 world government creators also shot one after another, intending to go straight to Ion, as if they wanted to completely obliterate Ion. Whitebeard was in charge and tried to block the creators of several world governments, but he was directly blown away. The excited Kaido turned into a terrifying Qinglong form, but under the first generation Onito of the bewitching young samurai, an extreme flying slash almost made Kaido be dismembered. Analu, who summoned Wanlei and planned to strike indiscriminately, was suppressed by the King Don Quixote, whose appearance was covered with a lot of feathers, at an exaggerated speed. Just at the moment of the collision, the combat power on Yan's side was almost at a disadvantage, and there were even faint signs of collapse. For a time, those powerhouses who were granted the Void Soul Chopping Blade by Ion did not dare to hide anymore, and for the first time released their form on a large scale. Chase him, wolves. Corrupt Skull Emperor. Conquer him, Queen of the Emperor. Block it, Blackwing Demon. Pray, Holy Crying Mantis. For a time, in addition to Robin and Luo, who were not good at frontal combat, 8 members of the Void Circle organization, including Lucci, who rushed back to the battlefield in time, liberated operated the void soul chopping knife at the same time. Among them, Hancock did not hesitate to directly liberate the strongest second stage returning blade form of the Blackwing Demon, and he was particularly jealous when he met Fred, who set off the Feather Blade Deathstorm. Fought together. It's just that even so, there are even tens of thousands of Blue Dragon legions who are desperately entangled with those world government creators without fear of death, and the disadvantage of Yan's side is still expanding. Too strong. Almost every one of those world government creators is absolutely powerful without a doubt. They seem to be the real monsters from the legendary beasts. Even the magic beasts of the level similar to Marco's Devil Fruit ability are directly blasted away without being able to resist a few blows. In addition to Whitebeard Kaido and Charlotte Lingling, there are only a few members of the Virtual Circle organization with excellent standing ability who can really compete with some world government creators. The power of the Blackwing Demon and the three-color domineering Hancock are still suppressed by Frode. In less than a moment, the entire Marinfondo Island was on the verge of collapse, especially when many of the 19 world government creators showed their true postures. The huge body was even much bigger than ordinary giants. Even though the Marinfondo Island was extremely sturdy under the reinforcement of the Navy in the past, under the rampage of these terrifying Eudemons monsters, it still began to truly collapse. This also caused Ion's eyebrows to wrinkle slightly for the first time, and a dignified look appeared in his eyes. If Ion joins the battlefield in front of him, relieves the burden of maintaining the Phantom Moonflowers, and breaks out with all his strength, it may be enough to greatly ease the crisis of the situation. However, what really made Yan feel dignified was Lord Yin Mu, who made these 19 world government creators feel awe. Also at this time, what made the powerhouses on the side of Ion feel worse was that at the end of the vast land created by the sea where the creator monster named Fumaru was located, there were dense and endless pacifists. P.S. There will be an update tonight. Try to see if Xiaoxian can finish it completely tonight. 823 Chapter 824 Rebel Pacifists. Although the power of a single pacifist is not enough to threaten the real powerhouse. 405. However, when the number of pacifists reaches a certain level, the power generated by countless laser salvos similar to Porosalino is extremely terrifying, and even makes the situation difficult for Marinvando. Completely crash. How can there be so many pacifists in the world government? The number 100,000. No, this is far more than 100,000. Oops, stop those pacifists from approaching. It's just that, under the power of the creator of the world government, the powerhouses on Ion's side can maintain the situation quite reluctantly, and there is no more energy to prevent the pacifists from approaching. As the pacifist approached to a certain distance, his mouth slowly opened, and then a golden light burst out one by one, which was a precursor to the use of laser. Oops. For a time, the powerhouses on Ion's side felt bad looking at the laser that gradually lit up as far as the eye could see. Their scalps were almost numb. This kind of laser attack of more than 100,000 orders of magnitude is enough to completely cover the entire Marinvando, and it is not impossible to directly smash most of the entire Marinvando. However, in the face of such a critical moment, Ion, who was sitting on the throne, still had no intention of moving. Choo. The next moment, it was like a meteor shower rising from the ground. The countless golden meteors released by the infinite number of pacifists shot up into the sky and went straight to the direction of Marinvando. Be careful. Seeing this, Whitebeard, who was at war with the creator of the monster warrior, was shocked in his heart. He wanted to stop it, but he was completely unable to get rid of the enemy in front of him. The swordsmanship of the samurai in front of him is like a ghost. However, just when Whitebeard was in a state of impatience, the laser rain that soared into the sky did not land on Marinfando, but all of them accurately hit the Golden Ape creator. Boom! The huge explosion directly staggered the Golden Ape creator, who was constantly beating Charlotte Lingling, and gave Charlotte Lingling a chance to moderate her counterattack. The next moment, before the Golden Ape creator turned his head angrily to confirm the source of the attack, Charlotte Lingling slapped the Golden Ape creator's face with a slap, and directly slapped the Golden Ape creator on the ground, freeing the 8 giant legs that appeared in the angry beast form. Golden Ape on the body of the monkey creator. Boom. Driven by her instinctive fighting will, Charlotte Lingling didn't have the slightest skill in her fists. She just violently turned into countless after images and blasted towards the Golden Ape creator. Mama! The more frantic Charlotte Lingling shouted mom instinctively, the faster her muscles swelled, and the strength of her fists became more and more terrifying, causing the entire Marinfondo to shake more and more. However, the creator of the world government at the moment did not mean to rescue the Golden Monkey creator's dilemma, but turned his head to look at the almost endless pacifists behind him in astonishment. Hey, what's going on? How did these weapons attack the allies? Facing the questions from his companion, companions, the curly-haired 5 old stars who were mainly responsible for the pacifists and the scientific research unit in the past, that is, the current creator of the Goat-Head Man, are also extremely puzzled. Could it be the program went wrong? Maybe it was just an accident, the creator of the Sheep-Headed Man guessed. Although the creator of the Sheep-Headed Man has stood at the top of the sea power for more than 800 years as the 5 old stars, the 5 old stars do not actually know much about scientific research. As for why the pacifist made a completely different error from the previous test, it was beyond the expectations of the creator of the goat head. And at this moment the corner of Ion's mouth, who was sitting on the throne, twitched slightly, and a calm voice sounded, "Master Creator, do you think there is such a possibility that the first priority of these pacifists' internal procedures is not you, but me?" What? The 5 old stars with the sheep's head were full of doubts on their faces. However, Ion did not intend to explain more to the 5 old stars of the sheep-headed human being, nor did he explain that the Vegapunk they thought had been secretly removed was actually just another product made through the specialized bloodline factor agent, just a clone. As for these pacifists designed by Vegapunk himself, the internal procedures were left with a large number of secret doors by Vegapunk. Although the 5 old stars are very careful about pacifists, there are secretly hidden scientific departments that test and verify pacifists. However, Vegapunk's methods are completely unaware of ordinary scientists. The next moment countless laser rains struck again in the direction of Malinfando, but this time they locked the rest of the world government creators with unparalleled accuracy. Boom boom boom. For a time, in the face of countless laser attacks, although the terrifying bodies of the creators of the world government were not injured, it greatly relieved the pressure on the strong side of Ion. This was a dramatic scene, which not only boosted the confidence of the strong men on Ion's side, but completely angered the creators who ruled the world in the past as 5 old stars and CP0 Chief. In particular, Frode, as the commander-in-chief of CP0, is directly responsible for monitoring Vegapunk. He never expected that Vegapunk would be captured by Tefamur Yan. It even led to the huge number of pacifist troops that took the world government's accumulated resources for more than 800 years to create, and completely became the weapon handed to Ion. No doubt this makes the world government seem like a laugh-out-loud joke. Yan, under the anger of Fred, who incarnates the creator of the Great Tengu, he no longer ignores Hancock's restraint and would rather endure the thunder gun released by Hancock and forcibly set off a terrifying feather blade death storm came straight for Ion. However, it was at this time that the air on the side of the Ion throne suddenly seemed to have an extra door. Immediately, Durag's figure came out of the door, raised his hands, also caused a violent storm, and collided with the feather blade death storm. Between the collision of two completely different storms, they both finally collapsed, blowing the cloak on Durag's body. 824 Chapter 825 The Secret of the Creator. Why are you here, Drago? Although Ian asks so, but there didn't seem to be any surprise on Ian's face for Drago's appearance. When did you guy think you're just a person? There are hundreds of millions of comrades standing behind you. As Durag's voice fell, air doors, large or small, kept opening behind Ion, and figures that were quite familiar to Ion also appeared. Impressively, this is exactly the ability of Bruno, the door fruit ability. In the past few years, the Revolutionary Army has spared no effort in cultivating Bruno, and Bruno's door fruit development is far from being comparable to the distance limit that could only be opened within the island. Today's Bruno, as long as he knows the exact destination, it is enough to easily connect every island in the world through the gate fruit. Isn't this a decision we negotiated in advance? I will hold the Navy and the world government, and you will lead the comrades to fundamentally change the underlying system and rules of the sea. Ian said calmly. If you do that kind of compliment under Zhang's incident, the red has not been dyed all over the sea so far, so isn't it a betrayal of the chief of staff and revolutionary ideas? Durag replied with a smile. Haha. Ion couldn't help but chuckled, then stood up from the throne and raised the soul-chopping sword that maintained dissolution, Huan Yu Shenghua, and said, as the chief of staff, I will never betray my ideals. The next moment, as Yan cancelled the liberation of dissolution, phantom moonflowers, the meteorites floating in the sea, suddenly dissipated like an illusion. Light once again sprinkled on every island above the sea. It's just that this time, it is no longer the flags of the participating countries in the world that fly over the islands, but the red flags. At this moment, Durag didn't know if it was an illusion, vaguely as if he heard the whole sea cheering. However, Drago knew very well that what the people cheered was the sacrifice of Ion, the chief of staff. With his own power, he almost completely destroyed the world government alliance system established by the world government in the past 800 years, and made countless aristocrats voluntarily abandon their power and glory. He almost completely shattered the old era that lasted for 800 years or even even more with his personal strength in exchange for the opportunity of a new era to be born, and avoided countless unnecessary sacrifices and bloodshed within human beings. As the darkness under the crimson flame, he is also the warmest place under the crimson flame. Although there is no light, he has the purest heat. For a time, Drago felt incomparably ashamed for the momentary doubts and worries he had about Jan not long ago, and said with tears in his eyes, "Chief of Staff, sooner or later, I must correct your name and let the sea sing your legends and achievements forever." However, Jan, who had put the soul-chopping sword back in its sheath, looked ahead, and the 19 world government creators who were almost identical to the legendary Phantom Beast said in disapproval, "Durag, it's too early to say these words to celebrate the victory in advance. Let's talk about the insignificant things later. The real war is about to start now." "What?" Drago asked. Ion's voice spread through the loudspeaker bug on his shoulder throughout the entire Marin Vando, who had temporarily ceased fighting with the appearance of Drago, said, "Originally, I thought that no matter what the war with the world government was, it was always a war within human beings, but it seems that the truth is slightly beyond my expectations. The founders of the world government, who are glorified as creators, do not seem to be human beings." And the creator of the sheep-headed man arrogantly admitted it and said, "Yes, we are not such humble and ignorant creatures as humans." What? Even though the powerhouses who had just fought with the creators of the world government vaguely felt a strange feeling in their hearts, they still felt extremely shocked when they got a positive answer from the mouths of these monsters. King Don Quixote, whose body is covered with black feathers and whose head is a bird's head, opened his hands and said, "We are gods, gods who truly have endless and long lives. All races in the sea are created by us. We are the creators of everything. We are gods." However, at this moment, in an air door, Luomai, who was wearing a white coat and had a calm face that seemed to be different from humans, stepped out and directly interrupted the opening. "It's ridiculous. Is your creation an unnecessary bloodline factor experiment?" In an instant, the expressions of the creators of the world government became a little ugly, and the creator of the sheep-headed man asked directly, "Jan, have you arrived at the final island Ralph drew?" Luo ignored the reactions of the creators and turned to Ion. "Lord Yan, with the assistance of Mr. Vegapunk, I have completed the interpretation of all bloodline factors, and the conclusions I have drawn are consistent with the guesses of Lord Yan, except for ordinary humans and ordinary people in the sea. In addition to the animals of the genus, the rest of the races and even all the sea kings all have traces of bloodline factor transformation." After a pause, Luo concluded, "That is to say, the murlocs, long-handed furs, giants and other races are almost all formed through the experiment of human lineage factors, while creatures such as sea kings are mixed with various lineage factors of fish and animals. A deformed monster formed by splicing." Immediately, the eyes of everyone in Marin Fando could not help but widen, and this conclusion almost completely overturned the common sense of the entire sea in the past. Wait, Drago asked in shock. "How is this possible? Among the historical materials collected by the Revolutionary Army, some races have a history of more than 1,000 years, or even thousands of years. How could they have the ability to arbitrarily modify bloodline factors to create creatures thousands of years ago?" Luo's eyes turned, and he pointed at the Qinglong Legion, who had more than half of the casualties, and said, "Although these can only be regarded as clones of Kaido, not perfect bloodline factors to transform the race, but they are enough to prove the feasibility of it. Although I don't understand what the specific lineage factor modification technology has been like for thousands of years, why there are such a large number of sea kings and so many races different from humans, the reason is probably very simple. That is, the number of experiments is far greater than that of cognition. As long as the base is large enough, even if the success rate is 1%, then any number of finished products can be made." 826th battle until complete victory. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, the creator, who was called King Don Quixote by his companions, couldn't help laughing and said, "I didn't expect that among human beings there are people who can interpret all the blood factors through their personal abilities in their lifetime. Indeed, it's quite shocking." Not reaching the final island Ralph Drew can infer to this extent. In terms of human talent, this is undoubtedly a more shocking talent than Vegapunk. The creator of the Monster Warrior also agreed with this statement and said, "If the scientists from more than 800 years ago had this kind of talent, I'm afraid they wouldn't have deliberately made the so-called pure gold so as to prolong their lives as long as possible to pursue the ultimate mystery of the blood factor." That's right. As for the creator of the sheep-headed man, he admitted it without caring. "Just to let you know the greatness of being a creator, most of the races in the sea were created by our integration with humans through bloodline factors thousands of years ago." The contemptuous tone of contempt and the astonishing truth caused flames to burst out from the eyes of many humans present. "What do you guys think of us humans?" Ace couldn't help shouting angrily. "It's just a low-level race that can't be killed." The creator of the sheep-headed man replied arrogantly, "No, I'm afraid you are afraid of human beings, right? You are afraid that human beings will one day completely destroy your existence, so you deliberately created a large number of other races, trying to keep human beings forever in a race war that is difficult to get rid of." Ian sneered and said, "In other words, you are conducting this kind of experiment. Do you want to create a large number of your own kind, then slowly take control of the whole world little by little? But obviously you failed. So you have been changing various ways for thousands of years, hoping to completely wipe out human beings, or tame human beings, or completely control human beings. The slavery era of Qiaoyanboyan a long time ago, or the world government system in the past 800 years. Even the world divided into 6 seas is your masterpiece over the thousands of years, right?" After a pause, Ion's eyes became extremely sharp and said, "If I'm not mistaken, although you claim that life is infinite but maintaining this form in the sea, you must also have some kind of limitation. Is it the blood vitality of the descendants of your own bloodline factors, or human beings' soul?" As Ion's voice continued to sound, the eyes of the creators of the world government became more and more fierce, as if they had been stabbed in some truth. "Tephimer Ion, these are just your guesses," said the monster warrior creator. 406. "However, your reaction tells me that I am getting closer to the truth," Ian said with certainty. "You may not have thought that the tide of the times will one day gather most of the strong men in the sea together and launch an unprecedented rebellion against the world government. Even if a group of ants gather together, it's just a group of ants that can be crushed at any time." The creator of the sheep-headed man said disdainfully and arrogantly, "You will eventually be completely wiped out here, and then we will erase the history of the sea, reproduce the blank era, and cut off the boring inheritance of your human will." The corners of Ion's mouth showed a slight arc, and he suddenly said something strange. "Everyone, what do you think about this big talk?" Suddenly, a burst of extreme cold spread out from a mirror, and as the mirror rippling, General Kuzan, who looked grim, suddenly came out of the mirror. "In terms of standpoint, my justice will naturally only stand on the standpoint of human beings." Followed by, in addition to the naval headquarters including the Warring States Marshal, Lieutenant General Karp, Chief Instructor Zifa, General Paul Salino, Lieutenant General Jun and Lieutenant General T. Dolphin. There are also read the Fate Pirates, and my hawk also kept coming out of a mirror. "Ha ha ha, Ion kid, eek, old man misunderstood you before. Sorry to you, eek, but you remember the matter of Senbei for me, Draco, you is the idiot still there. Yan, you renegade son, you actually backstabbed Lao Tzu. If you plan to destroy human beings, the old man can't turn a blind eye. Lord Yan, you really, as expected, you haven't changed." I said, "Ion, if you explained to me at the beginning that your purpose was to end the world government, there's absolutely no need to sneak up on me and bind my hawk and me." "Shut up, Shanks, you idiot." For a time, as one after another the top powerhouses of the sea appeared, the creators who used to control the direction of the sea as the 5 old stars all showed their expressions. It was extremely ugly. How could this be? Obviously, it has been consuming the power of human beings all the time, and there are many contradictions among the top powerhouses. How could it appear in Marin Vando in this form? Not just those top-notch well-known powerhouses in the sea, but also among the air gates where the powerhouses of the Revolutionary Army are constantly appearing. There are also groups of special characters covered in exoskeleton armor and equipped with a large number of weapons. "Legion, you gentlemen." Yan closed his eyes slightly and then said loudly, "This is a war that cannot be retreated. What lies behind us is not wealth, not glory, not status, but the whole sea. If we don't fight, then our descendants, the rest of our countrymen, our family and friends, everything we love and everything that loves us will be drawn into this never-ending war. So whether it's to defend the freedom of human beings, to overthrow the world government that has been oppressed on the sea for countless years, or to enjoy the warm and bright sunshine again for everything I love and everything that loves me, even if I pay a great price, I am determined to fight until I am completely victorious." As the passionate and firm words spread throughout Marin Vando, almost all human beings had an unprecedented feeling of resonance. "Fight until complete victory." All of a sudden, everyone broke out in a neat roar almost in unison, and they took the initiative to attack the 19 world government creators in front of them, each of which was extremely terrifying. 826 827th Imam's True Face. War. Boom. At this moment the human group that has gathered more than 90% of the top powerhouses in the sea is launching a war of death against the creators of the world government, and the scientific and technological forces that belong to this era are also bursting with their strongest power. Countless pacifists are constantly firing lasers one after another. The exoskeleton armor is constantly releasing lightning strikes. In the interweaving of countless flashes and thunder and lightning, lightning. The creators, who had a feeling of trembling for the first time in thousands of years, also burst out with all their power. Almost more than half of the creators have grown in size rapidly, showing a posture that is enough to destroy the world, just like the mythical creatures of the mythical beasts. The giant golden ape that can overturn the island, the giant snake hovering around the sky and the sun, the big tengu that spreads its wings and triggers a storm that destroys the world. No, in other words, the countless legends of the mythical beasts circulating in the sea are not necessarily derived from these former creators. However, the human powerhouses who have fully made up their minds at this moment did not flinch at all and attacked the creators almost as if they were determined to die. The wind ripped apart the sky, the ice cubes and the black soil collided on the sea surface, the black flame burned in the air, and the vibration force ripped apart everything, and countless terrifying bodies carried out the most primitive and violent fight. Almost all the time, the powerful men known to the sea are dying out, and the pacifists and the exoskeleton armored core of the Revolutionary Army are falling in batches. It's just that more and more Revolutionary Army troops are joining in the air door that has been maintained. Just like the declaration made by Ion, no matter what the cost, we must fight until we are completely victorious. Therefore, after Durag initially stabilized the situation in the sea, it almost completely turned the power of the entire huge organization, and a large number of materials were continuously produced and then continuously put into the battlefield. The Revolutionary Army has accumulated decades of scientific and technological strength and has completely transformed all kinds of weapons to appear on the battlefield with a roar that cannot be ignored. Boom boom boom. Almost in an instant, Maran Vando, which once represented the righteousness of the sea, completely collapsed, and then under the influence of Kuzan and Famaru's respective powers manipulating the ice and the land, they created an almost a super large battlefield with a range of hundreds of miles. However, Ion did not directly join the battlefield of Maran Vando, but quietly appeared in Maran Vando on the top of the Red Earth continent. The power of the 19 world government creators is quite terrifying, and the power of each one is enough to destroy the sea, comparable to or even suppressing Whitebeard, who is known as the strongest man in the sea. It's just that Ion's real eyes have not been on the 19 world government creators from beginning to end, but have been paying attention to that one, Lord Yinmu. Yinmu is the existence that really hides behind the creators, and as Ion arrived at the Holy Land Marijoa, the holy and white pan-ancient city in the past was almost completely stained with blood, and countless broken limbs were scattered, which looked like purgatory on earth. Even though Ian had already witnessed the scene through Lucci's line of sight in advance, but as the strong bloody smell rushed into his nose, Ian's brows could not help but wrinkle. Immediately after, Ian's eyes turned, and he easily found the only area in Panchinj that was not infected with blood, and then strode into it. As he walked through the long passage, a beautiful garden that seemed to exist only in fairy tales appeared in front of Ion. "Is this the Between Flowers?" Ian said calmly, but he was always on the alert with his domineering look and body. Suddenly, a somewhat clear and seemingly undisturbed goddess rang out. At the end of the flowers, a more concise figure dressed in a similar to Tianlong costume appeared in the line of sight of Yan. Middle female. Ian's eyes narrowed slightly, staring at the woman in front of him, who looked only 17 or 18 years old, with blonde hair and a crown on her head. No matter her facial features or figure, she seemed to be a perfect creation. Perfect, noble. Even with Ion's eyes, he was still unable to find the slightest flaw and inadequacy in the woman in front of him. "Are you Tephimer Ion?" Yinmu's voice was still not mixed with the slightest fluctuation. "You appear here. It means that my 19 servants have been killed by you," Ian replied calmly. "Not yet, but it's almost there." Immediately, Yinmu's red child hole looked at Yen and said slowly, "As a human being, you are the most outstanding existence I have ever seen, not only in the weakness of human beings, but also in your thoughts. Far beyond this era, those servants will lose to you." "I not surprisingly. In that case, how about giving up control of humans?" Ion asked bluntly. "No." Yunmu, whose appearance was perfect, refused Yan without any hesitation, and said instead, "Sure enough, humans are all arrogant. Do you think you have an equal status with me just by defeating a few servants? You are not qualified to make any requests and conditions to me." After a pause, Yunmu continued, "The greatest respect I can give you as a human being is to make you my new servant, to fulfill my will to control the world on my behalf. How about that?" "Sure enough, things won't be so simple. If it can be solved only by relying on verbal communication, just take it." Ion sighed helplessly, and then without hesitation, he released Dissolution Kunhuo Tadeo and Dissolution Daiguran Hinarimaru at the same time. This is also the strongest state of combat power that Yen can play when he has attributed all the soul-killing swords that can be solved, such as Kyanban Sakura, Sparrow B, Qingzone, etc. The extreme cold and hot eruption caused all the plants between the flowers to wither in an instant. The next moment Yen, holding the remnant fire sword and big red lotus ice wheel pill in both hands, flashed in front of Yin Mu, and the ultimate power fell towards Yin Mu without any hesitation. However, Ion was greeted by those two pairs of small hands whose skin seemed to be shattered by bullets. Boom! During the collision, the powers of Dahonglian Binglunwan and remnant fire sword were completely released, and between the aftermath, all the buildings in the Holy Land Marijoa on the Red Earth continent were instantly burned, and the Red Earth continent itself was covered strangely a thick layer of frost. 827 Chapter 828 Nika's Apology. However, Yan's Tong Kong shrank slightly and looked at Yin Mu with a bit of shock as he easily grabbed the fingers of Kunhuo Tadeo and Big Red Lotus Ice Rhine 1. The extreme high temperature of 15 million degrees and the extreme cold of absolute zero were not affected at all. Your expression seems surprised, Yin Mu said in a calm voice. You haven't reached the final island, Ralph Drew, have you? Hearing the name Island of the End, Ralph Drew again, Ion's expression froze. If you've been to Love Drew, you shouldn't be surprised by the result. At the same time, in front of Ralph Drew's stele with a large amount of words recorded as Sarah read the contents above, the expressions of the Straw Hats almost showed unprecedented stunned expressions. Many years ago, I and another giant tree took root in the sea and were named by the world as Treasure Tree Adam and Sun Tree Eve, which stabilized the two continents and provided countless creatures a habitation land, until one day I met Eve on the other side of the sea in the depths of the ground. As if fate had dictated, my encounter with Eve caused both me and Eve to become conscious, and I also met with Eve. The devil fruit tree was born from the ground where Eve met. Since then, Eve and I have formed their own images representing human beings. My name is Nika and Adam's name is Yin Mua. We both tell each other the story on the other side of the sea. Finally, one day I was born with the earliest heart yearning for freedom in this world. I am no longer willing to stay rooted in the soil. In order to change all of this, I absorbed the devil fruit known as animal human fruit phantom species sun god form, and then ended my life as Treasure Tree Adam through the fruit's ability. In addition to leaving a large number of tree branches to stabilize the continent, I completely entrusted all my consciousness to the devil fruit of animal type human fruit phantom species sun god form, and then began the most wonderful self-by adventure. Because every new animal system human fruit phantom beast sun god form ability will be affected by my consciousness, instinctively generate a desire for freedom, and also affect more humans have developed the same free will, striving to pursue their own lives and dreams. What I didn't expect, however, was that Yun Mu, after losing my company, thought that the reason why I perished was entirely because of human desires affecting me. Therefore, as one of the roots of the devil fruit tree, Yin Mu directly chose to absorb and control the devil fruit tree, causing countless devil fruits to flow into the sea. At the same time, Yin Mu also collected a large number of Eudemon's devil fruits to instill himself will let those who use the magical beast devil fruit for the first time become Yin Mu's servants. Those servants of the Eudemon species controlled by Yin Mu are not so much human beings, but rather they are just the carriers of the will of the Eudemon's devil fruits. Under the influence of Yin Mu, they are transformed into real Eudemon's monsters. Start destroying humanity continuously. The war that has been going on for countless years began from this, but in the end humanity was defeated, and the two continents even broke apart into countless pieces during the war. After that, countless human beings became captive slaves. Yin Mu extracted a large number of bloodline factors from the devil fruit and integrated them into human beings, trying to create a pure biological race that conformed to Yin Mu's fantasy to completely replace human beings to accompany her. Humans have also been resisting constantly. In the name of freedom, they have launched countless counterattacks, destroying one after another Eudemon's creature. In the end, as the number of phantom monsters dropped to a certain level, my consciousness also awakened in a man named Xiao Yinboyan and assisted Xiao Yinboyan to build a brand new huge kingdom, bringing together all possible gatherings. Strength try to completely defeat Yin Mu and restore the sea to the freedom and peace it deserves. It's just that in the case of Yin Mu's personal shot, Xiao Yinboyan, who had mistakenly predicted that Yin Mu's power would fail, and Ralph Drew, the capital of the country, was sunk to the depths of the sea. In order to record all this, I left the historical text, and I also kept Ralph Drew in the depths of the ground through the last force. I hope that the later generations can know the historical truth of the human past and know the only way to defeat Yin Mu. Not the human body that killed her. In a sense, Yin Mu's human body is the collection of the will of Yangshu Eve for countless years, and even in a sense it is already the collection of the will of the sea. It is almost impossible to use strength to destroy Yin Mu's will. The only way to forcibly destroy the human body is to destroy the body of Yangshu Eve and cut off the root of Yin Mu's connection between the world and the tree of devil devil fruits. In addition, I have left in the sea ancient weapons Pluto and Pluto that can be used against Eve of the Sun book, as well as the Urano which is preserved in Ralph Drew's. If it's just Uranus that needs to be used, the only way is for the descendants of Freewill who used to live on the side of the continent I'm on with the name of D to eat the animal human fruit Eudemons, the form of the sun god. This is the greatest and last treasure I have left for all mankind, and I also express my apologies to all mankind. When Sara read it to the end, the entire Straw Hat gang was almost completely stunned. The so-called One Piece is actually this kind of thing. In a sense, this is indeed the biggest treasure in the entire human history, but it is undoubtedly the biggest joke for individuals. And Sara's expression also seemed extremely solemn. Said, animal system, human fruit, phantom beast, sun god form. I have never heard of this devil fruit. How to use Uranus. It was at this moment that, since seeing the huge stone tablet in front of him, Luffy, who had always maintained a sluggish expression, suddenly turned around. His hair gradually turned pure white, and the flames like the sun began to wrap around Luffy's body. That Sara, the real name of the rubber fruit after fully awakening, seems to be animal type, human fruit, phantom beast, sun god form, or should be called Nika form. Luffy covered his chest with one hand and spoke as if listening to something. 407. 828 Chapter 829 The Collapsed Red Soil Continent. Boom. On the top of the Red Earth continent, the flames that burned everything and the frost that froze everything broke out at the same time, and the battle between Yen and Yunmu broke out completely. Just strong. Too strong. Facing Yunmu, who really started to take action, Ian felt as if he was facing the whole world. Even though the power of Residual Fire Sword and Big Red Lotus Ice Wheel Maru was fully exerted by Ion, only the aftermath created a scarlet flame on the top of the Red Earth continent, and the terrifying vision of frost spreading to the earth, and even Ion almost completely suppressed. Boom. With another blow, Yunmu's white and tender arm easily broke through the high temperature of 15 million degrees and slammed into Ion's chest. Breakout. Ian drank lightly. An incomparably solid invisible screen. Obstacles are created out of thin air. Boom. However, the high-level binding Daoduan Kong, which was enough to withstand Whitebeard's full-strength blow, shattered under Yunmu's attack and then smashed onto the soul-chopping blade that Yen resisted in front of him. Boom. At this moment, Ion almost felt that the whole world hit him directly, and his body was almost blown away like an arrow from the string. And Yunmu, who looked both holy and harmless, barely moved his footsteps but appeared in front of Ion at an incredible speed. That's not speed, it's just teleportation. Ian was startled in his heart and stuck the residual fire sword on the ground with his backhand while preventing himself from flying backwards. The infinite flame also burst out with Yen as the center. Remnant fire sword, Nan Huo 10 trillion death burial array. In an instant, Chi Yen completely engulfed Ion's figure, but at the same time countless scorched skeletons were born in the flames, and they generally moved in front of Yunmu. In the face of those scorched skeleton legions, Yunmu still did not change his expression in the slightest. Binan's small palm slammed out at will, and large swathes of those scorched skeleton legions were turned to ashes, and they were in extremely hot flames. Yunmu was not affected in the slightest. Bang bang bang. Countless skeleton legions turned to ashes and reappeared in the flames endlessly. Finally, as if tired of this boring game, Yunmu, who was a collection of wills, suddenly burst out with an unprecedented shock, completely pushing everything centered on himself. For a time, Yen, who was hiding outside the remnant fire sword, Nan Huo 10 trillion death cemetery, only felt a flash of white light in front of him. In front of him, Yunmu, who was floating in the air, appeared in a radius of 10 miles. Spherical pit. What the hell is this? Ion's expression was extremely shocked, as if he was distracted for a moment. It was at this moment that Yunmu suddenly appeared behind Ion, and Binan's arm easily penetrated Ion's chest. It's just the expected warmth didn't appear. Instead, it was a kind of icy coldness, and Yan, who was penetrated by Yunmu, quickly turned into an ice wither and was firmly attached to Yunmu. The real Ion appeared behind Yunmu, temporarily disarming the power of Dahonglian Binglunwan, holding the residual fire sword tightly in both hands, and the overlord and armed colors entwined domineeringly. Residual fire sword, north, ashes of heaven and earth. In an instant, the ultimate flame was completely condensed and swept out with a knife, and the terrifying flame erupted, even evaporating the current top of the red earth continent for 100 meters out of thin air. Unlike before, it seemed that there was absolutely no way to cause effective damage to Yunmu. This time, Yunmu was directly cut in half from the middle. Did it work? However, in just a moment, Yunmu was completely restored to his original state, and there was no trace of the parts that had been erased by remnant fire sword, north, heaven, and earth ashes. Yunmu's face showed a trace of doubt for the first time, and his red eyes glanced at Yen and said, "It is indeed a power that is completely different from the devil fruit or even the domineering system of human beings. If the blow hits the sea head-on, the strength is even enough to completely wipe out the sea. After a pause, Yenmu said somewhat contradictingly, "It's just that you are obviously human. Is there another root behind you that is completely different from the devil fruit?" And Ion's expression has become extremely serious and solemn at this moment. Residual fire sword, North, Ashes of Heaven and Earth is undoubtedly the most destructive move that Ion has mastered, but it is still limited. This Yenmu in front of me, what is it? If it is said that in the 19 world government creators, Ion can still feel the breath of life, but the feeling that Yenmu gives Ian seems to be a collection of domineering and domineering. How to solve Yenmu? It was also at this moment that the red earth continent under Yan's feet suddenly trembled at an unprecedented rate, and Yenmu's expression changed greatly. Perhaps it is not just the location of the red earth continent where Ion is located, but the red earth continent that completely divides the sea into two parts is shaking. Tianwang Uranos, Nika, do you want to stop me again? Yenmu showed his incomparable anger for the first time. The next moment, under the shocking gaze of the whole world, the red earth continent actually began to collapse rapidly, and countless oils began to fall towards the sea. What Ian didn't expect was that with the collapse of the red soil continent, what appeared inside the red soil continent was actually a towering giant tree, and the crown of the tree that appeared above the sea was almost 10,000 meters high. The sun tree Eve that the world was called before was actually just the most inconspicuous twig supporting the Chambord archipelago. At the same time, the Mary soared into the sky from the sea and quickly approached Ion's direction. Father, Yenmu is a collection of wills, and its true body is Yangshu Eve. With the sound of Ying's roaring sound, Ian immediately reacted, and the residual fire sword in his hand burst into an extremely hot flame again. But this time, the flames that were enough to burn everything went straight to the canopy of the sun tree Eve below, which covered the sky and the sun. However, before the flames swept through the canopy of sun tree Eve, Yenmu appeared in front of Yan, and punched Yan with a bang. Ion subconsciously wanted to avoid, but suddenly felt that the surrounding space seemed to freeze under the influence of some kind of terrifying will. 829 830th chapter Freedom. At this moment, an arm wrapped in a bright yellow flame suddenly slammed into Yenmu across thousands of meters, and blasted Yenmu straight out. The next moment, a boy with a bright smile and an inexplicable familiarity appeared in front of Ion. Luffy, Ion asked speculatively. Yo, Uncle Ion, you look so much more handsome than before. Luffy greeted Ion with a bright smile. Ion looked at Luffy and asked in confusion, what's wrong with your form? Probably similar to Fruit Awakening. This power can be called the Sun God Nika form. Luffy replied with a smile. However, before Yen asked Luffy's status in detail, Yunmu's angry voice rang out. Nika, are you still going to fight against me? He, Luffy said with a smile. Yenmu, I have learned your past from Nika's will, so no matter what, you must be stopped. Human freedom should not be restrained. Free. Yenmu suddenly became crazy and hysterical, and the perfect face was faintly distorted. Said, why can human beings have freedom, but I must be bound by the world, and even you have abandoned me to pursue the so-called freedom. Why? I want to deprive freedom from the sea forever and ever. Human beings and all racial creatures should be bound forever. Hearing this, Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he suddenly realized something. Yenmu may not be able to leave within a certain range of Yangshu Eve. Yenmu, freedom can never be bound. As long as there is life in the sea, the will of freedom will never end. Luffy said in a firm tone, and several different figures appeared behind him, and the will that almost seemed to be materialized also radiated. No matter how many times it is, Yenmu, even if you fail countless times, as long as the oppression is still there, the liberation bell of freedom will always ring in the sea. Yenmu said with a contorted smile. Ahahaha, Nika, but you will never be able to compete with me if you abandon the other root of the devil fruit tree. The will of mankind is too small to be mentioned. Even if you disintegrate the red earth continent through the power of Uranus, there is no existence in the sea that can destroy my body. In response, Luffy shook his head and said, no, I have heard the call of my friends in the past. They just fulfilled the promise. The next moment, as Luffy's voice fell, ancient weapon Pluto appeared at the end of the sea, and the ray that penetrated the sky and the earth hit Yangshu Eve with a bang, leaving a clear trace. In addition, when a giant ship pulled by several supergiant sea kings emerged from the sea seemed to be boiling, and countless supergiant sea kings appeared one after another, and invariably frantically responded to Yang Tree Eve attack. Boom boom boom. This is the sound of the flesh and blood colliding with the solid tree body of Sun Tree Eve. Countless blood stained the sea almost instantly, but those sea kings did not flinch at all, constantly impacting Sun Tree Eve. In addition, on the side of the New World Sea, the giant elephant Ziuao also appeared at the end of the sea, constantly approaching Sunshine Eve. How is that possible? Didn't Wu Laoxing report that the Pluto giant giant ship was destroyed. Yenmu's face showed anger and puzzlement as if he was quite jealous of the Pluto giant ship. Yenmu, you seem to be underestimating human beings. It is not impossible for human beings to build a giant ship of Hades again. Yan replied, humanity. In an instant Yenmu realized that it must be Yan secretly doing something. At this moment Yenmu, who didn't know how to hide his emotions, had a flustered look on his face. It happened that when the servants were not around, the three ancient weapons that Nika had worked so hard to target him for thousands of years were gathered together. Seeing that under the attack of countless sea kings and the giant ship of the Pluto, the Yangshu Eve, which can be said to cover the sky and the sun, gradually lost its luster, and a large number of branches and leaves began to break. Yenmu was completely anxious. The next moment Yenmu's figure suddenly appeared on the sea below, and the violent impact exploded out of thin air, instantly blasting thousands of sea kings into foam. However, before Yenmu could continue to shoot, Luffy, who was maintaining the animal, human, fruit, illusory beast, and Nika form, shot directly onto Yenmu's body. With the help of the characteristics of his own abilities, he tightly entangled Yenmu. Immediately, Luffy suddenly showed a posture of standing at the top of the pirates, and the overlord's domineering burst out, but it affected Yenmu's ability to directly change reality as a conscious body, making it impossible to teleport through the conscious body. The ability continues to kill the rest of the Sea Kings. Seeing this, Ian realized something, and once again burst out with the power of the residual fire sword towards Yenmu. Remnant Fire Sword East Rising Sun Blade. The blade that contained the temperature almost equal to the sun slashed. Yenmu no longer resisted it as easily as before, but was directly cut into two pieces. Efficient. At this time, Yan completely understood the essence of Yenmu's existence. As Luffy said, Yenmu, as the collective consciousness of Sun Tree Eve, does not possess any substantial ability, but the consciousness is strong enough to easily interfere with the material world. It is precisely because of this that although Ion's residual fire sword and Dahonglian Ice Will Maru attacked Yenmu with extreme heat and extreme cold respectively, Yenmu directly isolated the temperature from the enemy with his strong consciousness. Own influence. Only the residual fire sword, North, Ashes of Heaven and Earth, is almost enough to distort the reality of the attack. Can it have an impact on Yenmu? But now, when Luffy maintains his posture of standing at the top of the pirates, he also interferes with Yenmu's interference with reality through his strong domineering arrogance. But in the next instant, Yenmu, who was almost cut in half, completely recovered and started to fight back against Luffy frantically. Nika, let me go. However, no matter how Yenmu attacked, Luffy still entangled Yenmu, forcibly taking advantage of the rubber characteristics of his body to absorb Yenmu's damage. Yan attacked Yenmu again without hesitation. The extremely hot flames kept erasing Yenmu's conscious body and restraining Yenmu's resistance. At the same time, more and more Sea Kings continue to join the attack on Sun Tree Eve, with sharp teeth biting, body bumping, tail slapping. A large number of Sea Kings that are almost comparable to islands kept appearing, and they continued to pour in from all directions, attacking Sun Tree Eve like crazy. And ancient weapon Hades is under the control of Princess Waiwei, constantly releasing a lot of light bombardment that seems to have a strong restraining effect on Sun Tree Eve. As for those Straw Hats who couldn't contain Yenmu effectively, they were also struggling to destroy Sun Tree Eve. 831st chapter ending. On the other hand, there is still a continuous battle among Marin Vando. With the disintegration of the Red Earth continent, Sun Tree Eve was exposed to the sea, and the creators of the world government, who had been so arrogant before, seemed to be completely insane, desperately wanting to return to Sun Tree Eve. However, this time, the opponents of these world government creators are almost the powerhouses that gather more than 90% of the human population, and there is a steady stream of support from the Revolutionary Army. It can be said that the creators of these world governments are not only facing the many powerhouses gathered in Marin Vando, but even the entire sea. In the end, as Paul Salino gave Frode a cold shot, there was a momentary delay in Frode, and Hancock, who incarnated as the Blackwing Demon, took the opportunity to release the thunder gun. Flood fell into a brief stiff state. The flash of Wang Su. The next moment, more than 5 Wang Su's flashes hit Frode at the same time, completely tearing Frode into a rain of blood. 408. This scene also made Kaido's expression, which has a deep memory, twitch, and with the death of the world government creator for the first time, the morale of the strong people on the human side can be said to be shaken, and then quickly, with the advantage of quantity, they continue to kill different world government creators. 1, 2, 5. Although the death and injury of the strong men on the human side were tragic, and wreckage and limbs could be seen everywhere, the creators of the world government were also killed continuously. Fear well up. However, do you want to escape at this time? Before you know it, the empty island that the Revolutionary Army regards yards as the headquarters has been moved to the sky above Marin Vando, and countless weapons set up on the empty island are roaring. Any world government creators trying to escape the Marin Vando battlefield, the first thing they need to endure is the super intensive air-to-ground blows from countless light bullet weapons. After a full day and night with the last Golden Ape creator being torn to shreds by Charlotte Lingling, almost all of the human powerhouses were almost on the verge of fainting. With the sunken Marin Vando as the center, there are almost all broken weapons or blood that has penetrated deep into the ice. Almost 90% of the pacifists, who numbered nearly 1 million, were scrapped, and the number of exoskeleton armored corps killed and wounded by the Revolutionary Army was far more than 100,000. The sound of gasping continued to sound at Marin Vando, but its not time to rest was cut off by a temporary counterattack by the creator of the monster warrior Draco, who had one leg, struggled to stand up, and tremblingly continued to take out the phone bug and command all comrades obey the order and support the chief of staff as soon as possible. At this time, the sea area for dozens of miles around Sunshine Eve was almost completely stained with blood. Although Sun Tree Eve itself has incredible vitality and is constantly repairing itself at a terrifying speed, at this moment Sun Tree Eve's tree canopy that covered the sky and the sun at the beginning has completely disappeared. Today, there is still an endless stream of sea kings surging towards Sun Tree Eve frantically, constantly attacking the thick trunk and intertwined roots of Sun Tree Eve hidden under the sea. Above the sky, Luffy's state is already on the verge of being unable to maintain his posture of standing at the top of the pirates. Although Luffy's chest is still beating with a strong heart, Ion feels that Luffy's life breath has dropped to a certain level. Freezing point. If it weren't for Yang Shui being attacked and Yin Mu's counterattack constantly weakening, I'm afraid Luffy would have been unable to hold on long ago. But let alone Luffy, even Ion's Ryotsu has been consumed to the point where it is almost impossible to maintain the residual fire sword. It's approaching the limit. Ian calmly judged his remaining strength, but he couldn't count how many times he killed Yin Mu. 100 times, or 1,000 times. However, no matter how many times Yin Mu is killed, it will not die directly. And although the Sea Kings are still coming in from all directions, the density of Sea Kings has dropped significantly. Luffy, no, Nika, to what extent can the Sun Tree Eve be completely destroyed? Yan asked after slicing Yin Mu again. Yang Shui Eve is intertwined and has penetrated deeper into the seabed. If you want to completely destroy Yang Shui Eve, at least all tree trunks in the sea must be destroyed to prevent it from being repaired, Faye replied. And Ion realized that if he continued with such efficiency, Luffy would not be able to support it at that time. If there is no Luffy who is animal, human, fruit, phantom beast, Nika form, and standing on the top of the pirate to help contain Yin Mu, I am afraid that there is no way to stop Yin Mu from slaughtering the Sea Kings. At that time, as long as Yang Shui Eve is given a chance to breathe, everything will fall short. Thinking of this, Ian made a decision in his heart. Princess White Star, let all Neptune stay away from Yang Shui Eve temporarily. Ying Kong, try to open the sea around Yang Shui Eve as much as possible. Immediately, Yen tore Yin Mu to shreds again, delaying Yin Mu's counterattack against Luffy, and his figure quickly went straight to the sky above Sunshine Eve. At the same time, under the order of Princess Shirahoshi, who is the ancient weapon Sea King, those crazy Sea Kings quickly began to stay away from Sun Tree Eve. Sora and Ying, who were standing above the head of a Sea King below, followed Yen approaching the sea above Yang Shui Eve, and at the same time clenched the famous sword Deadwood and famous sword Sakura 10 at his waist. The next moment, Sora and Ying poured out all remaining strength and released the last flying slash. Boom! Two terrifying flying slashes slashed in the sea water, one after the other, and they continued to deepen, instantly creating a bottomless hole. Yang Shui Eve was hidden in the sea water and was comparable to the sturdy tree trunk of a large island, clear and distinct. And Yen also decomposed all the soul-killing swords except the residual fire sword into Ryotsu at the same time. During the outbreak of an unprecedented huge amount of spiritual pressure, the residual fire sword also burst out enough to burn it up. All flames. Residual fire sword. North. Ashes of heaven and earth. All the Ryotsu burst out. This was the ultimate blow from Yan, and it was a blow that put everything at risk. At this moment, it seemed as if a sun appeared above the sea, and then fell into the sea and landed on the trunk of the Sun Tree Eve. For a time, the infinite heat and sea water had a fierce effect, and finally, boom! The huge explosion blew away almost everything around, and the dazzling white light generated by the explosion devoured everything. When the severely wounded Drago led the Revolutionary Army to arrive, in addition to a large number of Sea King corpses on the sea, there were only some members of the Straw Hats lying on the giant ship of Hades. Seeing this scene, Drago's face was almost subconsciously pale, and the group grabbed the Straw Hat and asked, "Where's Yan, Sora, and Ying?" The rest of the Straw Hat gang turned their heads away, as if they dared not look directly at Drago, while while Nami replied in a weeping voice. At the last moment, Lieutenant General Yan, Sara, and Yingdu were involved. Looking for, can't find. Complete the book. P.S. You can leave a message for the ending of the plot or characters you want to see. I will add a free chapter as a postscript in 2 days. If not, the book will be written here. QAQ. The results of this book are actually very bad, but I can often see the comments of the elders, which makes me understand that the stories I share are also liked, which also supports me to finish this book and work hard, the motivation to fill all the holes. Here, thank you all again. Next, I will take a rest for about half a month to a month. I hope that when a new book is opened, you will be familiar with Chenting. Thank you all. 831 Postscript. Free chapter. The new government was officially announced, consisting of the Revolutionary Army as the main body and representatives of the major races as the core. After the new government has negotiated and finalized many times, the Kaiwahei system that is not in line with the new era has been abolished, and most of the pirate reward lists have also been abolished. Only some of the most vicious people's reward lists have been recognized by the new government and continue to offer rewards. The 199 kings and nobles of the former World Alliance countries will be put on trial in 3 days. The giants officially announced their participation in the new government. At this point, 73 races in the world will enter the process of mutual harmonious development. The top leader of the new government, Monkey D. Darag, had a friendly communication and consultation with the Neptune Princess White Star and confirmed that 5 kilometers below the sea surface is the living area of the Sea Kings, and the Sea Kings within 5 kilometers below the sea surface impossible to enter, avoiding the more than 100,000 Sea King attacks every year in the sea. Pirates have officially changed their name to adventurers. The new government plans to issue corresponding policies for certain constraints, jurisdiction, and support, encouraging adventurers to explore and develop unknown islands and areas, and crack down on any criminal behavior. The new government is expected to invest trillions of baileys in the construction of sea trains around the world, and it will only take 3 days to reach the Great Route from the East China Sea. On a table bathed in soft sunlight lay stacks of newspapers, lined with headlines that speak of how the sea has changed dramatically over time. The once majestic and sturdy Marshal of the Warring States period is now completely white-headed and wearing a leisurely beach suit. He is holding a 4 or 5-year-old child in his arms and telling the incident in the newspaper as a story to the child. Grandfather, I don't want to listen to this. I have heard all this. Facing the child's request, Warring States answered cheerfully and said with a slight glow in his eyes, if that's the case, then grandfather will tell Little Orange about the glorious history that grandfather once served as a naval marshal. Marshal, what is that? Little Orange asked, puzzled. In an instant the Warring States period was speechless, and the eyes that had just started to glow were completely darkened. He didn't know how to explain the specific navy to the Little Orange living in this new era. Immediately, Sengoku said with a proud look, huh? In short, now the commander-in-chief of the government's military headquarters, General Kuzan, was once your grandfather's subordinate. Isn't he amazing? It's just that the Little Orange, whose appearance is quite similar to Sara's childhood, rolled his eyes and said in a milky voice, Grandfather, I want to hear about Grandpa's deeds. Your grandfather? Sengoku sighed helplessly and then said, Little Orange, in any case, you must not imitate your grandfather. Your grandfather is a complete bastard, deceiving the world, backstabbing his father, greedy for money and lustful. Cough cough. At this moment, a light cough sounded behind Warring States and Ziojuza. Warring States and Little Juza turned their heads together and saw that it was Yen, who was wearing common clothes and looked rather inconspicuous. It's just that Ion's appearance and age don't seem to have changed much compared to the white hair of the Warring States period, except that his temperament has become completely lazy and peaceful. Old man, you secretly ruined my image from behind again, Ian said with a bit of laughter. Warring States, who originally had a cheerful expression at Little Orange, suddenly showed a look of disgust on his face and asked back, is anything wrong, Yan? Apparently it's not entirely correct at all, right? But Ian was inexplicable and powerless to refute. However, with the appearance of Ion, the Little Orange's eyes brightened and he jumped out of Sengoku's arms, threw himself on Ion's body, and shouted happily, Grandpa, have you returned from fishing? How's the harvest today? Did you catch Little Orange's favorite fish? Ion replied with an embarrassed yet graceful smile on his face. Little Orange, fishing is a kind of spiritual cultivation practice, and the harvest cannot be measured by the specific fish caught. Sengoku unceremoniously cast a roll of eyes at Yan and said, obviously there is no gain. Ian retorted, last time, it was you old man who didn't gain anything. I was completely defeated. You're just lucky to catch such a finger-sized fish. Is that considered a victory? Sengoku suddenly stood up, rolled up his sleeves, and said, it's just that I didn't exert my full strength, and I plan to let you come back. Believe it or not, I'll show you the wisdom of general fishing today. Ian also said without giving up, old man, you can only talk big now, and you will have nothing to say in a while. If that's the case, let's decide the winner again today. Let's fight to the death, bastard. Come on, old man, this battle will convince you. By EPUB. Shore on the side, as the two fish floats of different colors fell into the water through a perfect arc, Sengoku and Ion sat on the chairs, staring intently at the surface of the water, as if they were planning something, a big move that affects the world in general. Time goes by little by little. 3 full hours passed, and neither of the two fish floats moved at all, which also made the atmosphere on both sides a little embarrassing. Cough. Warring States coughed lightly, breaking the awkward atmosphere of a little calm, and said, speaking of which, why did you let the Straw Hats cooperate with the illusion of your disappearance and death? Durag knows I'm not dead, Ion answered briefly. Even if Drago didn't react at the time, he would definitely understand that I'm not dead yet. Hearing this, Sengoku became even more confused. Ian said disapprovingly, the world government has been a disaster for the sea for more than 800 years, but it is inevitable that there are also a large number of supporters of the world government in the sea. If the new world is built on the basis of overthrowing the world government, then the old government will miss the old government for at least 100 years. The disaffected will continue to raise rebellions in this name. So, from an official point of view, it is the best choice for the new government to completely separate from me, the sinner who has destroyed the system of all the world's allied countries. On the other hand, my prestige is too high, which will seriously affect the establishment and operation of the new government, and is not conducive to the improvement of the system based on the rules of equality and justice. More importantly, I don't care about power, and I'm tired of the feeling of being in a high position. In contrast, it is better to accompany the old man to age and fish with you, and live a truly leisurely and own life. Hearing this, Sengoku's expression softened a lot, but he asked in a stern tone, you are about to set off for Wano country, right? Ian nodded and responded, I'll be leaving tomorrow. Sora and Nami's honeymoon trip will be in Wano country next. By the way, I'll take the little orange with me. Don't you think it's troublesome? You bastard, you've been running back and forth on 9 Snake Island, Wano country, New O'Hara Island in the West Sea, and here all year round. Sengoku asked, then don't you think Lieutenant General Crane is troublesome? Yan asked rhetorically. Sengoku sighed, smashed his mouth, and said, actually, Zaya, he is really troublesome sometimes. Even though she knows everything, she keeps asking this and that, all kinds of boring and repetitive questions. I think she's retired too idle. However, Sengoku and Ion, who had completely retired and lost their vigilance in the past, did not notice that there were 3 figures behind them at some point in time. The next moment, as Zongjun's gentle laughter entered the ears of the Warring States period, it completely froze the expression of the Warring States period, who was talking eloquently. He turned his head and looked at it, and Tong Kong shrank even more. That Zaya, I think I can explain, Warring States said dryly with his twitching mouth. However, Lieutenant General Crane didn't pay any attention to the meaning of Warring States. He directly threw the basket with the food in his hands towards Warring States' arms, and turned and left with the little orange in one hand. Seeing this, the Warring States turned to look at the fish float and hesitated for a second, but hurriedly chased after Lieutenant General Zaya and a figure wearing a white kendo uniform, with both heroic and charming coexistence, sat directly on the original seat of the Warring States period, turned his head sideways, looked at Yan, who seemed to be fixated, and asked, Lord Yan, are you going home for kendo training tonight? Jun. Ion looked at Jun next to him and asked, do you mean kendo training between the sword and the sword, or the kendo training between the sword and the scabbard? What do you think? Ya and Big Ren. Jun is smiling.